Well, good morning from Canterbury, a sunny Canterbury in fact, for day 3 of this game between Kent and Hampshire. Ben Watts here for BBC Radio Kent. Kevin James alongside me for BBC Solent. We've got Sonia Twig here as well. Today is our third voice. We'll hear from her in around about half an hour's time. It's going to be Mo Abbas to start things from the Nackington Road end. Harry Finch on 3 not out. And Ben Compton up the other end on 24. The Kent batters. Kent, of course, in a real pickle in this game as Abbas gets us up and running. And it's defended away by Finch. 64 for 5 after Hampshire somehow, to be honest, got past 400 to keep up that record of every team, apart from Lancashire at Old Trafford, in a first innings this season, getting over 400 against Kent. And, well, start of day 2, Kev, Hampshire were way off that, and it was quite the effort with the bat from the lower order.
Yeah, it was testing conditions. No doubt about it, on day 1.
Certainly nicer, seemingly, for batting right now with the sunshine as Finch dabs into the covers and comes through for a quick single. So Kent up and running for the day.
If we're being honest, and I think Matt Parkinson, who was interviewed at the end of day 1, also more than hinted at it, that I'm not sure Kent bowled that well initially. They got better as the day went on, but by then the ball was a bit softer, and Vince was playing like an absolute genius. So whilst it didn't look great at 213 for 7, it actually was more than Hampshire should have got. And then, of course, they were able to capitalise yesterday. So
Kyle Abbott to bowl from the pavilion end. I can hear myself coming back from somewhere. I was testing the line a minute ago on my phone. I don't know if you've got it on your laptop, Kev.
I'll have a look. Abbott bowls, and that's whipped away through mid-wicket. Nice shot from Harry Finch. Let's be honest, it's going to be much better batting conditions today. It's very warm, certainly up here in the commentary box. It might not be that warm all around the ground, but generally it's bluer sky, more sunshine. So conditions are going to dry pretty quickly.
Yeah, well, we've just got up and running, Dom, for day 3 of this game here at Canterbury. A sunny Canterbury, which is nice after a couple of gloomy days. And, well, it was certainly gloomy on the pitch for Kent yesterday, reduced to 64 for 5 in their first innings after Hampshire had really got away from them, starting the day on 213 for 7 and managed to get up to 400. So it really was a disappointing second day for Kent, who are, of course, bottom of County Championship Division 1 and looking pretty destined for the drop, in truth. Ben Compton out there on 24. Harry Finch has moved on to 7 this morning, so Kent need to show some real resilience today in the latter stages of their first innings, and then also in their second innings if they're going to get anything from this game. Commentary via the BBC Sport app and website, and on your smart speaker as well. You can ask BBC Sounds to play Kent against Hampshire day 3.
So very bright, which is something we haven't really had the first 2 days. Here's Abbott to Compton. Compton flashes away and it's gone over second slip. That will run away and it won't quite reach the boundary. Maybe there was some fingertips on that.
I think there was, yeah.
Flashed hard, did Compton. It was a little wide. Maybe the first half chance of the morning already. And we're only a few minutes into play. Compton will pick up a couple, moves on to 26.
Yeah, I think second slip possibly, just ringing his fingers there, having palmed it over the top. Saved 4 runs, but couldn't hold on for the catch.
I think that might be Toby Albert. But, yeah, good effort. But it went quick and high. Here's Abbott, runs away from us once more. Bowls to the left-handed Compton. Compton goes again and misses this one. Well, he's not hanging around. I'll be honest with you, he's already played more shots this morning than he did yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, Ben Compton doesn't normally play too many shots unless he's really in and settled and happy at the crease. And yeah, as you say, it's been a extraordinary start for him to slash at a couple outside his off stump.
It's almost as if he's gone to bed thinking, I'm going to play more shots tomorrow morning.
And then he stuck to it.
Yes. Here's Havertz. Compton gets a straighter ball this time, and that's more like the Ben Compton we know. He just pushes that out to wide mid-off.
How have the crowds been on days 1 and 2? Because it looks quiet out there today, I must say. Don't think the Kent fans have been flooding in to come and see this one.
No, and to be honest, there's 1 or 2 Hampshire supporters here, and one of them staying in the same hotel, and they said it's actually quite cold to actually watch all day.
Yeah.
So that might put a few off. Although actually today, I think potentially it might be the better watching day. Maybe not necessarily the action. There's Abbott bowls forward this time, Compton.
Yeah, it has felt over the past week that we've jumped from summer to autumn very quickly. It's been pretty gloomy and, as you say, chilly. I've had a couple of people saying to me they've stuck the heating on briefly and cold overnight, etc. And then, yeah, it was very gloomy days 1 and 2, wasn't it? So, yeah, I don't begrudge the spectators for maybe staying at home and watching it on the live stream and listening to us via the BBC Sport app and website as well. Very welcome wherever you are listening. If that's somewhere exotic and warm and overseas, let us know on all the usual channels. Always like to know where you're listening in from. So Mohammed Abbas from the Nackington Road end. In and bowls. Defended away by Harry Finch. I've got my £1 sunglasses on, which I just keep in my bag and don't mind if they break. But I really should have bought a cap today. We've got some sunshine beaming into our commentary position. Or the greenhouse, as we like to call it. If you sometimes get those views of the ground and you can see the 4 windows to the one side of the members' pavilion, and that's where we're sat, and it really does. Well, it's the warmest place to be most of the time, to be honest, around the ground, so we shouldn't complain.
So Ben Brown's coming to stand up.
So yeah, then we can keep it. Trying to force Harry Finch back in his crease. As Abbas has got just the 2 slips in play, and Finch is defending up towards mid-off. Kent 70 for 5, then Finch has moved on to 7, and Compton with that slash that was palmed over the top by a second slip, getting a couple from his overnight score.
If you're a Kent batter now, either in there or to come, there's still one. Charlie Stobo can bat. At the very least, you'd be looking at this now thinking these conditions are only going to get better for batting.
Abbas bowls. Oh, that's an edge, is it? There was certainly 2 noises. As it went past Finch and then bounced off the gloves of Ben Brown. He's kind of turned round to James Vince and shrugged, as if to say, either I don't know if he hit it or what am I meant to do, really. Just if I'm standing up, those things can happen.
That's all right. That's the risk you take. That's a regulation catch behind if he has edged it.
Yeah, if he was standing back, it would be straightforward, as it's defended away by Finch. But possibly unless he does stand up, Finch is a yard further down the pitch and doesn't nick it.
Well, that's what exactly happened last week or week before up at Old Trafford. Keaton Jennings was walking down the wicket at Abbas and actually playing him for about 2 yards down. And Ben Brown came up. And of course that then brings the LBW into play. Sure enough, 2 overs later, he's at LBW.
Yeah, because Mohammed Abbas isn't the quickest, but he obviously does look to pitch it up and swing it. So batters do want to get down the track and circumvent that swing. Back goes Finch to this one and defends away up towards mid-on.
Yeah, you just hope that if there is any edge, there's not too much of a deflection, because you've got no chance standing up of reacting. It needs to be a thin nick on the same line.
Yeah. Yeah, it always amazes me some of the catches wicketkeepers do take standing up to the stumps, because it's just so hard to react. Comes Abbas once more. Final ball of this over. Ball 28 overs old now as Finch clips it out to mid-wicket. Tight mid-wicket, who makes the stop. Pressed in that fielding position. So a maiden over from Mohammed Abbas. 9 overs, 5 maidens. 1 for 12 for him, and a fine 100 yesterday for Tom Prest. I heard you saying about why would you move him from number 7 when it's going so well for him in that slot?
Yeah, it's a bit of a talking point at Hampshire at the moment, because hot off the game at Old Trafford, where 16-year-old Rocky Flintoff is batting at 4, and listen, who am I to question what they're doing up there? But I think several people are looking at that saying he's getting experience playing, but
feels a bit
number
high.
4?
Yeah, it feels a bit high. He didn't even bat that high in the One Day Cup.
No, and it's, that is a major position, isn't it? Here's Abbott to Compton. He's leaving that one alone outside the off stump this time. But when you think of the number 4s around the country, and the most obvious one, Vince at 4, your best player at 4 tends to be your best flair player or your best player,
or one of your most experienced in Jack Leaning, for example.
Correct. Well, so there's another obvious one. Good player, really seriously good player, good technique. You want to protect him a little bit. You don't want him going out there in the first over, when the ball's flying around all over the place. You want him coming in just as the innings has got a bed, has got a platform, ball's a little bit older, plays shots. But again, bowls outside the off stump, and this time Compton leaves alone.
And Joe Root for England, of course.
Joe Root. So there's your most obvious examples. But I think some of the Hampshire boys were just saying, good player, which he will be, batting at 4.
Yeah, I think there's been some muddled thinking, hasn't there, at Lancashire this season. It's part of the reason why they're struggling and down there.
Yeah. So, with Tom Prest, who's just starting now to show and fulfil the promise that he's threatened in the last year or two. Here's Abbott again, and Compton's off the back foot, steers that into the gap through extra cover. Should only be 2. Brad Wheels after it. They are turning for 2 and stay at 2. 72 for 5. Compton moves on to 28. So you're giving the guys experience. He's 21, so he's a few years older than Flintoff, but he's got 300s this year. And he was in and out the side last year and he just didn't look the player we all thought he will be. He was only 20 last year, obviously, and sometimes it just takes people a bit of time. Now he's massively confident, and maybe there are thoughts now as to whether he might start to move up. That's played out square on the offside. He's round the wicket now, Abbott, and that's fine. Make it a natural discussion rather than a forced discussion. He's scoring the weight of runs. Maybe time to start thinking about it, but he's playing so well there. And now, because it's all about confidence. That's all it is. It's all about confidence. If you've got the talent, you've got the talent. So, But he's kind of shielded a little bit there, aren't you? You're shielded at 7 a bit. Here's Abbott again. Round the wicket to Compton. Compton dabs that on the offside. He'll go through for a single. Compton moves on to 29. 74 for 5 now. Kent still a long way behind that Hampshire first innings total of over 400.
And what you mentioned about it all being about confidence, you flip that round and look at the way things went for Kent yesterday, and they just some of the batters just look a bit mentally shot, you feel. It was tricky conditions yesterday, scoreboard pressure. Kent have let Hampshire get away a few more runs than they wanted.
Definitely. Abbott, forward is Finch. And if you come into a game off the back of 6 straight defeats, what sort of mental state you're in? Yeah,
absolutely.
And that's that can happen to any side. Once you get into a downward spiral, or same as when you get into an upward spiral, it almost just follows, and you think, well, here we go again. And that's the problem. Once you get players thinking, here we go again, it's kind of self-defeating.
Yeah, it must be hard in the dressing room to snap a team out of that almost.
And that's probably why Matt Walker, I don't know, I've spoken to Matt Walker once or twice over the years, that's all. He's a good bloke, obviously I've played against him, but he probably feels that there's not a lot more can be done now at the moment with him. Obviously it's a fresh thinking.
Yeah, sometimes it needs a new voice, doesn't it, in a change room. There's only so many ways Matt Walker can try and build a team up after a defeat, and like you say, they've had a couple of very tough years. He's been there a long time. Maybe it does just need a new ideas, and I think that's part of the reason. As Abbas comes around the wicket to bowl to Compton, and he's defended this away, that Matt Walker's made that decision. I think it's a selfless one, because he could have quite easily said, well, yeah, we've had a tough year, but I want to keep hold of my job and be the man to try and bring us back up next season, assuming that Kent are going to get relegated. And when we were chatting off the back of the defeat at Warwickshire, there was an air of that being the case, of course, already, as Abbas comes in. Ooh, that's a low take from Brown. I'm not sure it necessarily took the edge, because it looked like it scuttled through a little bit low, perhaps, as Compton went back.
It just went down the hill a fraction, didn't it? But I think he did edge it. Yeah, I'm just looking. Looks like there was deflection.
It just carried, or just didn't carry.
Yeah, just half volley. That's the low bounce again, isn't it? Difficult to. You don't want to get too close, but you want to get close enough.
Yeah, and the slips have looked quite close. And there's a Bass is around the wicket, and they've got that fielder in there as well. It's silly mid-on. Tom Prest doing the fielding. So Compton's still there on 29 from 88. I was thinking, actually, in the car coming over this morning, because you were chatting yesterday about how every team gets bad decisions. And if you listen to any Kent fan this season, they'll tell you they've had a lot. And I think sometimes maybe umpires are dozing off when Ben Compton's batting, and they sort of hear an appeal and wake up, and the finger just accidentally goes poof, up in the air, and he's gone. Here comes Abbas around the wicket, defended away by Compton. But yeah, I have a theory of my own that sometimes when a team is struggling and they're sort of seemingly under the pump, that kind of forward momentum for the bowling team can sometimes get wickets. If you obviously you were talking about the Mieye one yesterday, whether or not he actually brushed it down the leg side. I was chatting to someone on the ground saying that when we both thought that Joe Denley LBW looked quite high as well from yesterday, and it's one of those where when a bowling team's on top and creating chances, as Compton goes back and defends away into the onside, sometimes I think that the sort of feel at the crease and the environment that creates, the momentum, can sometimes bring about wickets that are probably not necessarily out, but because the team is so under the cosh, the umpires feel like it probably is out. And I think that's happened a couple of times for Kent this year. Harry Finch got given out last week when the ball came off his shoulder. It was
really?
A short ball, and it's ballooned up off his shoulder to slip, and I think the umpire just thought, oh well, it must have come off the glove. But yeah, so they've had some tough ones, but without doubt, as Compton defends this back up the pitch, that hasn't been the reason. And don't hear that. Don't hear me saying that Kent are down bottom of the league because they've had some rough decisions. I think it's been part of the fact that they've been poor. It's probably when you're flying high, you generally don't get the bad rub of the green that perhaps you do when you're trying to dig yourself out of a real bad situation. But yeah, Kent, of course, trying to do that at the moment. 73 for 5, and in Ben Compton, who's on 29, and Harry Finch, who's on 7. And Finch did actually open the batting when Tawanda Mieye had a bit of an injury last week. So they've got 2 men at the crease right now who are capable of trying to drop the anchor a little bit.
I think Finch is a really good player. I saw him at the Utilita early in the season. That's outside the off stump and leaves it alone. I think he got 80 in the second innings. Played really nicely. Looked really good. So, yeah, most certainly. Hampshire have got an awful lot of work to do here if they want to win this game. They've got to take another 15 wickets, and with conditions improving all the time, and we do know how this wicket gets once the sun's on it and it dries out, it is amazingly hard to take wickets here. So they've got to try and cash in whether going's good, but it's not quite the conditions of the first 2 days. As Abbott bowls, Finch drives up towards mid-on. But you're right, I think there is an element of that. If momentum's with an opposition and they're bowling, there might be a bit of an element. But, as I said yesterday, and really for the benefit of the people that weren't listening, is that sides, it does even out over the whole season, whatever you think. Bad decisions and all sides get them. I'm a firm believer they do even out over a season. It's just that if you're in a hole and you're not playing particularly well, it's difficult to overcome them. So they're magnified as that's pushed up towards mid-off. Don't get me wrong, Hampshire have had their I've had a few over the years, but then we can all say that because we watch our team so much. We can all say, yeah, but there was this, so we can go on forever. But a half decent side, if they get 10 bad decisions a year, will probably overcome. I'll throw a figure out there, 6 or 7 of those. Right. Unfortunately, if you're like Kent, you might only overcome 2 or 3 of those, so it feels worse than it is. You know what I mean? But I don't disagree with what you're saying. Here's Abbott, bowls. Length ball to Finch, pushes that out into the covers. And I can imagine it's amazingly frustrating. If I watched Hampshire lose 6 on the trot, I would probably sit here and I wouldn't even look forward to the next game, I don't think. So it's hard because we're so invested in our counties that we see every little minute detail. And it does make, let's be honest, it makes our job easy when our sides are winning.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
You don't go home feeling... Well, you feel less worn out when your sides are winning on top. Of course they do. I felt great this week, if I'm honest, as forward. That might be a combination of a few factors, I don't know. But, if you're under the cosh, then, it's a hard day for the players and for commentators.
No, and like you say, actually, obviously, on the sort of theory that things even themselves out, that'll be, you as a bowling team sometimes will get a couple of nice ones, whereas I think Kent have struggled so much taking wickets that they probably don't create enough chances to maybe get some of the
I agree.
the decisions back.
Yeah. Here's Abbott, runs away from us again, bowls to Finch, and Finch gets a length ball, just stabs down that one, goes out square on the leg side. 73 for 5, maiden over there for Carl Abbott, 3 for 31. He was 3 for 23 overnight. That's the other thing as well. And listen, Kent have got lots of injuries, and that doesn't help. And I'm sure, and we know that wasn't the first choice bowling attack that went out there. If it had been, things would have been different.
I don't think it has been all season, to be honest. Matt Quinn's been injured all season. Michael Cohen, Gilchrist's been injured at times. Agar went home early. They have been crippled by injuries, that's for sure.
And that doesn't help. You take your top 3 or 4 bowlers out of any side, you're never going to perform the way you want to.
Compton the man on strike. A couple of slips in play for Abbas. Defended away, back up the pitch. The Kent Player of the Year vote has opened this week, which has provoked some humour amongst the members in suggestion of names. I just thought I'd felt the need to remind some people that have forgotten about what happened at the start of the season, because Daniel Bell-Drummond had a smashing start to the season. He's got 5 50s and 200s this season, and I think just because he's been on a bit of a poor trot in the Championship in these run of 6 defeats, this one's defended away by Compton out towards mid-off, people have kind of forgotten about that. There's been some talk about Tawanda Mayeye, for example. He's had 1 knock, got 1 double 100. I mean, it was a good double 100, but couldn't get in the team for half the season, and he had a tough period. So, and Ben Compton himself got a new high score of 165 against Essex, 4 50s and 100 for him this season, but he and Bell-Drummond are the top run scorers in the Championship with between 750 and 800 runs. So as much as it's, doom and gloom a bit, you need to remember that some players have performed, as it's defended away by Compton away into the onside and done their jobs as well as they can in tough situations and circumstances.
And that's when you find out the true nature of players. If they're actually still performing when things around them are dropping off horribly, that's a good player. That is a seriously good player. It's a lot easier scoring runs when the team's winning every other game.
Yeah, absolutely.
When you're always on top, you walk out to the wicket and the opposition are half beaten. It's different when you're walking out to the wicket every single innings and the opposition are expecting to knock you over straight away.
Abbas around the wicket to Ben Compton. Silly mid-off now in play as he defends this back to the bowler.
And you're saying, and those 800 runs are worth an awful lot more than that when you're a struggling side. Worth a lot more than that.
Yeah, I mean, admittedly for Bell-Drummond, a lot of them came at the start of the season when Kent actually did okay at the start of the season. Had a couple of draws. They beat Lancashire at Old Trafford. Lost here to Surrey, but they were really depleted that week. It was basically the bowling attack that week, I think, was Garrett, Jazz Singh Arafat Bhuyan. I don't think they had either of the overseas and Gilchrist, and so they were really struggling on the bowling department that week. But yeah, up until that point, this one's defended away by Compton. I think it was up until the point of the Somerset game, was it, that started off this run. They'd been doing okay, and weren't out of it by any means. And you were thinking, Kent, Worcestershire, they were in a pretty similar position. It's only been the last few weeks that Worcestershire have strung 3 straight wins together, or whatever it was, and they've catapulted up. And Kent have been cut adrift at the bottom. As around the wicket comes Abbas. Compton cuts straight to backward point. Fortunately for him, either side it would have been 4 down towards the retirement apartments, and probably one of the more populated little blocks of seats where spectators are enjoying a little bit of sunshine here at Canterbury. Another maiden over for Mohammed Abbas. Slow progress for Kent, but at the moment Finch and Compton digging in, which is all they can do at the moment. 73 for 5. The Kent score after Hampshire's 403 yesterday. Those last 3 partnerships was it 61, 61 and 71?
Yeah, I mean,
that's the definition of the tail wagging.
That certainly is. Here's Abbott to Finch, and Finch is on the back foot. Just a slight hint of an inside half of the bat shot there as it goes out towards mid-wicket. To be fair, to balance it out, that's the second 50-plus 10th wicket partnership that Mo Abbas has shared in the last 2 games. He did it up in Old Trafford as well, batting with Liam Dawson. So it's not unique to Kent. If everybody feels, everything's against us, he did it against Lancashire as well last week. Or week before, wasn't it? Because they had a week off last week because of the T20s. But but you're right, it was a killer from a Kent point of view, as Finch is off the back foot, strokes that nicely to point, and he'll pick up a single. Moves on to 8, 74 for 5.
I think there probably is a bit of a Kent tax when teams score or players score runs this year on the basis that everyone has got 400 against Kent first innings apart from Lancashire at Old Trafford. But Abbas batted for 50 balls in the dark or whatever it was, and stuck around. And Brad Wheel, going from when Tom Prest was protecting him from the strike to getting a 60 and batting really nicely, and some of the short balls, he was absolutely pumping away for
a couple of big shots. Yeah, he did. I mean, Abbott's on the just down the leg side. It's flipped away down to fine leg by Compton. Moves on to 30, 75 for 5. I'm taking nothing away from Brad Wheel, because he's a better than number 10. We all think our lower order batters are better than they are. To be fair to him, he is a better than the number 10, but of course doesn't get much chance, and normally somebody's slogging it at the other end, and that's it. Or of course, like everybody, he can get out early on. So whatever. But he's a better number 10 than he showed it yesterday. But by then, towards the end, the ball was soft, and we know what this wicket's like here. It is difficult for the bowlers. As forward is Finch. It's gone out into the covers. Yeah,
it's a slow wicket, and when, like you say, when the ball goes soft, in conjunction with that.
Yeah. The damage really was done before yesterday. Hampshire added 190 just yesterday for their last 3 wickets. It was only just over that overall, but the damage really was done early on day 1, where Hampshire shouldn't have got to where they got to initially. As I say, as the day wore on, Kent bowled better, but by then the ball was getting soft, and they kind of missed the boat initially. But it's because they've got a lot of injuries. There's lots of factors there. Finch is forward. Bit of extra bounce there for Abbott. So the ball makes its way out towards mid-on.
Yeah, Keem Jordan's been a miss, having got Pfeiffer on his debut at Worcestershire, then picking up a side strain and missing the next couple is a blow. You get a guy like that in who just complements the attack in the sense that he's a big strong lad, a little bit quicker than some of the others who are all a bit medium pace and similar.
Yeah. I think the mistake yesterday really was not bowling more short balls at Abbas. I was quite surprised really, as Abbott comes in, and there's a lovely shot there through extra cover from Harry Finch. That's 4 runs down the hill. Beautifully timed, beautifully played. That ends the over. Kent move on to 79 for 5, and Finch moves on to 12. I mean, it doesn't matter if you've got not a particularly quick attack. I mean, Mo Abbas isn't particularly quick, but you'll see him throw in a bouncer there, here and there. I mean, against better players, you think, shouldn't have bowled that, but against a number 11, you can't let a number 11 enjoy batting out in the middle. Doesn't matter who it is.
That was how they got Tom Presto in the end, wasn't it? The short ball that
that was good bowling as well from Stobo.
Yeah.
I mean, it was, as I said at the time, it was a plan. A couple of very full deliveries where Presto's looking to drill it out deep in the deep, and then short ball, and Press hit it to the short boundary side. But I think apart from maybe one bouncer to Abbas, might have been two actually, to be fair, there was two, but two?
In 50 balls?
Yeah.
It should be almost a bouncer every other ball.
Agreed.
And then pitch one up. So Compton on 30, Finch now on to 12 after that boundary. 79 for 5, Abbas bowls outside the off stump to Compton. Lets it go. Yeah, because they bowled plenty of short stuff to Wheel when he was enjoying the pace on the ball, and on a slow wicket you can pick it up nice and early when it's dug in. He was latching onto it. Yeah, I thought you were spot on in terms of that. The commentary yesterday saying that Kent didn't bowl enough of those short balls to Abbas late on.
But then I suppose everybody knows that Abbas doesn't last long and hasn't got doesn't just on that particular occasion, length balls weren't all right.
Yeah, and that's when you want to bowl the short one, so he's a bit more tentative coming forward, etc.
That's right. It's exactly what it is. It doesn't have to be a brilliant short ball, and it doesn't have to look like getting him out. It's what comes after that.
Yeah, create enough doubt, isn't it?
Yeah. Changing the field here.
Yeah, I was surprised that maybe Jazz Singh didn't do that a little bit more. He was almost trying to bowl length when he's a big strapping lad, and sometimes he takes wickets in the second 11 by mixing his length up a little bit and making it less predictable for batters. He sometimes go for a few more runs, but he'll get wickets. As Abbas bowls around the wicket to Compton, through it goes to Brown, and I guess these are the things that Kent need to work out for next year in terms of what's going to give them the best chance of coming straight back up, but at the same time they've got to be thinking long term and trying to fix things and getting back to a level where they're good enough to try and compete again. And it's got to be part of the One Day Cup squad selection was around that long term thinking. As Abbas comes around the wicket, that's a good leave by Ben Compton, but judging from Kevin's reaction, it was as it was a pretty interesting leave at the same time.
It was almost one of those leaves where you're getting your pad out of the way.
Yeah, it felt like Compton was sat on the back foot, and it was a bit fuller than perhaps he'd anticipated.
Probably a good leave, really, actually, watching the replay, but close.
I mean, as they say, only two types of leave, good and bad, but so we'll give him the credit in the end. There'll be an update for BBC Radio Kent very shortly, and then Sonia Twigg will jump on the mic as Abbas bowls around the wicket to Ben Compton, defends up towards mid-on. 79 for 5 then on day 3 here at Canterbury. Kent.
I wouldn't rule out Kent saving this game. If the sun stays out, this pitch goes normal Canterbury wicket. It's a long way between now and the end of day 4. But
might need some weather and some dark cloud later on, and we'll certainly need Ben Compton to continue digging in. He's faced 102 balls for his 30 so far. Abbas around, or over the wicket, in fact, is changing his line of attack. At the same time, you could see a scenario where they roll over today, and we'll see. Yeah, so half an hour played on day 3, and Kent, of course, trying to stave off relegation to Division 2 this week. And at the moment, certainly Hampshire looking the favourites to win the game, with Kent 79 for 5, miles away from Hampshire's 403 that they made yesterday. But they have been digging in so far this morning in the sunshine here at Canterbury. Better conditions for batting. Certainly Ben Compton, the opener, is there on 30 not out. He's faced 103 balls. Harry Finch there with him is on 12. Played a nice cover drive a moment ago to get a boundary and get his score properly up and running for the day. So Yes, these two at the moment trying to repair the damage from last night where Kent lost regular wickets in gloomy conditions after Tom Prest's 100 and Hampshire really got away at the latter stages of their first innings to put themselves in command in this match. So Kent 79 for 5 here. Commentary continues via the BBC Sport app and website, and you can also say to your smart speaker, ask BBC Sounds to play Kent against Hampshire day 3. Bass bowls here to Compton, pushes it away out towards extra cover. I think there was a spectator very briefly walking behind the sight screen that might have caused him to back away as Abbas was running in. But another maiden over for Abbas. 12 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 12. I'm going to leave you with Kevin James and Sonia Twig.
Yeah, it's going to be very much a patient state, both from a batting point of view and from a bowling point of view. Doesn't look as though there's too much happening out there. We weren't expecting quite as much as the first 2 days, with conditions overhead looking a lot brighter. Sonia.
Good morning.
All good?
All good. Well, I'm slightly disappointed. Normally when you come to Kent, you get a nice pronunciation guide of all the players' names, and it hasn't arrived this morning, and it's one of my favourite things about coming here. So I'm a little bit disappointed that we haven't got that, because how else am I going to know how to say Sam Billings?
True, or Harry Finch.
Or Harry Finch.
Yeah.
Which I'm sure is not given in the pronunciation guide as Harry Finch.
Don't you think so?
No, it'll have some E's in Harry, I'm sure.
Well, I think we'll be all right in this game. You'll be all right. I suppose I struggled with that initially when I first saw him.
It's just a little quirk that I enjoy about coming here. It's not necessarily needed, but it's a quirk.
Dawson's round the wicket, start of his spell today, and I'm sure it'll be a long one. Spread over the day. It's pushed out into the covers by Finch, and there is no run. You're right. They used to be there waiting for us on the counter.
Sometimes multiple.
Really?
Oh yeah, at the start of the season, you'd have about 3 in here.
Dawson from our commentary end, around the wicket. Finch drives, goes out to backward a point, and there is no run. Yeah, there's not too many clubs do that. In fact, they were probably the only one.
They probably were. I remember them giving it to us from pre-season media day as well.
Right.
I'm not sure why. There wasn't broadcast or anything, so there's not really a need for a pronunciation guide when you're writing people's names. But
Dawson, this is actually his 5th over, having bowled 4 last night. Finch is forward. Now, Hampshire will desperately hope that Dawson can find some spin here. Otherwise, with this track drying out all the time and outfield drying, that if he can't find too much spin, then this will be an extra long day from a Hampshire point of view.
Well, I mean, we are slightly biased. We are sitting in the warmest place in the ground by quite a long way. It's like a sauna in here, and then people are in jackets just to the left of us. So I think we've got our own little microclimate. We
certainly have. Finch is on the back foot this time. Steers that out to Gubbins on the offside. You're right. The front row of spectators to our left will be hot.
All long sleeves.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, they look as though they're here for the autumn. Some of them.
Well, it is autumn.
Yeah, well, it is. It is. It doesn't feel like it, but it is. It did yesterday in the day 1. That's steered out to deep point by Finch. Moves on to 13. 80 for 5. Kent haven't lost a wicket this morning.
Well, I was at the Oval, and it seemed to go from summer to winter during that particular Test match, which was a little bit gloomy and cold and windy by the end.
Whenever I was watching it, it just looked gloomy.
It was gloomy, but it was warm and gloomy, and then it got cold and gloomy.
England got a bit of stick, didn't they, on day 3 of the Test? Was it day 2 or day 3, with the way they were approaching the play? How did you portray that as that was pushed into the ground and fielded at short leg by Compton? End of the over, 80 for 5.
Well, on day 2 they decided to bowl 17 overs of spin, where they didn't take any wickets and gave away quite a few runs, just I think in a desire to keep the game going, because it was quite early. And you know, when people have paid and it's full house at the Oval, I don't think you necessarily want to go off, but that didn't help. And then yes, the slightly reckless batting on day 3 sort of set it all up, really. But you know, you like to see a Test match, and it's good for Sri Lanka to win, and it was quite nice to see how much it meant to them. And you know, you want a good contest, I think, ultimately from Test cricket. Obviously, a lot of people and home fans will want England to win, but you also want you want to see a good match, I think, more than anything else, as Abbas starts his run from the Nackington Road end over the wicket bowls, and that's just defended back to the bowler by Finch for no run.
So in your job as independent, isn't it, you
Yes.
rifle? So would you get to see a lot of Test cricket? Have you been to just about every England game this year?
I've only done the ones in London this year, but I did all of the Ashes last year. It's sort of a little bit dependent. This summer has been quite sport heavy, and as I specialise in cricket, but I don't just do cricket. It's been all hands on deck at times during the Olympics.
Of course.
Various other things.
Did you go over to Paris?
I didn't go, but I did. I watched a lot of it from my sofa, and it was very entertaining. As Abbas bowls, and again that's just pushed into the offside for no run, fielded by Point.
Right. So you were covering it.
Yes, we were covering it quite extensively. It was one of those where you had to jump between different streams and find what was on, and you know, I always love it when you get really involved in sports you didn't potentially know existed.
Mm-hmm.
You know, watching some of the like sprint canoes where they sort of drop 4 of them in a
That looked fun. Actually.
run and go, and it looked great fun. I'd never seen it before, and I was absolutely gripped. As Abbas turns at the top of his run, bowls, and that's again just pushed into the offside, and it'll be fielded well by cover. Slightly more on at that time, but no run to Finch.
Was there any sport that actually surprised you in terms of it was so watchable you didn't want to turn off?
There was mountain biking, which turned into a really close contest with Tom Pidcock, where he sort of won it on the last lap and had to come from 34 seconds behind. At one point I was sort of going, oh yes, I do actually have to live blog this, rather than just sort of sitting there absolutely gripped in watching it.
Was he the one that had the puncture or something
Yeah,
and had to stop?
A puncture, had to change it, and then they almost collided on the last lap. It was what you want from sport as a Abbas bowls, and that's just gone down leg side as Finch slightly overbalances there and safely into the hands of the wicket keeper.
But cricket's your number one in terms of...
Yeah, cricket and football are sort of split between
Right.
the two, which is quite nice. Keeps you busy all year round.
Mainly covering what clubs in London during the winter?
Clubs in London during the winter mostly, yeah.
So you've been to Tottenham?
I have been to Tottenham.
Amazing stadium.
It is an amazing stadium. I'm hoping to go there for some of the American football games this year as well, as a slight sort of change, because they flipped the pitch and they've got a full American football pitch underneath, which is quite impressive. As Abbas runs in, bowls, and the gap's just pushed into the offside again. Finch can't quite find the gap between point and cover, and he won't pick up a run for that.
So it's quite varied then.
Yeah, it's
Your
good.
role, isn't it?
It is very varied.
Yeah.
It's sports reporter. It's the official title.
Yeah.
So I get to do a bit of everything, which is quite nice.
And is your background sport as well?
Yeah, I've always done sport
Right.
since I got into journalism. It's always been what I wanted to do. As soon as I realised when I was a kid that you could actually get paid to go watch sport, that is what I wanted to spend my life doing. It was the only thing I think I ever really wanted to do. As Abbas bowls, and that's just tucked into the leg side, and Finch will pick up a run there down towards backwards square. And at the end of the over, Kent 81 for 5. They're just trickling along.
Yeah. I suppose that's all really that they can do at the moment, really, unless there's a few bad balls out there, but it all looks pretty standard. Some good bowling from Abbas, Abbott, Dawson into the attack now, all trying to put the pressure on. So do you play sport? On which sports?
I used to play cricket and football. I haven't played football since before I went to university. And cricket, it's one of those where if you love playing cricket and you do this job, you end up not being able to play cricket as much as you would like. So I've only played one game this year.
Okay, for?
My local club, no one special.
Oh, right, okay. Here's Dawson. Off the back foot there is Finch, steers that out to Fuller down at deep point down the hill. 82 for 5. Which club's that? Because I know.
North London.
Oh, no, I know North London.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the next to Hornsey Cricket Club and all that. North Middlesex.
Next
and
to
all
about
that.
5 other cricket
Yeah,
clubs.
Calthorpe, North
Yeah.
Middlesex. Yeah, I know that.
I think Crouch End are there as well.
Crouch End, yeah. What's the group? What's that old group called? It's there's a group.
Shepherd's Cot.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I used to play for Hornsey.
Oh, nice. I like
Yeah.
Hornsey.
Yeah.
Hornsey's a little bit tucked away.
Yeah. It's just sort of off the beaten track in terms of all those grounds. Down the wicket comes Compton, drives it up to mid-on where Abbott fields, but his body weight keeps him moving forward, and he completes a single. Moves on to 31.83 for 5.
Yeah, it's an amazing place where you can have an away game that is almost as close as a home game.
I know. Yeah, I've played at North London a few times when I was sort of that height. 83 for 5.
It's a lovely little collection of green in North London.
It is, isn't it? And hopefully it's as well kept as it was about 100 years ago.
I'm sure it is. I'm sure there's a lot of groundsmen putting a lot of effort in.
Here's Dawson, and that's just pushed out on the offside. Here's a very. I don't know why I'm thinking of this, and I'm even going to say it. I remember there was a very for a little while. There was a lot of excitement around that group of grounds because here's Dawson. There's a little sweep shot. Dab sweep. It's gone fine. Abbas is running after it up towards the Nackington Road end. He will pull the ball up in this side of the rope. Well, they think about 3, decide against it. Both batters a couple of yards down the wicket, but in the end decide to keep it down to 2, 85 for 5. Because I guess for a few months, it might have even been a season or two, one of the players at, it wasn't North London, it might have been Calthorpe, was going out with Lulu.
Oh, wow.
So Lulu was seen around some of those cricket games there every now and then. Everybody used to get excited because the word would go around those grounds. Oh, Lulu's here. And you can imagine that was sort of Lulu in a pomp.
Was that when you went peering through a fence?
No, I didn't. I didn't actually see her there, if I'm honest. Lovely shot off the back foot, Harry Finch. Work for Fuller to do. He can't get there in time. It goes over the rope. And that is 4 runs off the bat of Harry Finch. Moves on to... Am I ahead of the scoreboard? Yeah, he moves on to 21 and it's 89 for 5. Yeah. There was other things going on there, but I just remember that for some reason.
Yeah, it's a lovely little collection of grounds.
It is.
It can get a bit flooded.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. Finch drives and he's found the gap again and it goes through extra cover and that's 4. Dawson's just overcompensated there. The ball before was a little short. That one's a slightly overpitched and Finch has played 2 sumptuous shots. One off the back foot, one off the front, and he moves on to 25, 93 for 5.
I think because there's 2 hills either side, so the water can sort of run off into the dip, which makes a lovely flat area for all these cricket clubs. But it can also mean that the ones stuck at the bottom with the flattest pitches can get a little bit waterlogged, especially with some of the changeable weather that we've had, and it can be. I think they struggled a lot at the start of the season. I think quite a few games were called off, unfortunately, but they were all over the country. And obviously, Hampshire's first game at Durham was completely washed out. I don't even think you got on.
No, and we didn't even get close. And it wasn't as if it rained during the day. That was the thing. It was. I wouldn't say it was like this, but it was the rain overnight that kept topping it up. So it was very frustrating. Yeah.
Was it one of those where you walk down to the ground and you just go, it's not going to happen today?
Pretty much so.
Yeah. And you sort of go and prod it.
Yes.
Did you do the Jeffrey Boycott, stick your key in the pitch and see if you could cover it up?
Well, they I think they stuck a few forks in the outfield and they went through it like butter. That was it.
There will be a change of bowling from the Nackington Road end with James Fuller taking over from Mohammed Abbas, as he just runs through his bowling routine before going back to his mark, and he will be bowling to Compton, who's played a well-watched 31 from 106 so far. Fuller runs in, round the wicket, bowls, and that's just turned off his hip by Compton for an easy single down towards fine leg.
Yeah, James Fuller's a little bit quicker, but he does tend to leak a few more runs, so Kent might find that the scoreboard starts ticking over a little bit more, but what Fuller is very good at is producing a wicket-taking ball. That's what Hampshire will be hoping.
Definitely, it's been quite a slow progress this morning. I think it's fair to say there's not been a lot of action or really much. It's just been slow accumulation from the batters as Fuller bowls over the wicket to Finch, who just about gets a bat on that, and it skews into the leg side for no run. But he didn't look entirely comfortable playing that.
Just looked a little bit late, didn't he?
He did look a little bit late. I guess it's hard when you're a batter. Sometimes you can get set about to what you're facing, especially when there's 2 slightly similar ones, and then someone has that extra yard of pace and it can catch you slightly unawares.
Definitely.
But Finch will probably have woken up a little bit after that as the sun comes out. here in Canterbury. As Fuller bowls, and that's again just tucked into the leg side by Finch for no run.
I can give you Abbas's figures this morning. 6 overs, 4 maidens, none for 2, or 2 for none, isn't it?
Well, we said it was slow, but I didn't think it was quite that slow. Maybe all the runs came from the other end, but that's a really tidy bowling.
It is, isn't it? Yeah. 13-8, 13-1 in total.
So struggled to get him away then.
Which is about standard, to be honest.
As Fuller bowls, and again that's just tucked into the leg side for no run.
Yeah, I just think on entertainment value today, I'm not sure it's on a scale of 1 to 10. I don't think it's going to get anywhere near 10. I think it's all about Kent fighting hard, of course, but actually showing some fight in terms of the supporters as well, because you do feel that they are definitely sort of fed up, really. Just they want to see something. Even if Kent lose the game, they want to see something.
As Fuller bowls, and again that's turned off his hip, but he will pick up a single there. Rather than picking out the fielder at mid-wicket, he finds the gap down to backward square, and he will be on strike at the end of the over. There's one more ball to come. Compton on 32. Finch moves on to 26 with that single, and there's just a little bit of a shift with Fuller choosing to come round the wicket to the left-handed Compton. But you're right, there's a smattering of people here, I think it's fair to say. But they might have been put off by the weather that was rumoured to be around, as Fuller is in bowled, and that's just tucked into the leg side by Compton, fielded by mid-wicket.
They used to get very good crowds here a few years back.
I've seen some good crowds here. I think it's very changeable. I came here once and it was a nice, really sunny Sunday, and there were quite a lot of people in. And Kids Day's always a good one here when they bring in all the local schools, and obviously the T20s are quite well attended. But I think everyone's gone back to school, back to work. It's got a slightly more autumnal feeling.
Yeah.
I think cricket might not be at the forefront of everyone's minds in quite the same way.
No, I agree. Yeah, there used to be a fairly sizable crowd no matter what sort of game there was here. Even second team cricket here, they used to get decent crowds, but it's all sort of dropped away as Dawson comes round the wicket to Finch this time, and Finch pushes forward. Abbott's spell this morning, 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 14.
So quite a lot more expensive than a Bass, but actually not very expensive at all when you look at it.
No, not at all. Well, in fact, what have we had so far? It's only about 50 minutes of play, as that's pushed by Finch out on the onside. Just over 50 minutes of play, and Kent have added 31.
Yeah, so not terrible.
No. I feared it might have been worse before the start of play, but
It could have been 15.
yes, Finch is forward. It might yet be as we go through the day.
It might be.
15 an hour.
We don't know. I mean, this wicket could dry up, and who knows what we're going to get. It's when the weather changes so much, it's so hard to know what the pitch is going to do.
It's certainly done a little bit more than a normal Canterbury wicket over the first 2 days. There's Dawson bowls and Finch is forward, but it's, as you know, it's a fairly low, slow bounce wicket normally, and you just fear that with this sunshine out, that it'll slowly but surely revert to type.
Well, there's no grass on it either. It's very brown.
It is, isn't it? Finch is forward, wants a single. Compton accepts as the throw comes in from point, and Kent move on to 96 for 5. We are in the 39th over of their first innings. Finch has moved on to 27. He looks pretty much at home out there. Looked a good player. I was saying earlier to Ben that he got 80 odd in the second innings down at Utilita Bowl earlier in the season. Kent were beaten by Hampshire in that game, and again they faced a few problems, not quite as much as in this game, but Finch looked a good player in the second innings. Dawson's over the wicket, looking for some rough outside of Compton's off stump. That's a little too wide to find that. Compton leaves alone. End of the over. Dawson's bowled 7 overs, none for 21. Kent a 96 for 5.
If there isn't spin in this wicket, it feels like batting could go on for quite a long time.
That's my fear.
And I mean, you've got the replays up there. We can't quite see what the ball's doing from our position because we're sort of more at third man than we are right behind the bowler's arm, but I'm not sure. It doesn't seem to be doing a lot from how the batters are playing.
Agreed.
So, I mean, it's one of those where I think if you get in, which was obviously largely Kent's problem yesterday, was so many low scores, including a couple of dots from some experienced players. But if you get in, it doesn't look too difficult to score runs. And obviously the blue skies won't help, as Fuller bowls to Finch, who fends that one off his hip into the leg side and to the fielder just on the edge of the ring there at mid-wicket.
Yeah, I'm sure the likes of Denley and Leaning would have loved to have just started their innings this morning rather than having to have gone in last night.
It's also one of those, and it happens to every cricket team at every level, is when the wickets start tumbling, there seems to be a sort of combined effect that goes right down the batting order.
Yeah. 3 and 5 balls Abbott took at one stage yesterday.
Yeah. I did watch some of it as Fuller bowls, and that's played again straight to the fielder, this time at short. They seem to have a short mid-wicket and a conventional mid-wicket. It's a slightly bizarre field, but he's picked them out in successive deliveries, so it's an effective one.
Yeah, and it's a tactic that Kent employed actually quite a bit. I think with the slow-paced nature of the wicket, you just hope that the batters just push it a little bit and finds the fielder there. In fact, I think somebody was dropped there yesterday. Went straight through the fielder's hands. Can't remember who it was off the top of my head.
I'm sure Daniel Bell-Drummond was pleased about that. Fuller bowls, that's just flicked off his pad from a nice leg glance down towards the boundary, and he will pick up 4 more runs. Finch has settled in nicely this morning, and that brings up the Kent 100, which was looking a very long way when they were 5 wickets down, but it's come fairly quickly this morning, and crucially without the loss of another wicket.
And I tell you what, Sonia, I mean, apart from a couple of wafts outside the off-stump, Compton early on, which most is uncharacteristic of him, they haven't looked in too much trouble, have they?
Not from what I've seen, no. I think it's they're just sort of settling into it quite nicely, and that's what Kent will want. And the fans will want to see some fight as well.
Yeah.
As Fuller over the wicket, and that's pushed into the offside. I think this is the first time Finch has played Fuller into the offside, but he's picked up a single for it.
Yeah, I mean, it does look a lot easier out there now for the batters, as we thought it would. Plenty of blue sky around. There's a few clouds, but we didn't see any blue sky for 2 days.
Well, welcome to England.
Yes. Not an inch.
Is it always sunny in Hampshire?
Always.
Always.
Have you never been to Hampshire?
I have been to Hampshire. I've been the coldest at a football match I've ever been at Hampshire.
At Southampton?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, the COVID winter was a very, very bitterly cold one. As Fuller bowls, and that's just let go through to the keeper by Compton. I think it was -2, and we were out there for 4.5 hours because you had to do everything outside.
Lovely. And spaced.
And spaced.
Yeah. Which doesn't help, does it, in the winter? Because whilst it's not great being all huddled up, it does help.
And empty stadiums are noticeably colder than full ones. And that was right at the top. It was not pleasant. I think I had to get in my car to file because my fingers would stop working. As Fuller bowls, the final ball is over to Compton round the wicket. Compton drives at that, and it's been dropped. Well, that's the chance that they've been looking for all morning. Compton chases a wide one, edges it, and it's been put down in the slips by James Vince, who will be quite disappointed.
Oh, no, sorry. No, Toby Abbott, sorry.
Toby
My
Abbott,
apologies.
sorry. You were.
My apologies.
Who's put that one down in the slips, and that could, well, we've yet to see how costly that could be, but that's the chance that Hampshire have been waiting for all morning. Just goes straight into his hands and straight out. It was quite a good height, round chest height, and he'll be really disappointed to put that one down.
I tell you who'd be the most disappointed, Hampshire head coach Adi Birrell, because he put so much work into Hampshire catching the catch. That's actually the second catch they've dropped. Tom Prest dropped, might have been Bell-Drummond actually yesterday, but actually Bell-Drummond was out on the next ball. Apologies for that, Sonia, I've steered you down the wrong name there, apologies.
That's all right. As Liam Dawson will bowl from the pavilion end after that chance has just come, and we're just watching Ben Compton do some shadow batting as he goes through how he should have played that, as Dawson bowls, and that's just defended straight back into the pitch by Finch. Moment of caution there for Kent, although they'll be relieved to have got away with it, as I'm sure there were some in the dressing room when he edged that who would have had their heads on the way to their hands before it was put down. As Dawson bowls, and that's again just defended straight back into the pitch. Just about good morning. Good morning, Ben.
Oh, good timing, yeah. Still half an hour of morning, actually.
I know, normally by this point it's already almost 12 o'clock, but obviously the 10:30 starts in September as Dawson bowls, and that's just defended.
So is that 3 slip catches now that Hampshire have dropped? Yeah, 2 this morning, so Compton twice this morning, and then Belgium yesterday.
It's not what you want, is it, if you're trying to put the pressure on? Although I'm sure there's a few relieved Kent fans around the ground as Dawson is in, and that's again textbook forward defensive there from Finch straight into the ground.
Yes, as Kevin was saying, the one yesterday didn't cost Hampshire anything. Belgium went literally the next ball. But yeah, Compton had a couple of wafty flashes early doors this morning. Got away with one.
Dawson bowls, and again forward defence from Finch. Skews off the bat down towards point.
I guess sometimes the theory being that if you swing the bat hard enough that you're going to edge it over the top of the slip cordon, and it was on its way over the top. But
it did go quite hard to him, to be fair.
Yeah, well, we are an hour into day 3 here, and Kent have so far survived any further loss of wickets as they look to keep their Division 1 status alive at least for another week. The side bottom of the division currently 101 for 5. But of course they started the day in a rather more perilous position on 64 for 5, and at that point they were trailing by 339 runs, with Hampshire making 403 yesterday. Ben Compton, the opener, is there on 32, although he has had a couple of lives dropped in the slips. 111 deliveries he's faced, but Harry Finch going along nicely. The wicketkeeper has 32 from 69 deliveries. So Kent digging in at the moment here in Canterbury. Certainly feels like it should be a better day for batting with the sunshine that we've had, a lot less gloomy and cloudy conditions. So Hampshire having to work harder for their wickets. Commentary continues online via the BBC Sport app and website. Kent 101 for 5 here on day 3 against Hampshire, and you can also say to your smart speaker, ask BBC Sounds to play Kent against Hampshire day 3. Just as Fuller comes around the wicket and is cut away by Ben Compton down towards the boundary, which brings up the 50 partnership between these two.
And I noticed that, courtesy of the Kent media team, you've sent me the pronunciation guide that I was disappointed that I didn't have earlier on. So that's
sent you a digital version of.
It's not as good as the digital version, but I'll take it.
Yeah, having the paper in your hands, it's not quite the same. Fuller around the wicket, defended away into the covers. Yeah, somebody's obviously been tidying up in the commentary box, and there were loose bits of scorecard and pronunciation guide, etc., that probably got tidied up.
We also don't have a scorecard, but just to mention that as well.
I can get you one.
That's all right.
I can get you one.
I'm happy with my pronunciation guide.
I should have picked one up. Now you say it, I should have picked one up while I was in the club shop earlier on today. En route up to the commentary box as Fuller comes around the wicket, clipped away by Compton. Down towards long leg for a single. I've had a couple of emails and interactions and whatnot, so let me get to those. Karen in touch via social media saying she's watching from a very damp North Shropshire. So she's tuned in via the live stream, which has the BBC Sport commentary on it. Andrew, who will no doubt be tuning in from Japan, saying even by this season standards, yesterday was especially wretched for Kent. As Fuller bowls to Finch, he tucks this one away off his hip out into the leg side for a single. He says, guess Kent will stick to the script and improve now there's no chance of winning. Maybe Division 2 will be more fun next season. Well, that's kind of where I'm at in my thinking, if I'm honest, Andrew, that from a Kentish point of view, it might just be a bit less rubbish watching them play Division 2 and just being able to compete in more games. You know, the last 2 seasons have been a real grind for Kent just to stay in games. It's Fuller bowls to Compton, defending away into the covers And then we had an email as well, which was on my discussion around the Player of the Year and how there's only a few contenders, or if any contenders, was the joke really from Kent supporters. But I was saying about the amount of runs that Daniel Boyd-Drummond scored at the start of the season, and Nigel saying one takes your point about DPD's early season runs, but I think the concern of Kent supporters is that the pressure of leading such a poor team has seemingly badly affected his own form, as around the wicket comes Fuller. And Compton trying to cut, but was very early on that, in truth. Shows how slow the wicket is as he just punts it out towards the covers. So end of the over. He says since the run of 6 consecutive championship defeats, Boyd-Drummond has only passed 20 twice in 13 innings. One of those was, of course, last week, or 2 weeks ago rather, against Warwickshire at Edgbaston when he made 78 in the second innings. But yeah, he has had some low scores other than that. He says, I'm sure he's the sort of character who, when his team are on the ropes, would love to be leading by example. Sadly, he hasn't been able to do that. Perhaps he will refine his mojo in Division 2, when hopefully we, as in Kent, as Nigel's email says, are not getting walloped week in, week out. So there you go.
Dawson in bowls, and that's really nicely cut away by Finch. It's fielded by the fielder there on the boundary. Sweeping, but it was a nice positive shot that we did not see in the last over from Dawson, which was just flat batted out for a maiden. Yeah,
I think as much as Division 1 is where you want to be and where you want to be playing your cricket, and obviously that's the best way to retain your best players, I think from the Kent fan base, I think there is an element of maybe they'll win a few more games in Division 2 next season.
Dawson in bowls, and that's just defended straight into the pitch by Compton for no run. Yeah, I think it's an interesting one. Obviously, there's some nice trips in Division 2 as well.
Yeah, absolutely. A few places they haven't been to the last couple of years.
It's always nice that when you go to a new ground, as Dawson's in bowled, and that's just straight batted for no run.
Haven't been to Grace Road for a little bit. Probably not since they went there and won a 50 over knockout game, actually, en route to the trophy.
Dawson over the wicket, and Compton has gone for a big sweep shot, missed it. It's thudded into his arm or side. There's an appeal for LBW, but it wouldn't have been LBW, and nothing given from the umpire, but a moment of excitement there as he tries a innovative sort of switch hit. Dawson bowls, and that's Compton has come as far as he possibly could down the wicket to get his bat on that and smother it straight into the ground.
Yeah, Kent didn't go to Cardiff in the blast this year. So again, a couple of seasons since they've been there.
Sussex is always a nice place to go.
Yeah, but they're coming up.
Dawson bowls, and that's a big hit from Compton down into the leg side. He'll pick up just a single.
Yeah, I think in the end he sort of thumped it into the ground a bit more than when he first kind of set himself. Yeah, I reckon Sussex going up, don't you? And out of the 3, Sussex, Yorkshire, Middlesex, 2 out of 3 will go up.
Yeah, I think it'd be difficult for Middlesex to go up. I'm not sure Division 1 sides will enjoy travelling to Radlett. And played some of their games at Chelmsford as well, which could be a bit more contentious if you're in the same division.
Nice of Johnny Bairstow to play a couple of games for Yorkshire. Feels like it's been a while.
It has been a while, but I think he just likes playing, doesn't he? He's desperate to get back in teams and all of that, and doesn't take too kindly to being dropped. So it's usually when he's just been dropped is when he goes and scores the most runs he can. So hopefully he'll be a boost to Yorkshire.
Round the wicket comes Fuller. Compton playing defensively. Yes, I think England's probably sensible to drop Johnny Bairstow once a summer, to be honest, or once a year, just to poke the bear, just to bring out the best in him, to be honest. Johnny, your form's dropped off. We're going to drop you. The red mist descends.
Go back to Yorkshire and score loads of runs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Less cheerful, okay, but it'd be a more begrudging, okay, but then he would do it. Round the wicket comes Fuller again. Full delivery, which Compton drives. Don't see the cover drive come out all too often, but Ben Compton has faced 123 deliveries now for his 38.
Well, Kent haven't seen too much of their England player this year.
Unfortunately, when they did, he really struggled for form this year, and I don't know if it's a case of feeling like when he's playing for Kent as the England player he needs to bat a bit more responsibly, but definitely don't see the same sort of carefree Zach Crawley or free-flowing one that England fans do, as it's defended away by Ben Compton. Aside from his double 100 in the second innings at Taunton, just had a really tricky summer, really. And then in the T20 as well, you know, that's normally the competition which kind of frees batters up when they've had a difficult time in the championship, but he struggled to get to 20, just kept finding different ways to get caught and get out. And then, of course, first game for England, I think he got 70 or whatever, and he was flying. So, yeah, funny old summer for Zach Crawley, who is back in the squad for the Pakistan tour after the broken finger he's had. It's defended away by Ben Compton.
As is Jordan Cox, who was a Kent player until the start of this year.
Yep, he'll always be a Kent-born lad, Kent boy in a way.
I think he lost a few local fans when he made the move to controversially across the Thames to Essex, though.
I think he probably did. But at the same time, there's part of me looking at what he's achieved this year thinking, actually, fair play to him. He's really made that move work for him, and probably shown that from a selfish point of view it was the right decision. As this one's a Yorker length delivery, or wide Yorker to Compton, and it's been squirmed out towards backward point for a single, and ultimately, you know, these players, these guys, this is their career. So, as much as there's people like me who would love to see Kent lads play their entire careers for Kent, it just doesn't happen, you know, these days. And Sam Northeast, Ollie Robinson, Jordan Cox, guys like that are playing their trade elsewhere, and yeah, from my point of view, certainly just like to see them do as well as they can. So this one driven away by Harry Finch, very nicely played through the covers. Abbas chasing after it, might just stop it from going for 4. No, he gave up at the last minute, and it does indeed go to the boundary. So Harry Finch moves on to 38 from 72. Kent 114 for 5, and I guess similar probably feelings for Sussex supporters, seeing Harry Finch have a second bite of the cherry at county cricket and making it work for him here at Kent. But yeah, Jordan Cox.
Sussex have hemorrhaged players to other counties in the last few years. All that young talent that they've developed have just almost been picked off by some other counties.
Yeah, remind me to bring that up when Kevin James is back with us to ask about...
Oh, we will, don't worry, I'm sure we will.
To ask about Ali Orr, who's obviously not playing in this game. He's probably looking on at what Sussex have been achieving this season and thinking, oh, could have had a bit of that. Stuck on the bench at Hampshire instead.
Dawson has ball in hand for his 10th over of the innings, bowls, and that's tucked into the leg side. Compton wanted to race through for a quick single, but was firmly pushed back into his crease by Harry Finch at the other end. No run.
So yeah, I for one hope that Jordan Cox has a fabulous game on his T20 debut for England later.
Yeah, so he might have to wait a little bit longer to make his test debut. Dawson bowls. That's smothered straight into the pitch by Compton.
Yeah, you would think he would be the spare batter for that.
Well, if you look at how long Dan Lawrence had to wait as the spare batter for his chance, he could have to wait quite some time.
Yeah.
And Dan Lawrence got his chance and didn't take it, and has now been fairly replaced. Dawson bowls, and that's just flicked into the leg side by Compton, who'll jog through for a single.
Yeah, I feel a bit sorry for Dan Lawrence on the one hand, but at the same time, saving him another holiday of carrying the drinks and being a waiter for his England teammates, isn't it? So I guess with his spin, you might have suggested that maybe, it could have been an option, but...
Well, they took Will Jacks last time. He got a 5 for Rawalpindi. As Dawson bowls, and that's played straight into the pitch by Finch.
But yeah, I mean, as a sort of utility backup batter, Cox can pretty much bat anywhere. And he can keep as well, so he's not a bad man to have in a squad if there was an injury.
Well, Ollie Pope had to keep in Pakistan last time as Dawson bowls, and that's cut away by Finch, but straight to the fielder at cover for no run. Yeah. Ben Folkes was ill, and Ollie Pope kept for the first game, and then they liked it, so they kept him in for the second game, which was an interesting move by England as Dawson's in bowled, and that's just guided through vacant third, wide of first slip, and Finch will pick up a couple there to take the 10 total onto 117 for 5.
Yeah, I think it'd be fair to say this current England management are not necessarily too fussed about having an out-and-out wicketkeeper or the best wicketkeeper in their team. The wicketkeeper is just a batter that holds the gloves, really.
Well, that being said, Jamie Smith has actually kept quite nicely,
He has,
and he is
yeah.
a wicketkeeper. He was Surrey's wicketkeeper when Folkes was on England duty, so it's not like they've sort of gone to someone here, have the gloves. He is an experienced wicketkeeper.
Yeah,
he's
actually really impressed me with the way he's kept, must admit.
Well, you don't remember it, and that's usually the sign of a wicketkeeper having done a really nice job.
Yeah, at the time I felt Ollie Robinson, obviously with the Kemp angle, was rather unlucky not to get the gig, but there's Fuller bowls to Compton, and he drives very nicely indeed past extra cover for 4 and moves to 44. Finch on 40 at the other end, and it's been a good morning so far for Kent. 121 for 5. They have needed it to be a good morning, in fairness, with the match situation after day 2, but these two doing a good job at the moment, and Jamie Smith has done a very fine job since he's come into that England team and showed everyone why he was touted as a future international player and deemed to have the potential to do it.
I saw him score a stunning century against Essex for Surrey just before he got the England call up. That was very impressive.
So Compton faces Fuller, drives past the short cover fielder who is lurking for a possible catch. We have got some floodlights just flickering into action. It has just clouded over here in Canterbury, which is, to be honest, more the weather I was expecting today. I think that burst of sunshine we had early on in the day was due to disappear at some point. Certainly still brighter than it has been over the game, as Fuller bowls a short ball which is miles over the head of Ben Compton, and it's been signalled as a no ball.
That's gone about a foot over Ben Compton's head. He's not even had to move to let... sometimes they sort of watch it. He just left that one completely, didn't move at all, just sailed so far over his head. Sometimes those can go over the wicketkeeper's head too.
Yeah, if it was a quicker pitch, if it was Beckenham, probably would have gone over the keeper's head. Here at Canterbury, they haven't quite managed to speed up the wickets as they would like, perhaps. I think some of the weather earlier on in the summer probably didn't help that.
Can't complain about weather. This is the driest, sunniest corner of England.
Well, it was more kind of February, March time when it was really damp, and that's when you're obviously doing all your pitch preparation stuff as a ground staff.
Well, at least it wasn't poor Worcestershire who didn't get to play at their home ground for about the first month of the season.
Yeah, indeed. Around the wicket comes Fuller. Defended away by Compton. Pushed away out towards mid-on. Yeah, having said that, it doesn't feel like weather has actually really disrupted too many games.
Well, the first day of the season I came here and we went off in bright sunshine for a waterlogged pitch, and there was no play possible on all of day 1. So that was a good start. But
yeah.
the day after that was quite nice.
Yeah, I think in general it hasn't wiped out games as a whole. As Fuller comes around the wicket, short ball which Compton swivels on and pulls away down towards long leg. There's 2 fielders out there in the deep. He'll just collect 1. Moves Kent on to 124 for 5. I haven't really been taking much notice of how far behind they are because it was such a long way that it almost didn't seem relevant, but since they've moved on to 124, it's now a deficit of 279, so it's still pretty massive. But
well, I guess when Kevin's on, you can ask him whether Hampshire tend to enforce the follow-on or not.
This one's driven away by Harry Finch, wide of mid-off. Mohammed Abbas with a bit of a fumble, and they come back for 2, so good running. The crowd decides it's worthy of an applause as well. So Finch has got 42, Ben Compton's got 45. Kent have moved to 126 for 5. In fairness, Hampshire have probably got the kind of lineup that you could follow on the basis that Liam Dawson would just keep bowling a lot of overs and then you rotate up the other end. Abbas, Wheel, Abbott, Fuller.
It might depend how long they stay out here for, because obviously we're getting into some quite complicated and important championship matches at the final end of the season. They're all quite close together, so you might not want to make your bowlers too tired in one, as Dawson bowls, and that's just tucked straight to short leg by Ben Compton.
Is Keith Barker fit at the moment? Kevin James, if he's paying attention, he's looking at his laptop in the...
He's not paying any attention to you. You're just talking to a wall.
Well, they've got other options, Hampshire. They could rotate seamers, is what I'm trying to say.
Dawson in bowls, and again that's just tucked and fielded by a sprawling short leg.
Albeit John Turner is with the England squad, but not playing tonight. I'm sure he will at some point in this series against Australia.
It's 3 T20s and 5 ODIs, I think.
Yeah, there's enough games.
Dawson bowls. That's just played straight back into the pitch and fielded by the bowler. There's quite a few games going all the way until the 29th of September, which feels very late. I know it's the same time that the county championship finishes, but it does still feel quite late. As Dawson bowls, and that's flicked by Compton into the leg side, desperately trying to find some runs here, but that was well fielded by short mid-on.
Yeah, I think most club cricket finished at the weekend, didn't it? And even then a fair bit of it was rained off.
Yeah, it feels odd when club cricket finishes so far before the county stuff, as Dawson bowls, and that one is wide of the off stump and well cut away by Compton, who will move on to 49 with that really nice shot through point there. Takes him edging towards a very well watched 50. It's 49 from 140 balls, strike rate of 35. So he's had to work hard for this.
Yeah, it's been a grind, but kind of a classical Ben Compton sort of grind, if you will.
Dawson bowls. Compton plays that straight into the shin of short leg, who is probably quite happy to be wearing those pads right now. And at the end of that over, Kent 130 for 5.
Apparently it's raining in Belfast, is it, where England's women are playing Ireland? Or due to be playing Ireland today?
Yes, I think they were playing some in Dublin, some in Belfast, I think.
Yeah. Of course, Tammy Beaumont got 150 in the previous game.
Yes, but did you see the score that Ireland finished up on? Because England
Not
won
many.
by quite a lot.
Yes.
It wasn't an even contest, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, it was a very one-sided result in the end. Interesting that Tammy, of course, is from this part of Kent in particular, but she's now living up in Loughborough and playing for the Blaze, who are going to remain the Blaze, which I found slightly peculiar, that they're not taking Nottinghamshire's name next season, seemingly.
Will they not be Nottinghamshire Blaze?
No, apparently just the Blaze still. This one's... Oh, a shout for LBW, maybe sliding down. Leg by's given, and yeah, seemingly... Well, that's the umpires thinking. Also, the sun's come back out, it's poking its way through the cloud, and we've got a slightly bizarre scene at the moment where we can see floodlights blazing down on the ground, and then the sunshine too. Yeah, I think from what I've seen, it's just the Blaze, which feels a bit odd. I get on the one hand that teams have kind of created a bit of an identity in recent years via the regions, as this one's clipped away by Ben Compton for his half century. It's taken him 142 balls, he's hit 7 fours, he's had a couple of lives, but he's made the most of it, and he's dug in for Kent, just as he did really in the first innings in their previous game against Warwickshire, where he batted through most of the innings and was the last man out. So another half century for Ben Compton. Having been left out of the One Day Cup team, he's showed some good character in the last couple of games. Getting 132 for 5 as Fuller bowls to Finch. A little bit of inside edge as he looks to drive away into the onside. Yeah, I thought if there was any of the kind of women's regional teams that, you know, might stick to some of the names, you could have Somerset Storm, you could have Surrey Stars. Southern Vipers have have been.
I was going to say, Southern Vipers have got a following completely of their own.
Yeah,
you see lots of their really bright orange shirts. Blaze is one that surprises me because they weren't even one of the original ones, so they have less of a long-standing identity than quite a few of the others. They're very new.
Yeah, that's exactly my thought. That the Southern Vipers are probably the longest and perhaps most well-known kind of brand team name.
The problem is with Western Storm is lots of the games are in Bristol, so they wouldn't want to maintain their identity and also move to Somerset. Might be a little bit contentious.
Yes, indeed. Again, I was going to say Western Storm have been quite a long-standing name as well, but as you say, they are moving from Bristol to Somerset in the way that the Diamonds are moving from Yorkshire to Durham, aren't they? As this one is defended away by Harry Finch.
Although
towards mid-wicket.
Yorkshire are getting their own one from the year after. So some of them might not move.
Yeah, which is farcical really, but there we go. The original message was, right, these are the teams until 2029. Oh no, we're going to let Yorkshire and Glamorgan come in, and 2 years after. You can tell many Kent fans are not particularly happy about the women's cricket scenario, having produced quite a lot of good top level players in recent years, as this one is a bit of a feel outside the off stump from Harry Finch, which goes through to Ben Brown, into the over 132 for 5. And it'll be interesting to see what happens kind of going forward with Beckenham, of course, which has been South East Stars base for the last 4 years, I believe.
Yes, they haven't actually done a lot at the Oval.
Don't think they've done anything, to be honest.
No.
Don't think they played any games there. So yeah, I don't know what their plan is next year, whether they're going to be based more at Guildford, whether they will play some games at the Oval.
I don't think anyone's really thought this
this
far ahead.
I think that's half the problem.
I had a conversation with Beth Barrett-Wild about how Tier 2 and 3, which are also supposed to come in from next year, would look like, and she said, we're having some meetings next week. I was like, these are supposed to happen in 7 months. You've got to tell players where they're going, where they're playing, which competitions are going to be regional and national, because it's a lot of travel, especially in the divisions that are going to be unpaid, as Dawson bowls, and that's just defended by Compton.
Yeah, I would very much agree with that sentiment.
If you're Kent and you're not a paid player, obviously your coaching is provided for, but you're not paid significant amounts of money to play. As Dawson bowls, and that's flicked into the leg side, but straight to mid wicket by Compton. It might not be in your best interest to travel, for example, to Worcestershire to play a 50-over game and travel back, because that's a very, very long day.
Quite a lot of the Kent the Kent women's team, as it is now, are teenagers. A lot of them still studying and whatnot.
Dawson bowls, and that's flicked into leg side. That time Compton has found the gap and will pick up just the one run, as it's well fielded on the boundary there.
I'd be interested if any of the pro players would, I don't know, sort of sign for their county team and maybe get a loan deal elsewhere, or we've seen a little bit of movement already, haven't we?
A lot have gone to Durham, and Surrey have signed a lot of the ones that you expected to be signed by Surrey anyway. As Dawson bowls, and that's defended straight into the pitch by Finch.
But there's been a bit of movement around, hasn't there? Eve Jones has gone to Lancashire. I think Naomi Tatani's moved as well to Vipers, possibly, or from Vipers.
She was at Sunrisers at one point. I'm not sure where she has moved to.
So yeah, it's all started.
Dawson bowls, and that's forward defended by Finch. Yes, I think it's going to be interesting to see where they move, and obviously a lot of the players are going to be at university. So are they going to choose one nearer their university or nearer their home? Are they going to be able to travel back? There's a lot of logistics you don't necessarily have in the men's game, as Dawson bowls, and that's again defended that time off the back foot by Finch for no run. At the end of that over, Kent 133 for 5. But there's a lot of logistics. I know from someone I've spoken to at Northern Diamonds up in Yorkshire that a lot of their players had come to the universities in Leeds specifically to play for Northern Diamonds. So they're probably not going to move university to move cricket team.
Yeah.
But will they still get the same coaching, I guess, because there's not necessarily a lucrative career in women's cricket still, and a lot of them do go to university. That I'm not sure if that's really been taken into account when considering what, obviously for the professional players it's one thing, but when you look at tiers 2 and 3, what that's going to look like for them potentially.
Yeah, it feels like they had a system that was kind of working and they've ripped it up to make it better without actually necessarily putting the steps in place for it to work. And for example as well, you've got players that play for the current version of Hampshire, for example, the non-professional version. Where do they now play cricket?
Well, a lot of them are getting cast aside, unfortunately.
Kyle Abbott's coming into the attack, and he's getting a wicket straight away. It's Ben Compton who goes. Abbott's very first delivery since coming back on from the Nackington Road end has drawn the edge of Ben Compton's bat. This time it has been caught, and it's been pouched at second slip, low down by Toby Albert. And Ben Compton has to go for a gutsy 51 from 146 balls. And, well, an hour and a half into the action here on day 3 it's taken for Hampshire to get their first breakthrough, but finally they have it, and Compton goes, and Kent 133 for 6.
Yes, that's just what Hampshire have been looking for all morning, was making more inroads into the Kent batting lineup, which looked resolute, and Compton had batted well for his 51, but there had been a couple of chances, and it wasn't quite 3 lives for the Kent opener, who had stayed there while the wickets tumbled around him on day 2.
So Charlie Stobo will come in to join Harry Finch, who's on 42. Just looking briefly elsewhere, Nottinghamshire 81 for 6 against Essex and trailing by 376 runs. They are not out of it in terms of relegation. Neither are Lancashire, who were 228 all out, and Durham in reply are 450 for 4. Crikey, Durham bat fast, don't they? Their run rate is something. I think Beddingham's a 223 not out there. Ackerman 147 not out. And then Surrey, in comparison, batting rather slowly at Taunton. 230 for 8. Still 90 runs behind.
How many wickets in that match have fallen to spin?
Most of them.
Because they were bowling some of their spinners quite early on day 2.
Archie Vaughan has got a 6-fer.
Wow.
In that one.
Oh, that's good. His dad was heading down there after the test at the Oval, so hopefully he's managed to see quite a lot of his son's impressive.
And then Jack Leach just got the other 2, so
all of them.
All of the wickets in the Surrey innings have fallen to spin. And then Shakib got 4-fer, did he, in the first innings? So yeah, 12 wickets to spin. Right, now the bat is being very much crowded as Stobo plays this awkwardly off the back foot out towards mid-off. Last couple of weeks, Charlie Stobo's struggled with the bat, and I don't know if it's to do with the broken finger that he had against Worcestershire, but he's looked, certainly in recent times, a lot more tentative at the crease than earlier on in the season, where he was really chipping in quite nicely with the bat for Kent. Just the last few games, in fact he got a pair at Edgbaston. So here comes Abbott to him, defending this one up towards mid-on.
Well, you said the field was packed, so there's 2 in the slips and 1 at short leg, and 2 more at mid-wicket, only about 5 yards from each other, which is quite close on that side. Those are all the catching positions, and then there's a point mid-off, quite straight mid-on, and obviously fine leg on boundary. So they're not protecting the boundary at the moment, Hampshire.
Abbott to Stobo, better forward defensive out towards mid-off. Clouds have returned and the floodlights a bit more prominent once again. Still some blue sky though up ahead. It's not blanket cloud by any means. What
time did you go off yesterday?
I'm not sure, but I believe we're going until 12:40. Lunch will
no,
be
I meant for light.
Ah. It was around 5 o'clock-ish, I believe. Yeah, and we've just seen Kent lose their first wicket of the day. In fact, it took an hour and a half for Hampshire to get their breakthrough. Ben Compton, who has been digging in at the top of the order, out for 51, caught at second slip by Albert off the bowling of Kyle Abbott for 146 balls he ended up facing for his 51, and putting on a good partnership actually with Harry Finch, having Kent started the day on 64 for 5. They are now 133 for 6, so still well behind Hampshire, 270 runs behind, 4 wickets remaining in their first innings, as Charlie Stobo just gets off the mark with a little tickle round the corner. The Australian overseas has come in to join Harry Finch. Of course, Kent trying to put relegation, well, a delay on it at least for a further week here, as commentary continues on the BBC Sport app and website. The bottom side in Division 1, 135 for 6, and if you would like to listen via your smart speaker, you can say ask BBC Sounds to play Kent against Hampshire Day 3. Thanks to Sonia Twigg, who has vacated this side of the commentary box for the time being. And Kevin James is back.
Well, that's a bonus for Hampshire. They were only made to pay 19 runs by Ben Compton. He doesn't offer that many chances on it. He doesn't feel like he does, but having been dropped in the slips on 32, Toby Albert made amends 19 runs later. 79 partnership for the 5th wicket between Compton and Finch.
Liam Dawson about to bowl. Somebody's putting some bright yellow shin pads over their or under their trousers. Out of point at the minute, but I'm sure they're going to be coming in a bit closer than that.
Hope the trousers go over the top. Look a bit odd otherwise.
Preferably, yeah.
It's still very bright. So Dawson round the wicket. Oh, he's wrapped on the pads. Going down. I think it's going down. Finch pushing forward. The ball coming in with the arm. Just a slip for Finch, who once more has played nicely against Hampshire. He's 42 not out as Dawson seeking his first wicket into his 13th over here. Oh, slightly slower this time, and Finch on the back foot works that on the onside. It is very much a patience day for Hampshire here. They won't expect the ball to dart around like it did day 1 and day 2. This is a typical Canterbury affair now, where you just whittle away, and just wait for the odd mistake, and maybe just the odd ball keeps a bit low. That's pushed out on the leg side by Finch. Moves on to 43, 136 for 6. Interesting to hear you say about Charlie Stobo actually as well, because the couple of innings or so he's played against Hampshire, he's also looked at quite a decent player with the bat.
Yeah, which was why it was a surprise kind of how out of sorts he looked last week, and ended up getting out very cheaply in both innings and didn't stick around for long. So yeah, I do wonder if that broken finger he's had has made it uncomfortable for him batting how he's feeling out there. But off the mark at least in this one.
Dawson's got a silly mid off for the Aussie. Short. It's easily played on the leg side. That is the length for a spinner anyway. That is a little too short.
Yeah, because was it these two that put together the partnership in the end at Beckenham, which got Kent over the line in the One Day Cup?
I think it was. Yeah, I'd have to have a look at that. I think you're right. I think your memory would be better than mine, Ben, to be honest. But it sounds about right. That's a good length, which Stobo pushes forward to.
Yes, Stobo 32 not out, Finch 53 not out.
That's right.
It was a 170 chase, and of course Kyle Abbott bowled 10 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 16.
Oh yeah, got wickets early on, didn't he? Yeah, of course, I've forgotten about that innings from Finch as well. So he's been good against Hampshire this year. Second innings of the championship game earlier in the year at the Utilita. Stobo's on the back foot. There's just not a lot of pace there for Dawson, not a lot of bounce, and seemingly not a lot of turn either. 136 for 6.
Is that what they call in the Rose Bowl these days? I can't keep up with the...
Yes, Utilita.
Sponsor name.
Yes, I know. It's there is an article on the BBC website actually right now talking about the Great Solar Panel Switch On.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what I'm calling it anyway.
The great solar panel switch on.
Yeah, it's going to save them. I'll read the article, actually. I should know because I've been told often enough, but I think officially today's the switch on ahead of the T20 International tonight.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I think the roof of the hotel, the 2 stands are all covered in solar panels now.
Mm.
And I think a couple of other buildings on the nursery ground as well.
Excellent.
I think it's a 6-figure sum a year they're saving in costs.
136 for 6 then, as Abbott into bowl to Harry Finch. Defended away. He's clearly trying to bowl pretty straight here with just his one slip and short leg and catching mid-wicket. So trying to threaten the front pad and the stumps of Harry Finch. He's got 43 so far from 88 deliveries. Sunshine back out here at Canterbury.
I've just found it. 1,044 solar panels.
Wow. Full delivery, driven away up towards mid-off. Fantastic pickup, one-handed, then hurled in and out towards the leg side boundary, but well backed up. Ben Compton, in his 70 that he got first innings at Warwickshire, got 2 5s. Twice he pushed one for a single that got overthrown for 4.
It's unusual, isn't it?
Yeah, very unusual. I thought it was a quirky stat at least.
It is. Worth mentioning.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Here comes Kyle Abbott to Charlie Stobo. 2 slips in for him. The Australian defends back to the South African fast bowler.
25% of the venue electricity costs annually saved.
That's fantastic.
That's a lot, isn't it?
Yeah,
and
it
you include
really
the
is.
hotel and everything.
Yeah, that's brilliant.
That's a lot, isn't it?
It's all that sunshine you get down in Southampton.
Of course. God, today they'll be working overtime, those panels. Day like today. Wouldn't have got too much the last couple of days.
They should get some to put on the roof of the retirement apartments, shouldn't they, here at Canterbury, perhaps?
Well, that would be facing the sun, definitely, wouldn't it?
Abbott bowls. A little flick into the leg side for Stobo. They'll get one, and probably just the one, yeah. As it's thrown in from that shorter boundary, playing quite a long way down the square this week. So from our commentary position, we're kind of second slip all the way down towards the third man boundary at the moment, behind Harry Finch. A lot of the members have tucked themselves away right across to the one side of the upper pavilion. Away to our left-hand side as this one's driven away by Harry Finch. Out towards mid-off.
I'll tell you what, in here, you could do your bit to save the planet. If you could find a couple of solar panels, those little portable ones, and bring them in here, we could power all our computers, maybe even what we're saying.
Ooh.
In the future.
That's an idea.
It could be a little project, couldn't it?
I've always joked about growing tomatoes in here, but that sounds like a much better idea.
That would feel a bit odd, tomato plants growing at the back of us.
Yeah, it would be a bit weird,
Yeah,
wouldn't
a bit weird.
But
But certainly, yeah, a couple of little solar panels, work the mobile phone off it or something.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
Here comes Abbott. Play and a miss, as he nicked it, he has. Harry Finch's resistance comes to an end. Kyle Abbott's come back on and got rid of both Compton and Finch. 44 for Finch off 90 balls, but he's taking his gloves off and walking off, going for a drive. And Kyle Abbott picks up his 5th wicket of the match and of the innings. And the South African is driving Hampshire back into the advantage in this game. Kent now reduced to 138 for 7.
Well, he's playing his 100th first-class game for Hampshire in this game. He was on 399 wickets before the start of play. He's now extended that to 404, and that is the 26th time that he's taken 5 wickets or more for Hampshire in first-class cricket. So that is effectively, that's happening 1 every 4 games by my maths.
Yeah, that's a stunning average, isn't it? And I'll get this in now. It wasn't the best ball he's bowled today by any means, but I think perhaps that was what got him the wicket, that he is and has been so consistent. He offered a bit of width there to Harry Finch and he chased after it and wasn't good enough to hit it for 4 and nicked it instead. So fair play to Kyle Abbott for just throwing one out there, saying, go on then, see if you can hit that, and he couldn't. So yeah, we touched upon how well he bowled with the white ball in that game at Beckenham, and here at Canterbury, continuing to show his class, Kyle Abbott. 5 of the Kent 7 wickets to fall, courtesy of his efforts in his 15 overs so far. 3 maidens, 5 for 41.
I mean, just reading those stats alone, I mean, he's been an awesome signing.
Oh,
I mean, he's 37 years of age now, so
it's probably up there in Simon Harmer levels of, good overseas signing, really.
Yeah, I think you're right. So Charlie Stobo has 3 men to keep him company, plus the keeper, 4 in total. Here's Dawson. Oh, that's kept a little low. Stobo nudges that away on the leg side for a single. Moves on to 4. 139 for 7. Kent very much in danger of being asked to follow on here. Still 264 runs behind. 150 the follow-on figure, just in case anybody's not 100% sure.
A long way off that.
Yeah, here's Dawson. Nudged away for a single. Parkinson off the mark straight away. 140 for 7. So the 2 wickets that have fallen this morning, Compton 51, Finch for 44. Basically the 2 main batters that Hampshire wanted to get out first of all. Stobo back on strike, tall figure. Dawson flights that one. Stobo drives pleasantly, but only as far as Abbott at mid-off. 5 for 41, Kyle Abbott. I remember here, I don't know if you did the game back in 22, April 22, when Hampshire came here and won by an innings, and Abbott got 2 quick wickets straight after tea when it looked like Kent were going to bat all day. Might have even been 3. That's played out on the offside. I think we got to tea on the 4th day, and Kent had only lost, I don't know how many wickets. It wasn't many. And then I remember thinking, going to be here till 6:30, and then Abbott went bang 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 straight after tea, and then the game was wrapped up about 40 minutes after tea.
Yeah,
half an hour. Were you there?
I think I was. Yeah.
Came out of nowhere, didn't it? That's defended by Parkinson. Out on the offside. Clearly likes this ground. Kyle Abbott.
James Vince seems to as well, actually.
Yes, gosh, yeah. He's done a few things over the years, hasn't he? Here, played absolutely unreal first innings, 88 here. Well forward, Parkinson smothers that one from Dawson, who's now has completed 14 overs, none for 35. Kent 141 for 7. Was it a 90 odd he got here in a T20 game?
Yeah, he's had a few good white ball knocks here for sure.
Was that the one in the mist?
Yeah, when we could barely see through the commentary box windows.
In the evening.
Yeah.
That was incredible.
Yeah, it was really murky that night. It's kind of hot, sort of a pirate ship movie type scene. It was, it was a bit Pirates of the Caribbean, wasn't it?
It's weird, wasn't it? Mind you, when I drove here, I've lost track. So Sunday night, when I got here, late Sunday night, there was mist driving, because I couldn't get into Canterbury, the road was closed. So I had to drive around a couple of country lanes, and there was some serious mist around.
Yeah.
Is this a well-known area for that?
I think it comes off the coast a bit into this sort of area, yeah. We definitely do have it sometimes on T20 nights, as this one's a short ball from Abbott through to the keeper. Yeah, sometimes it'll be raining everywhere else in the country, and at Canterbury it won't be. And then other times this mist or a rain cloud will just appear, and you're like, where was this? This wasn't meant to
very localised
come from. Yeah, can be. Has its own microclimate, we sometimes say, Canterbury. So still another 20 minutes until the scheduled lunch time, as Abbott bowls wide of the off stump to Stobo, which of course could get extended if Hampshire can get another couple of quick wickets. At the moment though, Kent's Division 1 stay may not be over until next week. Nottinghamshire are 93 for 9 against Essex. So not currently going to pick up any batting bonus points either. And I think if they were to lose with very few points, it would delay proceedings, at least for a week, as that's overpitched, and Stobo drives very pleasantly past the wide mid-off fielder inside of him, past Kyle Abbott to move on to 5.
Yeah,
5? No, on to 9.
Sorry. They're the team you've got to catch, aren't they? Notts.
I mean, let's be honest, Kent aren't catching anybody. They'd have to win both games after this one, or this one as well somehow, and other teams get virtually no points. I don't think that's going to happen. It's more a case of when it happens, rather than if. As Abbott bowls to Stobo, leading edge into the covers, but wasn't really airborne at least.
So the live table at the moment has you on, what, 74 points? Nottinghamshire on 118 currently. I think that's from overnight, isn't it?
Yeah, that was last updated last night, I think, yeah. Like got stumps in all the games.
That's a lot of difference.
Yes, yeah. So
I'm still trying to work it out. So 26,
it's
36,
big
44 points.
Yeah. Ken have got to win all 3 games, haven't they? Then the other Notts have got to get basically nothing.
Well, you've made up 1 point from the start of the game.
Every little helps.
Sure.
Driven up towards mid-on, a tumbling Abbas, I believe. Yes, does the fielding. So Stobo moves to 10. 146 for 7.
Yeah, it was 45 points difference before the start of this game. So on that current rate, you might catch them in about the year 2054.
Couple of slips for Matt Parkinson then, who's on strike here for this final ball of Abbott's 16th over. In and bowls, just pushed away out towards that wide mid-off fielder. End of the over. 146 for 7. Peculiar that the umpire at that end is not wearing a hat of any description. How often do you see umpires not wear hats?
Agreed.
Especially on a sunny day like today.
Yeah, 4 days in the sun for 8-9 hours a day. That's recommended, is it?
Could be the last bit of sunshine he gets all summer.
Well, he's probably making the most of it. I got an email here from Neil Housworth of Explorer Coffees, other coffee companies available. Mixed start this morning, says Neil. Was kind of expecting a flurry of wickets for some reason. I'm not sure that was really ever going to happen with the change of conditions. Good news about the great switch on of the solar powers at the bowl. Wow. Yeah, they're all saying that. Great news about the solar power switch on. They're all jumping up and down in the streets of Southampton. As that's worked out into the covers by Stobo. Start of a new over from Dawson.
I like the bowl. Let's just call it the bowl.
Yeah. That sort of goes right across any sponsors then, doesn't it? Yeah, good luck to everybody tonight with that T20 game against Australia. Fly T just bowled! Oh, Stobo pushing forward, and I think it's got in between bat and pad. It was a slower ball there from Dawson. And Stobo just slightly playing across the wrong line. I'd like to see if it's just bitten in the surface a little bit, but he's gone for 10. That's the 3rd wicket of the morning, and it's 146 for 8 now. Just watching this again, and is that turn? Has it caught the inside edge?
Yeah, it didn't really turn, to be honest. It's just gone through the gate. Stobo's just left a little gap there, and if anything, almost looked like the arm ball or a slightly slower delivery, and it's just gone in between bat and pad, and Stobo has missed it and been bowled for 10. So 146 for 8. There is indeed a chance then that Kent could be bowled out before lunch, and that certainly wasn't looking likely when Finch and Compton were still going after an hour and 29 minutes of the morning, up until the point when Kyle Abbott came back on and got Compton straight away. So Garrett comes out at number 10, and well, if you were saying about Brad Wheel being a good bat for number 10, George Garrett arguably one place too high at number 10.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, probably. Maybe I'm being slightly harsh, but
Yeah.
yeah, he probably is at number 11. Bless him. 24-year-old. I'll try and back that up with his career average, which is with the bat 14. Surely not. That seems a lot. 14.
What's his highest? First class? 'Cause I know you're looking.
48 as a night.
That's not bad.
That was as a night watchman, and he did actually bat very well in that innings.
Left-hander.
But he's got 127 runs total, and this is his 12th game.
So Dawson over the wicket looking for the footmarks. Well forward there is Garrett.
So he's obviously got a few not-outs in there that
Yeah.
are boosting the average.
Yeah.
I mean, he can hold a bat, don't get me wrong, but he probably won't score loads with it. This will be tough against Abbott and Dawson for sure.
Tough for anyone at the moment as he's on the back foot. Plays that and steers that out to short mid-wicket. Well, you're right, though, I have to say, in that first hour and a half, apart from that one chance that was put down, obvious chance, by Compton, they didn't look in too much trouble, and it looked like it was going to be a long haul for Hampshire, but 3 wickets have certainly changed the complexion of this first innings today. That's pushed out quietly on the offside, and Albert now assumes the position of silly mid-off. Fletcher Middleton at short leg, and it's the captain, James Mintz, in the slips. Just taking their time here. Dawson's taking his time. In again, and Garrett's on the back foot. Pushes that to mid-on. That was safely enough negotiated. Dawson 15 overs, 1 for 35. His first wicket of the innings. Charlie Stobo, which he found the small gap to just wriggle that ball through between bat and pad. 146 for 8, which means Kent trail by 257.
Yeah, having said that, George Garrett's number 11. You don't get number 11s like they used to make them. You know, these lads these days can all like block the ball and hold the bat the right way round and stuff. I miss the days where number 11s were complete rabbits and just used to come out with no foot movement and swing aimlessly. Michael Hogan style. It was always good fun.
That was the thing. It was fun and entertaining.
Yeah, exactly.
Wasn't it?
They're all a bit boring now, aren't they? They can all defend. They've all been drilled and worked on their technique, which bowlers never used to bother doing.
Yeah, I think they even practice their range hitting for T20s now as well. I mean, you think, what?
Outrageous. So Parkinson on strike, change of bowling. At the Nackington Road end, Brad Wheel into the attack. Ooh, down the leg side. There's even a leg slip for him, as well as 2 slips. And a shortish mid-wicket and a shortish square leg.
So Abbott's had 2 spells this morning, hasn't he? The first spell this morning was from this end, wasn't it?
Yeah.
4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 14. I'll work out his second spell.
Yeah, good burst down the slope, down the hill. Brad Will now taking that on. Ooh, and he's been driven away here by Matt Parkinson. Out towards the Les Ames stand. Is it going to make it all the way? The ball, it's just stopped. And they will come back for 3. But that was a really quite pleasant shot from Matt Parkinson. Speaking of blokes who used to be a bit of a rabbit but has worked really hard at his batting and can now play shots like that. Matt Parkinson, I think, has this season twice broken his or got new first class best score, and also got a new list A best score with the bat. So he's enjoyed working with Toby Radford.
Oh, of course, Toby Radford's here, isn't he? I thought I saw him in the nets earlier, actually. Yeah, I forgot it.
I think he was out there with George Garrett, actually, when I arrived.
Let's see if it's worked.
Well, it's worked for Matt Parkinson, that's for sure. 149 for 8, Kent, with Garrett on strike. Left-handed, so Wheel will come around the wicket to him. Let go outside the off stump. It was nice to see Garrett taking some wickets, swinging the ball in that first innings. He started off with a little bit of promise, and then just felt like he maybe, through being in and out of the team a bit, had kind of lost a bit of the groove that he'd found, and was quite expensive early on at Edgbaston 2 weeks ago, and then got a couple of wickets late on in the Warwickshire innings. Warwickshire, by the way, got skittled out by Worcestershire today, as this one's left alone outside the off stump. I don't think I read that score out earlier. Warwickshire are actually following on. They were 128 all out in reply to Worcestershire's 307.
So they lost, by my calculation, 128 all out.
Yeah.
They lost 6 wickets for 14. Is that right?
Yeah, because Davis was on 58, the opener, so they were 103 for 3?
I had them down 112 for 4 overnight.
Yeah.
Quickly wrote that down.
So they were... This one's defended away by Garrett. They were 103 for 3 before Sam Hain got out. And then, 112 for 4 overnight. And then, 128 all out.
Wow.
Tom Taylor with a 6 for. He took out the lower order. Logan Van Beek got Barnard and Hain. And Brooks got rid of... Davis was the 3rd wicket. So, Tom Taylor the main man there. And then, following on, as Garrett defends out towards point, Warwickshire are 48 for 1. With Robbie Yates out. So, Warwickshire again are not out of it. Between Warwickshire, Nottinghamshire and Lancashire, they're all kind of... Nobody's quite getting out of trouble and putting something together. Worcestershire, out of all of those possible other contenders to join Kent in getting relegated, have done the best in recent weeks. Of course, the pre-season favourites to go down, straight back down. But and then Durham have kind of done as well as people might have expected. They were kind of being touted as, dark horses, or at least, people thought they'd be competitive, and they have been.
Yeah. So Dawson about to start a new over. We're doing an extra 10 minutes this morning to make up for the time we've lost.
Update on the way in a moment for BBC Radio Kent as Dawson bowls. Defended by Parkinson. So how many did we see Compton and Finch put on earlier on? I think it was 79. This one's defended away by Parkinson again. Dawson bringing him forward on the front foot. Here comes that BBC Radio Kent update. As Dawson comes in to bowl to Parkinson again. Once more nudging it defensively. Day 3 of the action. It took an hour and a half of it for Hampshire to get a breakthrough, but since then they've got a few more. So Kent have been reduced now to 149 for 8. A 79 partnership between Ben Compton and Harry Finch earlier on. Compton then got out. Very first ball of Kyle Abbott's second spell for 51, and then Harry Finch followed for 44. Abbott taking a 5-wicket haul in this game, and then Liam Dawson, the former England spinner, has come on and removed Charlie Stobo as well, the Australian overseas for Kent, for 10. At the moment, results elsewhere. Nottinghamshire struggling in their match at Essex means that Kent's Division 1 stay, or at least their relegation, might be delayed until next week, but still bottom of the table and very much looking like they are going to be, well, not only losing this game but also heading towards the drop. They're still 254 runs behind Kent, 2 wickets remaining in their first innings, so Hampshire very much the favourites here at Canterbury. You can continue listening to the commentary. We've got around about 5 minutes or so until the lunch break via the BBC Sport app and website, and you can also say to your smart speaker, ask BBC Sounds to play Kent against Hampshire Day 3. So Kent seeing out that over from Dawson. And we've got around about 6-7 minutes until the lunch break, unless Kent lost another wicket, and then we're here for another half an hour potentially, or until Hampshire take that last wicket.
We don't want that, do we?
Not really.
No.
Let's have lunch. Let's all have lunch first.
Wheel for the Nackington Road end. Stober. Garrett on the top of the pads. trickles out on the offside. You probably did mention this, but I'm just looking. Nottinghamshire, you're right. They lost 9 wickets this morning.
They've had a
shocker there, haven't they? You probably mentioned, so apologies.
No, you carry on.
But
I haven't actually looked at their scorecard in depth, I don't think.
So they were 37 for 1 overnight.
Oof.
93 all out. Wow, that's another massive collapse, isn't it?
Porter 5 for in that one. Harmer 4.
Well, the usual suspects. We didn't need to mention that, really. We would know.
No.
Left alone outside the off stump. So who are the most likely? Oh, yeah, Porter and Harmer.
Yeah, I think Cook took the one last night, but then, Porter and Harmer today.
Snater wasn't even used. I don't know if he's playing. But he's been a good backup the last year or so, hasn't he? He seemed to improve
really
quite a
good,
bit.
Yeah, he has, actually. So much so that Ben Allison's gone to Worcestershire to try and play First Division cricket next year.
Yeah.
But not sort of good white ball team. Never quite cracked it in recent years in red ball.
All short ball, and Garrett just fends that away on the leg side. Ben Brown throws it to the far end.
Young team this week as well.
Worcester.
Yeah, sorry, Notts. Luke Fletcher aside.
Oh, Luke Fletcher's playing, is he?
Luke Fletcher's playing, but other than that, they've got some pretty fresh-faced guys in that team.
Applause for the 150 for Kent. It's come up at a cost of 8 wickets, 3 of those this morning.
The likes of 16-year-old Farhan Ahmed.
Oh, yes.
Who took all those wickets against Surrey last week. Freddie McCann batting at number 3. Rob Lord as well.
Oh, they are new names. Wheel again over the wicket. Parkinson punching that one up towards extra cover.
Yeah, I've got some research to do before next week on some of those new names.
Well, we pitched up to Worcestershire in the 50 over competition, and I didn't recognise one name in their bowling attack, not one.
I think the only reason Matt Cole did was because half of them had played for Kent Twos at some point this season. And that they were going to beat Kent.
I know you were talking earlier, and I know the talk is a lot around here of next year and what things might look at. I'm just trying to think. I know we played you guys, as you were talking earlier, a 50 over game at Beckenham, which you won. We're playing a missing outside the off stump, and of course 50 over competition does bring through the youngsters. We see them a lot earlier than we would normally. Who would you have down as somebody that you think Kent should invest their time in, of the youngsters that played in that competition?
Yeah, I think Jayden Denley's top of the list. So he's like some of the guys that also played in that game for Hampshire, Eddie Jack, etc. has played England under 19 cricket already, and he's shown in the brief red ball stuff that he's got a good temperament for this format as well.
Wheel into Parkinson. He's leaving that one alone outside the off stump. End of the over, 150 for 8.
I think I almost put it to Matt Walker last week that does the reset start now? Do you almost say to Jayden Denley, right, we've got 3 games left of the season, we want to put you in. Obviously they've gone against that, and they're trying desperately just to win a game of cricket, aren't they? But saw him head off to the nets actually around about half an hour ago. So yeah, with the Kent batting coach, and I think Jayden Denley is one who will look to, in Division 2, you'd look to give him plenty of game time in that middle order. Obviously a very handy left arm spinner as well. As speaking of, Liam Dawson is bowling here to Garrett, defended away. I think Ekansh Singh played in that game at Beckenham, or he certainly played in one of the Beckenham games. 17-year-old batter as well. They've got another lad, Ben Dawkins, who's in the latest England under-19 squad as well. So there's 3 young batters who are kind of coming through. As ever with Kent, young bowlers there's not many of them. They're having to potentially look at overseas signings, etc., to bolster that area of the team as Garrett turns this one away into the onside. Wes Agar's already signed up to come back next year. He should take Hatfield's wickets in Division 2 in theory, if he can stay nice and fit. 150 for 8 here, Kent. So this one is defended away. Dawkins also keeps wicket as well, actually, although he is very much a top order batter anyway, so wouldn't necessarily keep. But yeah, so those are guys that would have thought be more involved next year, and the latter 2 probably in the One Day Cup, and then Jayden Denley could even now get in this team, in fairness.
Singh did play in the game against us.
Yeah, it looked tidy, but very kind of fresh. Made a few mistakes, as young players might. thrust into first team cricket as this one's defended away, maiden over. So yeah, Garrett at the moment doing his job and just blocking it out. Kent looking to try and get to lunch, which they are almost on the verge of doing actually.
And I know you've got injuries. Grant Stewart's a big player for you guys as well, isn't he? Gilchrist obviously apparently had COVID.
Yeah, Gilchrist has been ill the last few weeks. So yeah, it's a bit of a peculiar one.
Yeah, Matt bumped into him in the supermarket down the road. I nearly said the name of the supermarket. That's whipped away, but may just be an inside edge onto the pad as the ball trickles down to fine leg, or it might just be all off the pad actually, looking at Paul Pollard, the umpire at the far end. He's just signalled leg buys.
In fairness, there is only one supermarket corner shop on the corner of the ground, so
yeah,
it's not the end of the world if you say the name. People know what you're talking about.
Well, there was an orange bag that which gives the game away, that flew across the outfield, which actually stopped play for about a minute or so while they were waiting for the wind to blow it right the way across.
Did you see the flying gazebo at Northants that stopped play briefly this week?
I did see
there was a clip on social media of this cartwheeling.
Was there?
Yeah, gazebo.
Wheels around the wicket to Garrett, playing a missing. Good legs delivery, it just goes down the hill. I tell you, talking about, I saw a clip this morning. I don't know if you guys have seen it. It's who's the Brathwaite that does a lot of TMS? Is it Craig? You've seen it, haven't you?
Carlos. I have seen this.
Was it in the Cayman Islands T10?
I think so, yeah. When he's absolutely smashed that helmet.
Yeah. He's hit the helmet further than he's probably hit a cricket ball.
He was very grumpy about getting out, and as he walked off, he has launched his helmet off the pitch before he even walked off.
Smacked it with his bat and he went miles. That's played off the pad.
That's a big fine if that's county championship cricket.
Yeah. Because he was, I don't know who's bowled him.
Probably.
Yeah, well, gosh, yeah. It was a left-arm seamer, wasn't it, that bounced him, and it looked like it come off his shoulder.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, I had a little screen, but he obviously thought it did, I guess, and he was walking back, and then all of a sudden, about 10 yards from the boundary, throws his helmet up in the air and smacks it with his bat. He's
very mild and chilled on commentary, isn't he? But white line fever, as with many people.
Well worth looking for on social media, that's for sure. Garrett trying to turn that away on the onside, gets wrapped on the thigh pad. It's 2 balls left until the lunch break then here on day 3.
Assuming Garrett survives.
Assuming.
Because if you were to fall in these next 2 balls, we'll get an extra half.
We will. And those sandwiches will have to wait. I'm sure they will.
I mean, they'll be tucked away in the fridge in the other press room. So
well, somebody else doesn't come along and grab them, think they're extras and nobody's claimed them.
Let's hope not.
Here comes Wheel. Short. Garrett just plays that into the ground safely enough. Probably no more than stomach height, really. It's soft ball, slow pitch. It's going to bang it very short here to get it up around head height now. So if he survives this one, we are going to lunch.
Yeah, and part of Kent's problem this year has been the lack of first innings runs, and if you look at the table, 9 batting bonus points this season.
Yeah. 9. And then especially here as well, which, it's not the hardest place to bat at times, is it? Garrett plays and misses, so he does survive. Wheel has bowled 6 overs, 1 for 26, hasn't added to his wicket last night. Garrett will be 4 not out, so I think it is. He's just gone off the screen. And Parkinson, I think, off the top of my head, is 1 not out. But I can tell you that Kent are 151 for 8.
Other way round, yeah. Parkinson's on 4 and then Garrett's on 1. Yeah. Thanks, Kevin James, Sonia Twig, Ben Watts here at Canterbury. We'll be back in 40 minutes for the afternoon session on the live stream and on the BBC Sport app website. lunch on day 3 here at Canterbury. Kent 151 for 8, so still just about going in their first innings. Hampshire made 403 all out yesterday, and Kent were resuming on 54 for 6, but they managed to put on 79 for that 6th wicket. Ben Compton and Harry Finch, and went 90 minutes through the morning session on day 3 without losing any wickets. But then quick wickets for Kyle Abbott, who's now got a 5 for the South African, the former international for Hampshire, removed. Compton for 51, caught a second slip. Harry Finch was caught behind for 44, trying to drive a wide-ish delivery. And then Charlie Stobo, the overseas player, out for 10. But Matt Parkinson and George Garrett seeing things through until lunch at least, but it still looks like Kent will probably end up following on in this game. They're 252 runs behind. It may well be that their Division 1 status remains so until next week, but they are bottom of Championship and very much look like they will be relegated. That doesn't appear to be changing the way things are going. Hampshire, the favourites at the moment here, will be back up and running with the online commentary in around about 5 minutes time. You can hear that on the BBC Sport app and website, and you can also say to your smart speaker, ask BBC Sounds to play Kent against Hampshire day 3.
afternoon and welcome back to the Spitfire Ground, where Kent are just about hanging on with 151 for 8. One more wicket before lunch would have led to the delayed lunch break, of course, but that didn't quite materialise, chasing Hampshire's first innings total of 403. It wasn't all plain sailing for Hampshire in the first 2 days, however. They were 210 for 7 before their recovery, but Kent still trailing by 252 runs, and I believe Hampshire will need a lead of 150 to decide if they can enforce the follow-on or not, which will be our next talking point, as I'm joined by Kevin from BBC Hampshire, Radio Hampshire. Was it BBC Radio Solent? Solent, as we go into the afternoon session. Sun's out. It's very warm in our commentary box, but not quite as warm in the rest of the ground. We are slightly sitting in a greenhouse here, but Kent will resume on 151 for 8, which will be interesting to see how many runs they can add on as we go into the final bit of the Kent innings. Players just warming up. We've had some cloud around, but it's not been what you had yesterday, where you went off at 4:30 for bad light.
I know. I was trying to calculate how many overs we've lost in the first 2 days. It was just under 60, which actually doesn't sound too many. When you look at when you analyse the conditions over the last 2 days, you think, well, actually, we've probably been a bit lucky only losing that amount. But yeah, a different feel today, that's for sure.
I think it's one of those where when you go off and on, it can sometimes feel like you're losing a lot more just because of the stop-start nature than you actually do. And of course, there's not a chance to make up overs going late into the evening. Dawson will bowl the first over, and the first ball is just played straight into the ground by Parkinson, who is at the crease alongside George Garrett, with just Jaskaran Singh waiting to come in.
Yeah, not too much really. Hampshire will be hoping that anyway, that's for sure. 3 wickets they picked up this morning.
As Dawson bowls, and that's just played defensively, trickles into the leg side, fielded very well. He doesn't even have to field it, just walked and picked it up there at mid-wicket.
Tom Prest, Centurion in Hampshire's innings.
Dawson bowls. Again, that's just defended. They did this to Dawson a lot in the morning session. They just looked to sort of almost see him off and try and get runs off the bit of pace from the other end. So he's been very good at holding this end up. Obviously, he's got a wicket to show for it as well. Dawson bowls. Oh, and that one's gone past the outside edge and really bounced. That was taken really high by the wicket-keeper. And wonder if Kent will be looking at that thinking they can get Matt Parkinson into it. But you said there was a bit of spin around on day one. Yeah,
more on day one than certainly yesterday, and we haven't seen that much today, have we?
We haven't. Dawson bowls. Again, that's just played straight back to the bowler by Parkinson. I wonder what Kent's tactic is here. Do you think they try and go on the attack, or do you think they just essentially just try and survive as long as they possibly can and hope the runs will magically accumulate? As Dawson round the wicket, and that one is punched well off the back foot, but well fielded by backward point, and again that will be no run. So a maiden over to start from Dawson in the first over after lunch.
Trouble is, it's backs to the wall stuff here, isn't it? I mean, you're not even just behind in the game, you are so far behind in the game.
And the table.
Well, that doesn't help either, of course. So it's all raining down on Kent at the moment. But
other than literally.
Yeah. Well, they probably wish it would, in a way. But in this situation, I mean, you're down to your tail enders. So the job should have been done further up the order, and it hasn't. Are you really relying on these guys to get you at least to a point where Hampshire can't enforce the follow-on? Because if they do. I don't know. We were talking about this at lunchtime, weren't we? Would Hampshire enforce the follow-on if they get these last couple of wickets in the next 20 minutes or so? I'm not sure. Brad Wheel from the Nackington Road end, round the wicket, bowls to Garrett. That's a no ball. And Kent move on to 152 for 8. I don't know. I don't know about you. Sonny, you watch a lot of cricket. Of course you do, mainly at international level. I've kind of given up predicting when teams would enforce the follow-on and when they wouldn't.
So have I. I'm always surprised. It's always one of those, you're sat in slightly different press box for me normally, and you always have these discussions of, are they going to use the follow-on? And you start thinking, how long have they been in the field? And usually we say about 35 to 40 overs is the turning point.
True. Garrett flicks that away, square, behind square on the leg side, and we'll pick up a single, moves on to 154 for 8.
And I think that might be even more true in county cricket, just because of how many more overs there are in a day. And also, it's a really packed schedule at the moment until the end of September. So they really might be thinking, we don't want to go all out in this game and then our bowlers start pulling up with little niggles as you get to the really crunch point in the season. So I just wonder if they'll be a little bit cautious. And they've got so many runs to play with. I mean, there's no reason why they shouldn't be.
Wheel over the wicket to Parkinson, who's leaving that one alone. Yeah, the decision was easy up at Old Trafford 2 weeks ago, where Hampshire didn't bowl that long on the morning, and there was a bit of weather forecast for the day after, actually, so there was no decision to be made. They put them straight back in. Here, I don't know, you're right. I think if you get into the middle of the afternoon, I would hope to think that wouldn't be the case from a Hampshire point of view, but I think there'll be some hard yards to do in the second innings, if that's the case. Here's Will. But I think at the moment they probably would. He's playing a missing outside the off stump. A bit of an expansive shot there. That was neither a half volley or... There was a bit of width. But that's about all.
Well, I also think it'll be interesting for them to think, if the wicket is getting flatter, do they want to give their bowlers another run out straight away, where they could be in bowling all day today, they bowled yesterday and potentially into the start of tomorrow, or do they want to try and put on runs as quick as they can and then say to the bowlers, right, you've got all day?
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? Unfortunately, that decision rests elsewhere, because I would hate to make that. Wrapped on the pad, but it's going down the leg side. Down the hill here at Canterbury. But yeah, all those calculations, and you have to think about your bowlers. Your two premier bowlers, seam bowlers for Hampshire, Abbas and Abbott.
Well, I'm sure the captain's having a word with them as well and saying, how do you feel? Which would you rather do? Any little niggles, anything that you're seeing in this surface? If they think it's getting easier to bat, they might decide maybe not.
Yeah. And I think also, as Will comes in, length ball, Parkinson keeps it a little low, plays it back to the bowler. I think the distance between the two teams as well. I mean, at the moment it's just under 250, which is massive, really. But is it massive if 2 or 3 players get in? That can be whittled down, especially on this wicket, really, because with the sunshine out, it's going to be a lot easier second time round.
Well, Ben's not going to like me mentioning this, but when was the last time 2 or 3 Kent players got in and made a substantial total?
Hang on, let's flick through the years. Here comes. That's a bit unfair. That's driven back to the bowler. End of the over. Will's completed 9 overs. He has 1 for 29. Hasn't added to his 1 wicket of last night. 154 for 8 Kent in their first innings. 4 to Parkinson and 2 to Garrett.
Because if you're looking at it, you're thinking they're still only in their first innings and we're already on day 3, so there's not quite as much time left in this match as you might think.
That's the other thing as well, yeah. There are a lot of permutations, isn't there, and there's a lot of factors to consider. But, yeah, how long these two last and sing afterwards, I think will definitely sway the decision.
Unfortunately for us, it's not our spreadsheets that we've got to look at and try and make these decisions. We just get to ponder about them from our nice little greenhouse up here and don't actually have to do anything too difficult. As Dawson will bowl over the wicket to Garrett, who defends that one into the offside, where it's fielded by Silly Point. Silly Point or Silly Mid-Off?
It's probably in between.
It is in between.
Silly Mid-Off? Oh, it's more, yeah, probably more Silly Mid-Off. But not straight as he could be.
He is almost on the strip, though.
Yeah, that's true.
Dawson bowls. When that one's gone again past the outside edge, but I think he was in control of that. I think he just pulled his bat out of the way at the last minute there and watched that one through to the wicketkeeper. The problem is for Kent is they can't just keep surviving for as long as possible. They do actually have to score some runs. Dawson bowls. That one is pushed by Garrett up towards mid-off for no run.
As hopeless as the situation looks between now and the end of the season, you've actually got to win the game. So you've got to think about how you're going to win the game, even if it looks hopeless.
Dawson bowls, and that's just defended straight into the pitch by Garrett. Yeah, you've got to at least try, haven't you? Because I mean, we've said it earlier. There's not a huge number in, but there are quite a few in, and obviously here the biggest, most full stands are to our left and right that we can't really see. Dawson bowls. That one's wide outside the off stump, not capitalised on by Garrett, who just pushes it up to mid off. but you will want to put a show on for your fans. I'm sure there'll be lots watching on the stream as well. You've really got to try and make the best of it. Dawson over the wicket. Garrett goes back to it. He hasn't had great success. That one's gone through him and the wicketkeeper and is trickling down towards a very vacant long leg. And I think he might just have a boundary for it. Yes, that's going to be 4 byes, which Kent will cheer like it's come off the bat. But just takes them up to 158 at the end of that over. Not quite how they were expecting it to come, but that pretty much went through everyone.
Yeah, just every now and then one's doing something for Dawson. Probably a couple of overs and you think, oh, there's nothing in this wicket, and then just one just bounces a bit and just turns a fraction. But will keep Dawson going, that's for sure. In fact, it was less than that will keep Dawson going. He doesn't need much encouragement. Yeah,
Do you think he's metronomic? Just keeps going and going and going all afternoon?
He loves it. He loves it, Dawson. The harder the odds against him, the more he loves it. Honestly, it's a
captain's dream, isn't it?
Yeah,
someone you can just throw the ball to and say, mate, give it a go.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how many overs he's bowled this season, but my guess is it's up on previous years. I mean, with the Kookaburra, second or third round of the season, he bowled an awful lot on a docile utility pitch. That's wrapped on the pad, it's gone behind square on the leg side. Start of a new over from Brad Wheel, 159 for 8. So Liam Dawson, this season, number of overs bowled. I mean, he bowled a lot in the last game as well, up at Old Trafford, where Hampshire won by an innings. Well, including today, he's getting close to 400 over. What am I talking about? Hang on, the sunshine's shining on my... Yeah, close to 400 overs.
That's very impressive.
I don't know what other spinners have bowled. I might try and compare that. Certainly with
You're going to
Ken.
have a look.
I will. Wheel bowls again. Garrett's forward. There's a gap there in the covers. Seizes his opportunity. Scampers down to the far end. And Garrett moves on to 3. 160 for 8. So the main spinner in the Kent side would be, just thinking off the top of my head, Mike Parkinson. Yeah, of course. I just had to momentarily think about that. So Matt Parkinson this season.
The one batting now.
Yes, the one batting now, yeah. Apart from that, it wasn't obvious. Actually, he's not far off. Actually, he's about 20 odd, 30 overs away from 400 as well. Forward. Well forward there, Parkinson. That's a lot of overs to bowl. It doesn't matter whether you bowl slow. I mean, obviously, quick bowlers will certainly struggle to get that many in by now, but that's a lot of overs. And I guess Kent have relied on him a lot, actually, this season. I mean, Hampshire relied on Dawson, but they've got 2 other pretty good bowlers.
Kent also played one of their Kookaburra games at Essex, which is obviously quite spin friendly, so they were using a lot of spinners in that one.
Wheeling again. Oh, a bit shorter, it's nipped back and it's hurt. That's got Parkinson in the ribs, I think. Maybe just on the hip bone.
I think it was higher than hip bone. That looked really awkward.
Didn't it? That really bounced awkwardly.
It's also how long he stayed down for after the hit, which you never quite like to see. You always want cricket to be threatening, but you don't really want anyone to get hurt.
No.
And Ben is just telling me that the Essex game I just brought up was the last time that there was a significant Kent partnership between Daniel Bell-Drummond and Ben Compton, who both made big hundreds in that.
Wheel bowls. That's pushed out off the back foot into the covers. Good bit of fielding by Dawson.
It's not good that that was the second game of the season, but it was a good game, that, actually.
Drawn game. It's not bad. I'll tell you what, anything at Chelmsford, if you come away from Chelmsford with anything, you've done well.
Well, I think the Kookaburra ball had a few things. I mean, the ball, I was there commentating on at least the first day, I think first couple of days. The ball did absolutely nothing.
Yeah. And it's not doing a lot here. I mean, the 64th over, short, and he's got hit again. Just turned his head on that one, took his eye off the ball, got hit high again in the rib area. That was pitched shorter as well from Wheel. That was intended this time. But Parkinson, I wouldn't say stands tall, but he's still there. 160 for 8 at the end of that over.
Solid northerner, he'll wear it, won't he?
Don't show him. Don't give him anything. Don't show it's hurt.
Well, you get that classic Brian Close photo going back years, don't you, where he didn't show it, wore absolutely everything, and then there's that famous photo of him in the England dressing room afterwards with cricket ball-shaped bruises covering most of his torso.
Yeah. First time I ever saw that was in the Lord's Tavern, because it was up on the wall.
I think it still is.
Is it still there?
Got quite a lot of photos. Dawson bowls, again defended, this time into the leg side where it's fielded by mid-wicket. Brief short thought about a run. They potentially could have snuck through, but too late making the decision.
Every now and then that pops up on social media, doesn't it? And Michael Holding getting warned. So many short balls, but you think, how on earth did he not get killed in that innings?
I think they took their head out the way more than they do now, just because they didn't have helmets, so it was self-preservation. But yeah, you do think something waiting to happen. Dawson bowls, again, just prodded back to the bowler.
Yeah, it's pretty horrible to watch.
I wouldn't want to face any bowler without a helmet. I mean, I've played a lot of club cricket, and I've seen some awful accidents, mostly from people actually sweeping and top-edging the ball into their heads and getting some nasty cuts. Dawson bowls, defended, again fielded by the bowler.
Is it compulsory at club level, helmets?
No, it's not, but I guess because it's been compulsory up to 18 for so many years that most of the kids who are playing now will have worn a helmet when they were younger, so they tend to just stick with it. Dawson bowls. That one's gone again past the outside edge. We had a couple that bounced up, but that one skidded low through to the wicket-keeper.
Yeah, it's difficult because Garrett's not sure whether it's doing something out of the rough, and if it goes straight on like that, it's a difficult decision to make outside that off stump.
Dawson over the wicket. Garrett just prods that one into the offside.
I don't think I've ever seen anybody batting without a helmet for years in any standard.
I definitely have. I've got some players at my club who will decide not to if they think the bowling's too easy, but it's not something I'd do. Dawson bowls again, just skewed back up the field for no run. The end of that over, a maiden from Dawson, Kent 160 for 8. I think it's one of those where a lot of people will feel like they could do it if the bowling's slower or anything, but I think you just get in such a habit of always doing it that it then starts to feel unnatural to bat without one. And then if something doesn't feel right when you're batting, as any cricketer will know, if something doesn't feel right, it's going to feel very wrong very quickly.
Yeah. But you're right, even if it's a spin bowler, the chances of a top-edge sweep is real.
Yes, I did see a really horrible one when I was playing cricket up in Sheffield, actually. That was pretty nasty.
Well, Wheel in the Sunshine from the Nackington Road end comes in. Bowls to Parkinson, who's having a little bit of a drive at that one. Took the bottom hand off the bat. Not a particularly convincing drive. Didn't seem to be committed to the shot. 160 for 8 Kent. Have added 9 since the lunch break without losing a wicket. Those 3 wickets this morning. Ben Compton for 51, Harry Finch 44. They put on 79 for the 6th wicket, and Charlie Stobo for 10. 2 wickets for Abbott, 1 for Dawson. Wheel again, got the 2 slips in. Bowls, playing a miss in. Oh, has he edged that? Yes, he has. Caught behind. Little thin nick, driving on the up. And Parkinson goes for 4. Wheel picks up his 2nd wicket. Kent 160 for 9.
Yes, Parkinson was obviously wrapped quite hard in the ribs area twice in the over before, so I'm not sure he was looking to stick it out. I think it's only so much damage that he could have sort of made on the it feels like it's ever growing. It's diminishing, but very, very slowly total and gap between the two. But yes, Kent going to have to be trying to figure out whether they're going to be taking the field and what they can do with that, or whether they're going to be asked to bat again.
So there's 243 runs between the sides currently. So if Singh doesn't last too long, who's your money on? What decision are your money on?
Well, I haven't watched these two anywhere near as much as... Well, I definitely haven't watched Hampshire, sorry. I think this is my first Hampshire game, so I'm not sure. I think my instinct would be to bat again and score runs as quickly as possible, and then give your bowlers quite a bit of time off. I mean, it might not even need to be probably the rest of the day. Try and score as many runs as possible, give them a whole day to bowl Kent out.
Yeah.
But it depends what they've seen in the surface. and what they think they could manufacture today.
Yeah, how many overs they bowled today? So there was 25 overnight. So there's 40 overs being bowled
It's quite
today.
a lot. And it's been all seam from the neck into road end as well.
Yeah.
Although, that being said, Abbas and Abbott only bowled one spell each. So they're not going to be too tired.
No. Yeah. I couldn't call it. I might actually right now go the other way and say they will, but I'm not saying that because with any conviction actually. Here's Wheel, sings short, just fends that off on the leg side, past a diving fled to Middleton. He did bounce one in front of him though. Now this is interesting because when Mo Abbas was batting for ages yesterday at number 11, there was hardly a short ball bowled at him, and yet for Singh there's the first one straight away, first ball.
Why didn't they bowl short at
I couldn't, honestly, I was surprised. They bowled 2, I think, at most. I was really surprised.
It's a very long way away from the hour and a half of short bowling that England bowled against Australia in the Ashes last year.
Yeah, they didn't need any excuse.
That was a
Here's
long
Wheel
session.
again, length ball to Singh, who's well forward. Plays that nicely.
It's interesting, you get certain captains who like certain things, don't you, and which ploys they do and which fields they set and how adventurous they are with their fields, which is nice for us as commentators in a way that you get to see so many more fields now than you did even sort of 3 years ago, when everyone, you sort of knew exactly what or you felt like you sort of could predict what the captains were going to do.
Wheel again to Singh, just short of a length. Singh's on the back foot, pushes that out to extra cover.
Whereas as soon as England got more experimental with their fields, it sort of encouraged a lot of the county captains to do the same, and it's been quite interesting.
Yeah, and I suppose it makes, I was going to say 5-day cricket more interesting, but it's never 5 days anymore. But I suppose it keeps it watchable for you, because as I say, you watch a lot, don't you?
I do, but I think it also, you don't want to watch something where you feel like the outcome is predetermined. And umbrella fields do keep you entertained.
Playing and missing outside the off stump. Good over from Brad Wheel. 2 for 30 from him from 11. And Kent here coming towards the end of their first innings. 160 for 9, trail by 243.
Yeah, you like to see a bit of difference and people doing things their way and putting their own individuality on it. You don't want to... And also, I kind of like that they've got rid of the really negative fields that we have seen at one point, where they have everyone on the boundary and then everyone in, and or start protecting the boundaries from sort of ball one. And yes, it might work, you keep them under 300, but really, has anyone seen a good day's cricket?
Because England came under fire, didn't they, for their expansive fields in the last test? And you would have been there. How did you feel about that?
Oh, it was far too attacking for the total they were defending, was my uneducated opinion. Dawson in, bowls, and that's defended into the leg side for no run.
It felt wrong.
It felt like not having any... It wasn't so much that they didn't have anyone protecting the boundaries, it was the fact of how many people were behind the bat and allowing any sort of almost single to become a 4. Dawson in, bowls, that one's clipped into the leg side, fielded by mid-on. And so they had sort of, at one point they had 4 in the slips, gully, and the only fielder was the only fielder on the boundary was at fine leg, 1 on the off, 1 on the onside. So there was just so many gaps for them to hit. Dawson in, bowls, that one's slightly fuller and pushed up into the offside by Garrett, who will pick up a couple of runs there, hitting up the slope. The ball just stopped about 2/3 of the way to the boundary.
So because Michael Vaughan was sort of saying that they basically took the mickey a little bit, didn't they? England, as they probably didn't treat the game with respect.
Dawson bowls. That's gone for a big drive from Garrett, who misses the ball and it sort of skews straight next to him. I think it was one of those where I think they were a little bit complacent, but it also felt that they was too desired to be attacking. Dawson bowls, clipped into the leg side for no run by Singh, and it felt like they were being so attacking that they'd almost forgotten what total they were actually defending. It's all very well to go and try and take wickets, but when you're only defending sort of 160 odd, it's not going to work. Dawson bowls. That one skewed off the outside edge, past first slip by Garrett, and he will pick up another couple of runs. Won't mind where these runs are coming from right now. They'll just be grateful to... they're going to come back for a third. That was well run and appreciated by the crowd here at Canterbury.
Added 101 runs this morning now for 4 wickets, still keeping their 10th wicket intact just at the moment. Yeah, interesting. I must admit I didn't watch much of that Test match, but it did seem alarming when you sort of look at the score online and you think, wow, what a massive turnaround in such a short space of time. But, that's what can happen, I suppose. So Will, looking to finish off with a 3-wicket haul. Spoke to him last night, actually, Brad Will, after his half-century. First time he's gone past 50 in first-class cricket. He's playing his 50th game. Talking about Abbott playing his 100th. This is his 50th, as that's turned away on the leg side. I say Abbott's 100th. It's for 100th for Hampshire. Brad Will's played 47 for Hampshire. 3 others out on loan, which is pretty common these days. Kent have had their fair share of unknown players.
Well, Kent have had a bit of an injury crisis this year that when Ben gets back, I'm sure you can ask him more about, but I think it's really affected their season.
Hasn't it? Alfie Ogborn's been playing, hasn't he, last couple of games?
And their blast campaign as well was quite severely affected by that.
Yes, it was. Here's Will, and they're going to take a quick single as Garrett prods that out on the offside, and he moves on to 166 for 9. I think apart from Hampshire, I think Kent were the only other ones that didn't look like qualifying out of the South Group.
Well, it's all Southern teams in the final, isn't it?
Again. I think that's 2 years out of 4, 3 years out of 4. I can't believe Gloucestershire won that. I mean, how amazing.
No, I know. That was a brilliant game.
It was, wasn't it? I must admit, I got to the 4th and I thought, surely Gloucester, I'm going to pull this one out. Always playing the missing outside the off stump. Again, that's fairly wide. Sing this time.
Well, I think the problem with that is Warwickshire's top 3 have been so dominant in all of the blast games that I wasn't sure how much the rest of them had actually had a chance to bat, and suddenly it was all down to them.
Short of T20 practice. Match practice.
Well, it is a very different feeling when you're out there in the middle, and, I know you talk about it, but if someone's a sort of number 6, number 7, there will be a lot of games where you don't do anything, and I guess you have to be very, very prepared for when your time does come.
That's for sure. Oh, and inside edge there from Singh, who's driving at that one. It goes out to back of the square leg, not where he was aiming. It's all along the ground. And Singh moves. That's his first run, actually. He's on 167 for 9. Yeah, not for the first time Warwickshire have blown up in the quarter-finals. They did it 2 or 3 years ago, 2 years ago against Hampshire, where they absolutely dominated not just the North Group, but the whole competition. They were the standout side, and Hampshire went there for a quarter-final, and Warwickshire were just blown away, but not quite like the Gloucester game, but they were still well second. Down the leg side, well taken by Ben Brown. Not a touch off glove or bat there.
It is a slight shame that none of the England T20 players can play in finals day there.
And what do you think to it being in September as well?
I mean, I do think it is slightly ridiculous to have the final and the quarter-finals for a competition that was mostly held in May. But, I mean, scheduling and formats I'm sure come into it, but I would love to see finals day in June.
Because I can't remember when it was last year, but when Hampshire won it 2 years ago, it's down the leg side. I think it was literally pretty soon, straight after the groups, wasn't it? It was all pretty much more compact, and that felt right. I mean, I know with international games it probably wasn't feasible this year, but I remember September a little while ago, and it just, all your overseas players have disappeared. So you got none of your overseas from the group games, and it just didn't feel right.
Or you end up with slightly farcical situations where someone's signed for the final group game just so they can then play in the quarter-finals and semi-finals, and that doesn't feel quite right either. You're basically signing a player in June for one match and then re-guessing them for the potential of 2 or 3. But, I mean, the schedule, there's so many conversations about the schedule, and I think no one's happy with it, but no one can come up with a solution that works for everyone either. as Dawson bowls round the wicket to Singh, who just prods that into the offside.
Am I right in saying it's the same for next year?
I'm not even sure.
Have you heard that?
Have they come up with the one for next year?
I don't know. I've heard one or two people say that there's no change, but I'm not sure that's come from the top, if you know what I mean.
Dawson round the wicket, Singh again just plays that one straight back into the ground for no run. I think they're aligning the women's schedule with the men's schedule. That was the announcement that came up, but I'm not sure whether they've fully announced when all the relevant bits are going to be. I mean, they've just announced the India Test series. Dawson in, bowls. That's played back to the bowler.
Right, so maybe they're putting it together still, but. So what do you? I mean, well, yeah, aligning the women to the men. That's good news, isn't it? Next year.
It is. I mean, I think I'm not sure how it's going to work in practice. Dawson in, bowls, and that's defended again straight back into the pitch for no run. I'm not sure how it's going to work. I mean, obviously the T20s offer the chance at double headers, but with the one-dayers, do you really want some of the women's to be shunted off to some of the outgrounds and all of these when they're technically playing the same competition? Dawson bowls, punched off the back foot by Singh, but well fielded by backward point, and he won't pick up a run for that.
I heard you talking a bit about women's cricket earlier before lunch with Ben, but what would you like to see?
I don't know. I just feel sorry for a lot of people who've been shafted with the current one. Dawson bowls, played straight into the ground by Singh at the end of that over. Another maiden from Dawson, and the score is 167 for 9. I think it's quite difficult because I think aligning it with the counties is a good idea, but then there are so many players who've played for these counties for 10, 15 years who are just going to be shafted to make way for professional players and be told that, you know, they might have played there since they were 8, but it doesn't matter. They've now got to find different counties, and they're looking at other counties, but they don't even know what the schedule is or where their matches are going to be. And I think I do seriously worry that there's too much being put on players who aren't being paid.
Wheel round the wicket from the Nackinson Road. It's short and almost pushed into the hands of short leg, fled to Middleton by Garrett. He did have a little fence at that one, and it just pitched short.
Yeah, I do worry that there's too much, because obviously only Tier 1 is professional, Tier 2 isn't paid, and Tier 3 isn't either. I worry that they're going to be encouraging particularly younger players to play in these with the potential that they might one day be able to move up to the professional without a clear pathway of that, and just asked to dedicate a lot of time and money to training.
Will bowls, length ball. Garrett plays that out on the offside. Will fields on his follow-through. But doesn't that in a way mirror what men's professional sport is, and then if you're trying to make your way in the game?
True, but I guess all the men in county cricket are paid for it, whereas you'd be asking places from like Kent and Gloucestershire to travel up and down the country without being paid and giving up a lot of their spare time to do it. And I mean, to me that just feels a little bit like a stretch, especially if some of these players are 19, might not drive. Are you asking their parents to drive them?
Down the leg side. Stopped by Ben Brown. Yeah, well, and it was interesting again when I heard you talk earlier. I mean, there seems to be just so much not worked out yet.
Yeah, that's the big concern for me, is there's going to be a sort of, I would imagine it'll be a scramble for players to find clubs to find players once it's announced what's going to happen, which I hope is going to be soon enough that they have a chance to do this. And I think a lot of people are going to be saying, well, I'm not actually paying for a county anymore because I don't live anywhere near the county that wants me.
True. Garrett on the back foot. Ball's out on the offside. Would you have kept to the regional structure?
I think that aligning the regional structure with the county structure makes sense. I think it was confusing for everyone because there were some counties like Lancashire which felt pretty much identical to Thunder, and then some like Western Storm who seem to have completely their own identity. And when you're looking at funding, I'm just not sure how that model works in the future, because obviously...
Wheel again. Garrett does well, just keeps that one down, just short of a length.
Obviously some counties were investing a lot more in their women's side than others, and I guess this is forcing a lot of them to step up, which I also think is good, and give them the infrastructure and the proper sort of gym sessions and coaching at their main hubs. Whereas a lot of the time the women were sort of moved away from the main hubs and given their own ones. So I think this is a way to almost force counties to take their women's teams seriously, and I think that can only be good for the game.
Wheeling again. Driving, and that's a good shot through the covers. Past a diving Nick Gubbins, the ball's rolling away down the hill, and that is 4 runs. Best shot that Garrett's played in his innings so far. 13 he has, he's lasted 53 deliveries, and Kent are 171 for 9 now. They trail Hampshire by 232. Yeah, I don't know what to make of it. I see a lot of the Vipers, obviously, so that's what a lot of stuff I base it on. And I suppose it's a shame, really, because the Vipers have worked hard at creating their own brand, and that all sort of goes in some shape or form. Whether they become the Hampshire Vipers or not, I don't know. I'm not sure they will, but we'll have to wait and see.
Well, Vipers were one of the main questions when I was on these Zoom calls having these initial discussions, because they've cultivated so much of their own identity, and actually they have a lot of their own fans who won't go and watch Hampshire, but they will go and watch the Vipers. But I think that is something that is quite unique to Vipers. I'm not sure
Really?
the others have quite the same
Okay.
following. As Dawson bowls round the wicket to Singh, who prods that one into the offside.
That's interesting. Do you think that's come about because they were so successful and are so successful, but certainly successful when it was all new in 2020, 2021, and they were the dominant side?
I think also the marketing's just been really good, and they've been really good at getting youngsters in. Dawson round the wicket, bowls. That one's flighted a little bit more, but again just played straight into the ground by Singh.
And the characters they had, obviously Charlotte Edwards heading it, and so many England players.
I think that definitely helped. I think obviously Charlotte Edwards has got a lot of experience with franchise cricket and how to market cricket, and she was a huge part of England's women getting more recognition, as that one again is just played into the ground on the offside.
So they probably had a lot of things going in their favour, but of course you've got to work to create that atmosphere and to put that all together. But they had all the right credentials, didn't they?
Also, they play at is it the Utilita now? They play at the Utilita a lot more than some of the other counties. Like, I don't actually remember the last time South East Stars played at the Oval, and that obviously helps if you're playing at a proper stadium. It gets more people in, because a lot of the outgrounds are quite difficult to get to.
Well, the Stars did have a double header there at least once at the Oval, didn't they?
Dawson bowls. Singh tries to turn that one down the corner, round the corner, but doesn't get it, and it's actually been called a wide. Just pushed a little bit too wide by Dawson. Yeah, they have done a few double headers at the Oval, but it's I think aligning it closely will be good.
Yeah.
I think they've seen the 100 and how many people will come and watch women's cricket as Dawson bowls, and that one skewed off the outside edge of Singh's bat, trickled in towards square leg, and he'll pick up a run.
Yeah. It's well, obviously Beckenham's their main ground, isn't it? Certainly all the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy games are there, and there's another one there this Saturday, semi-final. Stars against the Vipers. Live commentary on the BBC Sport website with that one.
Dawson over the wicket to the right-handed Garrett, who tries to drive that one, and had he got hold of it, it might have hit short leg quite hard, or short silly cover, silly mid-off, but quite wide between silly mid-off and silly point. He was definitely in the firing line there, and that one's just been prodded back into the pitch. It's another good over from Dawson. Doesn't give a lot of runs away. Kent have trickled up to 173 for 9.
Yeah, they're on 13 for the last wicket, these two so far. Bit of a way to go to the 60 or 70 that Abbas and Will put on last night, but it's a start.
Definitely. It's been pretty dominant from Hampshire so far, though they probably would have wanted to wrap it up in the morning session.
Yeah, and just to repeat, it was always going to be more difficult just because the overheads are so different than the previous 2 days, and we all know the reputation of this wicket. You know, it is low and flat.
Well, we've had a really interesting situation today where we've had the floodlights on and the sun out, so I'm not sure what's going on. Maybe they're too energy saving once you've turned them on to turn them back off. I don't know.
Wheel over the wicket to Singh, short down the leg side. Ben Brown being kept busy there, running down the hill to take that one.
He had to sprint for that. He couldn't even just move sideways. He had to sort of almost chase it.
I think when it bounces, sometimes the slope accentuates anything that's too straight or too leg stumpish, isn't it? Because by the time the keeper moves to his left, you're running downhill. Those peculiarities of this ground here.
I like the slope on this ground.
quirky.
Mm.
Here's Wheel. Straighter. That's a nice drive up to mid-on by Singh. Yeah, two very different ends to bowl at here. Feel very different.
This is actually one of my favourite county grounds, mostly because I just really like the grass bank that you can go and sit on and watch the cricket.
To our right.
Down to our right, yeah.
I've never really taken much notice of that before. You're right, actually. It looks...
And when it's a hot day and people bring their deck chairs and just set up everywhere, it's just got quite a nice feel.
Yeah. Wheel left alone by Singh outside of the off stump. Yeah, I can see why. Oh, I'm coming off here. End of this over? Yeah, I'm being ordered off, Sonia.
You've been taken off?
Yeah. Not for good, but...
Ben summoned you
He
into
has, yeah.
the box adjacent to ours that is slightly warmer than this one.
Hey, you boy. You're off in 3 balls' time. We were searching for his 3rd wicket, one today. The 1 wicket that's fallen since lunch. Matt Parkinson caught behind. Here's Wheel. That's wrapped on the pad there, Singh. And very good reactions from Fletcher Middleton at short leg, trying to throw the stumps down. Misses them, though. The score remains on 173 for 9. Kent still trailing by over 200 here, 230 to be exact. So they are, my maths, what's that, 80? 80 away from avoiding the follow-on.
If they get there, we'll have seen something quite special, but I think it's quite a long shot at this moment in
I think
time.
you're right. All right, I'd be surprised, like you. Short. Singh! Oh, it was in the air, but to the right of Middleton at short leg. Ball makes its way down to deep backward square where James Fuller fields. And I'm going to have to leave it with you, Sonia.
Yep, no worries. A little bit of a rejig in the commentary box as Kevin makes way for Ben beside me.
He was so close to getting out the over. Just 1 ball shot. In fact, you might have just about got away with it. I can hear the travel jingle in my headphones. Yeah, that's okay. All good. Last ball of the over, blocked away by Garrett. Kevin would have got out the over just.
Garrett looks like he's playing in a slightly different climate. He's got like the full long sleeve jumper on and everyone else is out there in t-shirts.
He's gone full Darren Stevens. Must always wear a sleeveless sweater. Yeah, Kent still just about going in their first innings of batting, 173 for 9 here, trailing Hampshire by 230 runs. Ben Compton making 51 and Harry Finch 44 in a partnership of 79 earlier on. They both fell to Abbott, who's got 5 wickets. Since then, Stobo and Parkinson have fallen. The last pair, Garrett and Jazz Singh, holding on at the moment. Kent, bottom of County Championship Division 1, and very much looking like they might go down. It may get delayed, though, until next week. Surrey, of course, trying to win the title. They were 321 all out at Taunton against Somerset. Scores pretty much even after the first innings. Sussex trying to get promoted and need 8 wickets to win against Glamorgan at Hove, with the visitors still 242 runs behind. So they're looking good for a possible victory there. Commentary of all of those matches via the BBC Sport app and website and on your smart speaker too.
Update all done?
Yeah, there we go.
Well, we're going to have a crowd around the bat here.
We are indeed, crikey. More
There's lots of helmets being
stuff has been brought
ordered.
on.
More stuff has been ordered as well.
Can you get me my XYZ? So there's 1, 2, 3, 4 helmets for silly point, short leg, leg slip, and the wicketkeeper.
I don't think it's leg slip. I think it's short slip. Oh no, leg slip. You're right.
Defended away by Jazz Singh then. Liam Dawson continuing from the pavilion end. Other than that, he's got a regulation mid on and mid off. Man on the 45. Point. And mid wicket, who's pretty tight. And Slip as well, who doesn't have a helmet on, as Jazz Singh is in behind this one playing defensively.
Slip's the only one there without one. Someone else was saying, could you get my lid? I thought I heard. So
Yeah,
maybe we're about to see another one.
Maybe somebody else is about to don one. Jazz Singh comes forward and plays defensively. It shows that it's not really turning sharply for Dawson, seemingly.
I I think that's probably fair to say. We've seen the odd one kick up and one skid on, but we haven't seen too much actual turn.
Like I say, it was more bounce, wasn't it? That one that deceived Garrett and went past the keeper as well, as this one's played into the hands of the short leg fielder by Jazz Singh.
I think there was also one that almost snuck under Garrett's bat, but it was quite wide. So, we've seen a bit of variable bounce, but not much spin. But it doesn't often spin too much here.
No, not unless you get to day 4, really. As Dawson is in. Jazz Singh playing defensively. Although, as you guys have been saying, Kent do need to get some runs at some point. I still don't think it's the worst thing if they're going to get a draw in this game, or get something out of this game, then they're going to have to bat as long as possible, really. Realistically, they're not going to win the game, are they? They'd have to get 400 second time around and then skittle Hampshire, which feels pretty unlikely, as Jazz Singh defends. Maiden over from Dawson. So it's 174 for 9.
Have you started checking the weather forecast for tomorrow yet?
Well, apparently tomorrow's fine. There might be some rain around later, was what I was told.
Well, I thought it was going to be grey all day with some rain, and so far we've had bright blue sunshine.
Yeah, I think possibly at 3 o'clock there might be something, and then later on towards the evening. But who knows, Canterbury's a funny one. Tomorrow I think is sunny all day.
Well, you say that, but the weather forecast for this part of the world has just been so up and down in recent... Since we had that storm, you just honestly don't know what you're getting from one day to the next.
Yeah, indeed.
And Fuller, there will be a change of bowling from the Nackington Road end. Fuller will be coming back for his second spell today. He will be bowling to Garrett. Looks like he's going to be bowling around the wicket. Bowls, and that one's slightly short but just tucked into the leg side and fielded by short leg. I've just had an email shown to me from Kevin James saying, great discussion on what the future of county cricket in the women's game will involve. Still so many teams with no rosters at the moment, which makes it hard as a fan to stay engaged with the future. Would love to see more counties announce their rosters for next year and beyond, which is nice, but also sums up exactly what we were saying and our frustrations when we said earlier, like, so many teams and no one knows who's playing for them.
Yeah, so much still up in the air, and for the players, as you mentioned.
Fuller bowls, that one's slightly short but well played by Garrett, just off the back foot, playing it straight back into the ground.
So yeah, there's currently a queue of helmets behind Ben Brown.
I think there's 3.
3 in a row.
It's like a little caterpillar.
We had 5 penalty runs in one of our... Oh, it was a Sunday game.
I haven't seen that yet. I'd love to see 5 penalty
So yeah,
runs.
so the chap who was keeping doesn't normally... Whatever, you know, you got the gist. He doesn't normally do it.
Fuller in, bowls, that's played off the back foot again by Garrett, just straight into the ground, being very watchful here after probably watching Parkinson be struck on the ribs twice in an over.
And so rather than taking his glove off to throw it, he tried to throw the ball to somebody with his glove still on and managed to throw it over his head onto the helmet. And we only had 1 out. He's managed to scoop it over his shoulder onto the helmet for 5 penalty runs.
Please say there's a clip of that on social media somewhere.
Unfortunately, there isn't.
Oh no!
Yeah, like you
so
say.
Disappointing.
Like you say, that would have been fantastic.
That would have been a brilliant TikTok. As Fuller bowls wide outside the off stump, Garrett goes for a big drive, doesn't get hold of it, and it just goes through to Ben Brown with the gloves on.
It's a shame they didn't record that game, because that was the only one that got any runs in all season, to be honest. But there we go.
That is what you love to see. Though.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it was funny.
Those moments are what makes cricket, though. Those slightly bizarre, quirky moments. Yeah. Like there was that one, I think it was Strauss, wasn't it, who his sunglasses fell off as he threw it, and he ended up throwing it into his sunglasses, which shattered everywhere, leaving someone to probably clean up bits of sunglasses as Fuller's in. Bowls, that one is short, banged in. Garrett does his best to get on top of it, and it bounces before going through to the slips.
Well, yeah, I think there's a few guys that basically make a living out of funny cricket clips, aren't there, on like Cricket District and whatnot, and they get people to send in footage from all of their village matches, and you see some of the most hilarious catches. Some
of those village moments are actually quite incredible. So incredible sometimes that you have to watch them 2 or 3 times just to take in all the comedy that's happened.
Just think of the amount of rubbish cricket that gets filmed and doesn't get clipped up, though.
Fuller in bowls. It's played straight into the ground by Garrett, who's really having to work hard to get on top of this. There's a maiden over from Fuller, so Kent still 174 for 9.
There must be hours of footage of very average village cricket being played that we don't see for that moment to be captured.
But you want that moment to
Oh
be
yeah,
captured.
I mean it's great that there is a means of doing it now. Sure.
Sometimes what you can get as someone who plays for a club that has had a frog box is you get these, because obviously it's not professional, it's just one camera behind the arm, so sometimes they can't actually capture all of the action. Like, you'll get an incredible catch from slip and you see everyone celebrating, but the angle was skewed, so you didn't actually watch it.
Dawson bowls, it balloons up off pad to the leg slip fielder. Yeah, you're talking about the live streaming, and well, of course, that actually happened on day one here, where Joe Denley took a screamer and everyone turned around and said, we'll have to take your word for it, because those of us that weren't here, it wasn't caught on camera. It was out of shot, as this one's down the leg side by Dawson, and a wide is signalled by the umpire. I find the leg side wide from round the wicket to a right-hander rule slightly peculiar. We're really lax on any other type of wide in county cricket, but that one, it seems, is the one where they do actually signal it as it comes off the pad, drops away into the onside.
Well, there aren't sort of tram lines or anything that they're looking at. It does seem to be very much the umpire's discretion when it comes to wides.
And sometimes they have no inclination to give any, even if it might be extremely wide outside the off stump, as Jazz Singh has gone a bit old school there and padded that one away.
I love when someone pads up. You really don't see it much anymore.
No, because of DRS, people are scared to do it these days.
And also because usually someone appeals, whether or not it's anywhere near anything.
Yeah, quite. That one's defended away once again by Jazz Singh. 1 ball to go in the over. Jazz Singh's faced 31 deliveries
31
so far.
Garrett's faced 62.
Yeah,
They're still there.
he's done a good job.
Yeah.
All you can do really as a number 10-11 batter is just stick it out. Frustrate the opposition. Jazz Singh defends that one up towards mid-on, despite a silly point now very much being in his eye line.
Silly point on his knees.
Oh, that's the gully. Gully's on his knees and then silly point's crouched low. This one's pushed away out towards extra cover, end of another over. Dawson's now got through 25, 10 maidens, 1 for 43.
Well, Kevin was saying how much of a, stalwart he is, and he'll keep bowling and bowling and bowling, but he's had a fair stint this morning, and you think they might want to give him a rest at some point.
You don't need a rest when you're bowling off 2 paces, it'll be fine.
You have got stress fractures from spinners. Jack Leach had one.
Did he?
Yeah. Ruled him out of all of the Ashes last summer.
He is prone to some peculiar injuries, isn't he, Jack Leach?
Well, I think just with bowling, it has how much you use your back, isn't it? How much you're going to get a stress fracture or not.
Guess it depends how much effort you put into it as a spinner.
As Fuller bowls over the wicket, bangs that one in short. That one has been tucked and just fine of leg slip, who is on his knees in frustration. That's the one that's been edged behind that hasn't gone to anyone, and that moves Garrett onto 17 from 63. As it crosses the boundary row.
Does Jack Leach's Crohn's disease that he's got make him susceptible to injuries a bit more as well?
I'm not a doctor.
No,
I can't
know.
I can't
it's
comment with.
More of a rhetorical question.
I can't comment on how Crohn's disease affects stress fractures, unfortunately. As Fuller runs in over the wicket, bowls, tries to bang that one in short, but it doesn't get up at all, and Garrett has just pushed that one up to mid-on. Hampshire are starting to look like they don't really know how to get these two out. It might just be a case of when the mistakes happen. They seem to have tried a lot of things, including, as you mentioned, gully on their knees to Liam Dawson, despite the fact that I'm not sure anyone has edged off Liam Dawson in this innings so far, but they are really trying everything.
They could just bring Kyle Abbott back on. That would save everyone.
Do you think they've got the follow-on in mind with that, though?
Yeah, absolutely.
Fuller bowls short, and that one has ballooned up, potentially off the glove. We'll see from the umpires. It's trickling down towards the boundary rope. It won't cross it. They're running back for 3, I think, are Kent, and they'll be happy with it. The umpire hasn't signalled anything to suggest it's buys,
runs.
so that looks like it's come off the glove or something, and that will frustrate Hampshire even more, as that's they've had 2 this over that have been edged or gloved that haven't gone to any of the fielders that they've got crowded round the bat.
I'm not quite sure how that's gone between Brown and Vince. Really, I think one of them probably should have taken ownership of that. He almost didn't want to get in each other's way, as I don't know whether they were unsure if it had come off the glove, but yeah, given as runs.
Fuller round the wicket to Singh, bangs that one in short. That one is played into the ground and short of silly mid-off there, just to add to the frustration.
Yeah, Hampshire probably are getting a little bit frustrated right now that the ball isn't falling to hand, but I think seemingly this is the tactic with Fuller, to bend his back a bit and chuck a few in short. I hope one does balloon up for an easy catch.
As Fuller runs in again from the Nackington Road end, bowls, and that one wasn't quite as short as he might potentially have hoped, and just turned off his hit by seeing it down towards long leg, where he'll pick up an easy single.
Of course, the fact that Garrett has batted for so long and Jazz Singh in this partnership means the new ball's available in 4 overs.
Do you think they'll take it? I think they probably will.
Yeah, I don't see why not. Take it quickly, get a wicket, little break, go and bowl with a different new ball.
Do you think they'll enforce the follow on?
Yeah, I think so.
Fuller over the wicket to Garrett, who plays that one comfortably off the back foot straight up to mid-off for no run. I think it's interesting that they haven't bowled Abbott or Abbas as a second spell, and that's the thing that I think they've got the follow-on in mind.
Yeah, I think they probably have to follow on just for time in the game. They're a bit worried about weather later, seeing the way that, even this last pair are managing to bat for a period of time when the ball has gone a bit soft. Means you probably can't really risk having a bat yourselves unless you're going to really go out there and swing for the fences. Yeah, I think they're probably going to have to. But I think, to be honest, second time around, you give, as you say, Abbas and Abbott the new ball, and then you can, once the ball's stopped doing anything, you bring Dawson on from one end and he just bowls, and you rotate the seamers from the other end.
I think you might be right, but it is looking easier and easier to bat out there. I watched some of days 1 and 2 when it was looking quite difficult, and this is distinctly not. And we seem to have passed a bit of cloud, and we've got blue skies for a little bit as well. So that's not going to be adding to Hampshire's hopes.
So Dawson around the wicket. Oh, there's a bit of turn. Delivery. Slightly tennis bally bounce as well through to Ben Brown.
It's the first time it's turn we've seen all day.
Albert and Gubbins have got helmets on at Silly Point, and Gully and Vince there at slip. There's a short leg as well, and then Jazz Singh has knocked it over all of those close fielders. Over the head of mid-on, a couple of bounces and into some of the matting that's in front of the Frank Woolley stand for a boundary. So 37th ball of his knock, and Jazz Singh has decided he's going to chip one over the infield away for 4.
And doubles his score in the process.
Yeah, it was nicely timed, really. It was a pretty good percentage option.
There's only so often you can prod it into the ground with that many people crowded around the bat.
Dawson tosses it up. Jazz Singh has walloped it again, and it's going to be 4 more. In fact, it was an awkward bounce for Kyle Abbott at mid-off. Ball seemed to bounce just in front of him, and he's... Well, I would say he's misfielded it. I don't think he actually made contact with it.
I think he still misfielded it because it seemed to go directly through him.
Yeah. So, yeah, I guess as it's defended away into the covers, no run. I guess you probably can't really have a go at Kyle Abbott when he's got 5 wickets, but I'm sure Liam Dawson would have been slightly grumpy.
I'm sure there was a look.
Yeah.
A disappointed look.
But then you remember Kyle Abbott's got all the wickets, so you probably have to forgive him. 1-9-1 for 9 then the score has moved on to, with those 2 boundaries for Jazz Singh, who's faced 40 balls to Kent number 11 for his 12. George Garrett has got 20 from 66.
Some of the top order batters might have taken 20.
Defended, or left alone in fact, outside the off stump. 191 for 9, and of course it's a different ball game when you're a top order batter against the new Kookaburra in cloudy, gloomy conditions. But the fact that numbers 10 and 11 are doing this goes back to what Kevin James was saying earlier on, in that Hampshire will be a little bit wary that there is still a fair bit of work to be done to get 11 more wickets and win the game.
Absolutely, and I think that their top order batters will be going, well, if we do have to bat again, we really need to have it in our minds that we're going to bat for a day and a half and try and get something out of this game. I think a chance of a win might have gone. Probably, I think it's fair to say. But there's no reason that they won't be thinking we can get a draw out of this. Yeah,
and for Kent right now to stop the rot, so to speak, with all the defeats they've had, would be something. Has that carried?
It's not been given by the umpire, but I thought it did.
I don't think Fletcher Middleton's convinced. And neither was George Garrett. I think James Fuller was hopeful. But in the end, Fletcher Middleton's thrown the ball back to mid-on, and James Fuller's had to go walk back to the top of his mark, so must have just
Garrett
scooped it.
Just fended that off his hip towards short leg, who dived down, ended up with ball in hand, but I guess the umpire wasn't convinced that it hadn't grounded or hadn't bounced before, as Fuller makes his way to the top of his mark.
Fuller was genuinely thought that was out. He was waiting for everyone to give him his high fives.
Fuller in, bowls, that one's banged in short and clipped over the infield by Garrett. It falls well safe of the fielder scampering around from long leg, and he'll pick up an easy single for that.
Yeah, it genuinely looked as if he was waiting for everyone to give him a high five and go, well done, mate.
He was walking off.
Yeah.
He was like, job done, let's get on.
Yeah. And then realised, oh wait, really? Did you really not catch that on there? Without it bouncing. Oh, okay. I'm going to have to go bowl some more then.
Just to add to Hampshire's frustrations as well, because it's taken them a while to get the wickets today.
Been a few that have just landed safe.
Fuller bangs that one in short, and Singh just ducks calmly underneath it as it goes through to Ben Brown. And now he's thinking, oh, I've got to take another one now.
Yeah, so he's having to bend his back and
Well,
try
it's
and do it all over again.
quite a short ball that goes far over Singh, isn't it? Because Singh's quite a towering batter.
Yeah, he's a big lad.
So it's a very short delivery there.
Tall, strapping lad, Jazz Singh. So yeah, as you say, James Fuller's having to work really hard here from around the wicket to get it up at kind of rib height.
As Fuller bowls around the wicket, tries to bowl that one short. It hasn't got up at all, and Singh's just defended that almost in front of his knee. Looked like he was trying to bowl that one a bit shorter as well, but there was absolutely no bounce there.
Yeah, I think it was probably waist high, but just because Jazz Singh's so tall, it didn't look like it really got up that much. Probably was he could have pulled it, but he's opted to just really get in behind it and defend.
There's a box of balls below us that someone's just having a look at, and I wonder if that's them already preparing to take the new ball. As Fuller bowls, and that one's played off the back foot by Singh out towards the boundary rope. I don't think it's going to get there. Yes, it's going to be cut off just before it crosses, but that'll be another couple of runs for the Kent total, which moves on to 194 for 9. Sorry, I was ahead of the scoreboard there.
Oh, it's our friend Ali Orr, formerly of Sussex, who's down by the box of balls at the moment.
Guarding it.
Seemingly so. Yeah, I think this little spell from Fuller, Jazz Singh's played it well, but albeit he's been pretty much able to expect it to be short every ball. Fuller probably could have done with chucking in a couple of Fuller ones. Excuse the pun.
As Fuller bowls for the last ball of his 9th over. That one was Fuller and again defended by Singh off the front foot. The end of that over, Kent 194 for 9, Garrett on 21, Singh on 14, and they're still going, Kent.
Still going, to the extent that Alior's had to run out to the umpire and hand him a ball in case Hampshire do need to take it in order to get this last wicket of the Kent first innings. So between these two, they faced over 100 balls now. 68 for Garrett and 44 for Jazz Singh. So yeah, quite comfortably over 100 balls.
And I think the most important thing for Kent is the time that they're taking out of the game. I think that's been what they've done so well today, is they haven't let one wicket become two, other than Finch and Compton falling in quick succession. The others have all dug in and played their part and tried to drag this innings out as long as possible, because it's not often that late in day 3 you're still in the first innings.
Clipped away off this delivery from Dawson by Garrett. Yeah, I guess the weather is partly to play for that. Some of the rain and bad light that was around on days 1 and 2. It's glorious sunshine at the moment here at Canterbury. The 9th wicket fell in the 66th over. We're into the 79th. Now as Garrett defends Dawson into the covers.
This is likely. Dawson might have this, and that might be it for him as they prepare to take the new ball. Try and get this final wicket quickly.
Dawson bowls. Oh, Garrett's come down the wicket and chipped it wide of the man at mid-wicket for a single.
Yeah, Nick Gubbins there ended up sort of sprawled on the turf, I think.
You're probably wondering how some of these shots that have hung in the air for a while haven't gone to hand.
Or the catch that wasn't a catch at short leg.
Yeah, indeed. One of the fielders with a lid has just gone to field at mid-wicket, still with his helmet on. There's Dawson bowls to Jazz Singh. He pushes out into the covers.
You don't need a helmet at mid-wicket, do you?
No, I would suggest that I think it's Toby Albert there, just seemingly can't be bothered to take it off and waste some time. He's more at a square leg now. He could almost hand his helmet to the umpire to hold for him for a moment. Dawson tosses it up. Jazz Singh has belted it out towards mid-on. The fielder with the helmet on and the shin pads at square leg is being moved around. It's gone back to mid-wicket now.
I'm never sure what happens, whether it's a good thing to tinker with the field every delivery or not.
Dawson bowls. Defended away out towards the fielder at extra cover. End of the over. 195 for 9. With 1 over to go of the old ball, presumably. Just saw Mohammed Abbas warming up at the far end, so
I imagine that would be for the new ball, but it looks like he's going to have one with the old ball. He's polishing it.
I think he might just be polishing it for James Fuller, who's giving his hat to the umpire. And then in a moment we should probably get Kevin James back in.
Yes, Kevin can... Well, we're not sure what he's going to be commentating on, but he can take over after the end of the innings. I've got a thumbs up, so it's all good.
Innings or over?
Well, innings or over. We'll see. As Fuller bowls over the wicket to Garrett, bangs that one in short. Garrett turns that one in the gap between short leg and slip. Ooh. And it's a really good direct hit from the fielder, but I think he was well in by that point. And just a single for Kent.
Yeah, it's Dawson.
But a sign of frustration from Hampshire.
Yeah, Liam Dawson with the throw. Shall I just briefly look at scores elsewhere?
Go for it.
Pretty much even Stevens from first innings for Somerset and Surrey. Somerset 31 for 2 in their second innings. I think Tom Banton not batting. I think he'd been seen on some crutches apparently.
Fuller bowls, that one slightly fuller and just defended by Singh into the offside for no run.
Which is not ideal when finals days around the corner for Somerset.
No.
So yeah, Goldsworthy and Vaughan opened and have both been dismissed. So it's Lammonby and Abel at the crease. Warwickshire 124-2 against Worcestershire. So they're batting better second time around, but still 59 runs behind. Notts 59 for 2, having been bowled all out for 93 in their first innings at Essex. Durham declaring on 573 for 9 against Lancashire and leading by 340.
Fuller bowls. That one's thudded into a combination of Singh's bat and pad and trickles into the leg side for no run.
279 in the end for David Beddingham. And 186 for Colin Ackerman. I think that's all the Division 1 scores, is it? Division 2, Glamorgan 86 for 2 in their second innings, trailing Sussex by 220.
As Fuller bowls to Singh, who again just defends that off his bat pad and then trickles to short leg.
Northants 211 all out second innings, 219 first innings. Derbyshire were 165 all out in their first innings, so they require 240 more to win with 8 wickets remaining in Northampton. Gloucestershire in the end made 309 for 9 and declared, so they were behind but declared against Middlesex. So it's looking like Yorkshire, who need 7 more wickets to win, against Leicestershire at Grace Road. They're off for rain at the moment. Got a chance of winning that game if Yorkshire and Sussex were to win their games, cement their places in 1 and 2 in that division.
Fuller bowls, and that's an horrible delivery. That's a high full toss that's gone straight into Singh's midriff, and he goes down on his haunches, seems to be in quite a bit of pain. It's a no ball, obviously, from the umpire, but that was a pretty nasty delivery.
Ooh. Well, he's been bowling short stuff at Jazz Singh, and it hasn't worked. I'm sure he's done that on accidentally. It's slipped out, maybe going for the Yorker, but it was a really nasty beam of that.
Yeah, that's he's sort of hobbling back to the crease, holding his somewhere in his midriff between his chest, and that looks a little bit nasty. And yes, the physio is coming on to have a look at that, which had he got in slightly the wrong place could have caused some quite significant damage.
Yeah, I feel a bit sorry for Jazz Singh there at the moment. I think he's more than within his rights to have a bit of treatment. I think he's okay, but was probably just taken aback for the moment by that delivery, which was missiled in his direction.
And there was no chance of him getting away from that either. It was straight at him. There was no width or anything, I think. And there's a big difference between a Yorker to Singh and a midriff one. He's quite a tall bloke. The height difference is quite substantial.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I mean, I don't for one second think it was intentional, but it was one that completely slipped out of Fuller's control.
Didn't think he was particularly quick to apologise, in fairness. He seemed to find it a bit funny.
Fuller in bowls. That one's Fuller and defended by Singh.
I think it probably shows how frustrated Hampshire are at the moment, the fact that nobody was especially quick to check the Jazz Singh's all right.
Well, after he'd gone down for a while, Ben Brown, the wicketkeeper, walked up and was like, do you need anything? It wasn't an immediate concern.
No. I think there's the fact that he's still there after 50 balls, they're slightly grumpy.
Well, especially when Fuller thought he'd had him the last over as well. As Fuller bowls over the wicket, bangs that one in short. Singh goes for a big waft outside the off stump, doesn't hit it, and well, I won't have seen you through to the end of the innings, but I'm about to make way for Kevin James.
Thank you very much, Sonia Twigg. And well, may well have seen us through to the new ball though, because it is 80 overs up in this Kent innings. They're 198 for 9, and it is now available, and one assumes that it will be taken straight away with Mohammed Abbas to bowl from this pavilion end. A lot of the helmets and paraphernalia are being taken off the field by one of the subs. In fact, Felix Organ has wandered on to come and do some fielding. And Kevin James back alongside me. It's been a frustrating little session so far for Hampshire.
Yeah, of course. I mean, when you get down to these last couple of wickets or so, you're always just hoping that things would move along a little quicker. I think these two have batted particularly well. I think, I mean, fortunately from Hampshire point of view, obviously there's a harder ball due now, which I think they're taking straight away. I would say that the ball they've just thrown away would be softer than a tennis ball, looking at what we've seen over the last 20 minutes or so. Can I also add, I don't think I've ever seen a physio come onto the field wearing so little.
That's honestly what he normally wears. Dan, the Kent physio. He's a He's like an ultra runner, so he's short shorts and a tank top.
Yeah, right.
So Abbas then with the new ball defended away by George Garrett. I'm assuming they've taken the new ball. I'd be very surprised that they haven't. Yeah, in fact, just seeing on the live stream that the umpire did wave to say that they have taken it.
They've done very well. Singh looks better than the number 11, doesn't he?
Yeah, Singh's not actually that bad with the bat. A couple of times he's come in and got little teens or whatever. As this one's defended away by Garrett out towards mid-on. Garrett's kind of done what I was saying that he's capable of doing. He can block it without really going anywhere too quickly in terms of run scoring, but he's had a couple of fortunate ones that have... He played a couple of okay shots and then a couple of come off glove or whatever and gone away for 4 runs. Jazz Singh has got an average of 8.5. His highest score is 15. First class cricket, so one more scoring shot and he might beat that. So around the wicket comes a Bass. Short ball, which Garrett has swung at. And he's made good contact actually out towards deep square leg for a single. And the 200 not quite yet up. Somebody went early in the crowd.
39 these two have put on. They've done they've done a terrific job. It's showing that the wicket is slowing up.
Yeah.
It is getting a lot easier, which is, Kent bat a second time. There's no excuses here.
Bass runs in to Jazz Singh. Full delivery, which has been gently patted into the covers. Yeah, like you say, this is where some top order bats in the second innings need to really show up.
And I'm sure they will. This is the Canterbury wicket that I think we all thought when Hampshire turned up here it would play like.
Might be a big day for Liam Dawson tomorrow, depending on how things go. Shout for LBW, looked like it was sliding down. Umpire very quickly agreeing with that. It was only really a half shout.
Yeah.
From the 3 slips and the wicketkeeper behind the stumps.
Yeah, maybe a bit of movement up the hill here. Just watching that delivery again. Oh gosh, yeah, it's going way down.
So Bass for the final time in the over. Bowls to Jazz Singh. Hits him on the thigh pad, big thud. It drops away in front of the Kent number 11. End of the first over with the second new ball, 199 for 9. And trailing by 204 runs, Kent.
Yeah, and I make it around 55-ish overs bowled today by the Hampshire bowlers. I just think if they stick Kent in again, you're looking at an awful lot of overs second time around on top of what they've just done. It's going to be an interesting call. I don't know what you think.
I just think they probably have to force the follow-on on the basis that if there is any weather around later today, albeit it doesn't really look like it at the moment, the blue skies and bit of cloud and sunshine.
Yeah.
And the forecast for tomorrow is fine. So they probably do have enough time in the game to have a quick bat if they wanted to, but at the same time, they'll probably want to get on with things and try and give themselves as long as possible.
Fuller staying on, keeps the new ball. That's driven. Lovely shot by Garrett, and it's well fielded at mid-off by Abbott. So Fuller's continuing, having worked really hard with a tennis ball in his hand. Now has something a little harder. That was a horrible beamer, wasn't it? That that one before. Oof. I've never seen Fuller bowl a ball like that. I think you're right. It somehow slipped. I don't know how. Just tried too hard, maybe. Garrett drives up to mid-on this time, brings a Bass into the game.
I guess he's been bowling everything short of length halfway down the pitch, and then probably thought, right, I'll chuck a Yorker in here, and got it very wrong.
There's been a Yorker on about a 28-yard pitch.
Yeah. As Sonia was saying, Jazz Singh is a big lad, and it hit him halfway.
That could have been far worse, wasn't it? But at least we saw the physio with no clothes on come on. Here comes Fuller. Garrett drives. Pleasant drive through the covers. That's going all the way. Growing in confidence here. Here's George Garrett. He moves on to 24. The applause you hear is for the Kent 200 up in the 82nd over.
That was very nicely played by George Garrett. That's a Ben Compton-esque square drive. From the left-handed number 10, who's got a promotion in this game from 11.
And exactly 200 runs between the two sides now. Fuller staying round the wicket. Garrett gets a length ball, plays that back to the bowler. That doesn't feel like it's coming through any quicker, really.
No, it doesn't really.
Either that or Garrett's seeing the ball like a football now.
Well, the fact that it came off his bat a lot quicker than it had been. In fairness.
That's true. Playing very nicely, and these two now have put on 43 for the last wicket. Unbroken. Just over 48 overs left in the day. As Fuller comes in again, Garrett just eases that out on the offside. Doesn't look to be in any trouble whatsoever, nor does Singh, to be fair to him.
Shades of the Wheel, a Bass partnership.
Yeah, just shows, doesn't it, really, that this wicket is, if you get in, then you should be all right, which is probably surprising that Ben Compton 51, Harry Finch 44. Perhaps feel that they have left a few runs out there as Fuller comes in again. Garrett in behind that comfortably enough. End of the over. Fuller has 11 overs, none for 45, 203 for 9.
Yeah, I think Finch definitely. It was a wide ball from Abbott that he chased after and nicked, whereas Compton maybe just the surprise factor of Abbott coming back into the attack and then nailing it in terms of line and length straight away that got the edge.
So Abbas hoping to find something with this new ball. Being made to wait here, Hampshire. Singh, I have to say, I'm very impressed with Singh. I think he looks as though he's got the better of the techniques between the two of them. I mean, they might both be very effective out there in the middle, but I think Singh's certainly better than her number 11 on this showing.
Can he get a new first-class best? Abbas bowls to him, and he will. Angles the ball down towards third man, and it races off the bat, this brand new Kookaburra. Down towards the boundary, and Jazz Singh goes to 18.
It's a good shot. Just use the pace of Abbas. Just guided it into the gap. That's a really good shot. He has the potential to be a good all-round cricketer, you know. He didn't start off well, if I'm really honest, but he got better. His bowling got better as the first day wore on.
And he's taken stacks of wickets in Division 2. He just hasn't quite shown in... Oh, that's a big shout for LBW, and that will be out. So that's the end of the Kent innings. Full delivery from Abbas, and Jazz Singh was trying to go with a big on drive and has been given out LBW, and I think correctly. I'm just about to see the replay. Yeah, that's probably hit middle and leg. So Jazz Singh on his way for 18, but having, crucially from a Kent point of view, faced 59 deliveries. George Garrett faced 81 deliveries for 27 not out. That's going to help his average. That's why he's got such a nice little average. 207 all out. Kent trail by 196. Hampshire have to decide now whether they will make Kent bat again.
Well, I just saw umpire Ian Blackwell look to the dressing room to our left. Obviously, but they're both to our left. And he said, "You're batting," and asked for the heavy roll-up. So, but I couldn't work out which dressing room he was pointing to.
We'll get confirmation soon enough. And then when we do, we'll let you know on the BBC Sport app and website and on the live stream. Stay tuned. We'll be back in a moment. Welcome back. Second innings getting underway with Mohamed Abbas. Bowling to Tawanda Miyeye, flicks him away first ball off his hip for 4 runs. And we're back up and running. Ben Watson, BBC Radio Kent. BBC Radio Solent's Kevin James. And, well, that other new ball was only needed for a couple of overs before Kent were bowled out for 207. They now have to bat for the rest of the match, pretty much, or at least go beyond Hampshire's first innings score. Miyeye off the mark straight away. Forward to defend this next one from Abbas. Into the covers. A bit more of an orthodox field from Hampshire with 3 slips and a short mid-wicket. Interesting that Abbas has gone from the pavilion end to the Nackington Road end, the top end. I did wonder if Kyle Abbott would get first dibs down the hill.
Yeah, well, they've reverted to the situation yesterday, but they changed this morning, right?
So Abbas to Miyeye. Compton back out there, having started the day as well. At the crease, that goes past the outside edge. That's one thing with Tawanda Miyeye opening the batting. He does tend to play with quite hard hands, so it does seem to offer chances. As much as he's a very talented player and can hit many a ball for 4, he's already done so. First ball of the reply, or the second innings rather. Those 3 slips really quite tight, close together. To the right of Ben Brown for Abbas, who is punched off the back foot here by Miyeye through the covers, and this will be a couple of runs. Just 2, yeah.
So we're having a look at the number of times Kent have followed on this season. This is the 3rd time here and the 4th time overall. Worcestershire here. Obviously a bit of rain around, 146 for 4 they finished in their second innings, I guess. You'd know better than me on that one, Ben. The other times here they followed on but were 101 all out against Essex.
Full delivery from Abbas, tucked away into the onside by Miyeye. I think that Worcestershire pitch was particularly slow, and Worcestershire got a big score, but then Kent actually got a fair few in reply.
Yeah, 407. They also followed on against Lancashire here, 222 all out. Yeah, the other time they followed, yeah,
they weren't very good against Lancashire here, having beaten them on Old Trafford. Here comes Abbas, full delivery, which Miyeye drives once more. This should be 4 through mid-off. Dawson is only just jogging after it. And end of the first over of the second innings. Miyeye's already hit 2 boundaries and is on 10, and Kent 10 without loss.
186. All of a sudden that deficit's down to. The other time following on was down at Taunton, where Kent actually got 564 all out. Crawley double 100.
Yeah, Crawley double 100 in that second innings. Batted very poorly first innings, but then showed it was a decent enough pitch, and in the end probably should have got, well, if they'd have batted half as well in the first innings, they'd have got a draw out of that game, but ended up losing it.
By 8 wickets, that's right. So, that was surprising. Kyle Abbott will open up from the pavilion end, playing his 100th game, 5 wickets in the first innings, the 26th time that he's taken 5 wickets or more for Hampshire in first-class cricket, which means he's taking them every 4th game. A 5-wicket haul, which is quite prolific. Over 400 wickets now with that fifer. Looking for a few more, I'm sure. Bowling to Compton, 3 slips. Abbott to Compton, plays that into the ground. Backward to Point Fields. That's Fletcher Middleton out there.
Yeah, just on Kent, we mentioned earlier on how they've only got 9 batting bonus points all season. Generally, they've always batted better second time around. Mentioning those scores of 400 and 500 or whatever, but that, yeah, a lot of the time their better efforts are coming second innings, and you don't get batting bonus points second innings.
Abbott again. Compton in behind that one. So Compton in the first innings, 51 before he was caught in the slips of Kyle Abbott. 133 for 6 that was in the first innings. 79 partnership with Harry Finch. That was at midday, and here he is 3 hours later batting for a second time. 3:30 fixed tee today. So a short, sharp session. Compton plays and misses. That's a good delivery from Abbott. Drew the batter forward. It's just nipped a little up the hill. I was just looking at the ball before, actually. Umpire Paul Pollard looking at Kyle Abbott's follow through, which is unusual. Kyle Abbott doesn't normally have a problem with his follow through, but
there's a bit of bounce there as well, which we haven't seen with the old ball, obviously.
A little bit of kiss off the surface as well, wasn't it?
Very nice.
Abbott in again. Bowls. Compton in behind that one. Nudges that away to mid-wicket. Well, Kyle Abbott in the first innings. Well, in fact, today, he'd bowled 9 overs overnight, so he'd obviously had a good night's sleep. And he finished bowling 16 overs. So, yeah, he only bowled 7 overs today. Till today.
Be an update on the way in a moment. After the travel news, which only I can hear in my headphones at least, as this one's let go outside the off stump by Compton. Obviously they put the roller on it in between the innings, so it appears that it's helping the carry as well as flattening out the wicket a little bit for the batters, if it wasn't flat enough already. So Kyle Abbott at the moment getting some nice carry through to the keeper. That one wasn't too far away from Compton's off stump and he left it alone, hence the oohs and ahs from behind the stumps. Here he comes again, Abbott. Off the back foot this time, Compton has punched it away into the covers. Comes through for a single. Yeah, Kent are batting for a second time in the game. They're 10 without loss in that innings. Mayeye off the mark with a couple of boundaries in the previous over. Kent were 207 all out for first innings. A last wicket stand of 47 actually between Garrett, who made 27 not out, and Jazz Singh putting up a little bit of resistance after Compton, who's out there again now, have made 51 and 44 from Harry Finch in a partnership of 79. Those are the only 2 real partnerships of note in that Kent first innings. They're now trying to stave off relegation to Division 2, which might even come next week now, the way things have played out in the matches so far. Also in this division, Surrey with 4 Somerset second innings wickets, so that game at Taunton hotting up, and then Sussex going for victory at Hove against Glamorgan, needing 8 more wickets in Glamorgan's second innings to cement their place at the top of Division 2. You can hear commentary of all of those matches via the BBC Sport app and website, and you can say to your smart speaker for this game, ask BBC Sounds to play Kent against Hampshire Day 3. So Abbas from the Nackington Road end to Ben Compton. Full delivery, which he's gone across his stumps to and flicked around the corner. Ooh, hands-on head moment for Mohammed Abbas, because that wasn't necessarily the most convincing stroke.
I just wondered if that sort of came in with the angle a little bit. Compton just tucked up there a little bit, wasn't he?
Just didn't get forward. Just sat on his crease and nudged it into the leg side.
Yeah, just came back a fraction up the hill. Just watching that again.
Here comes Abbas once more. Pushed back in his direction by Tawanda Mayeye.
Well, I'm expecting a tough last 40 odd overs here in the field for Hampshire. And I think they'll obviously love to get as many wickets as they can, but I think if they get 3 tonight, 4, I think they've done well. I just don't see the Kent top order folding quite as quick again this time.
Abbas to Mayeye. Plays off the back foot up towards mid-off. Yeah, from the evidence we've seen today, they ought not to. The fact that 10 and 11 were able to bat for 102 balls, albeit against the older ball. But it just shows you how soft the ball had got and how flat the pitch had got and how much easier to bat it's been today compared to days 1 and 2.
I mean, I wouldn't totally rule out Kent saving this game here.
The Bass to Mieye. Oh, he's almost nicked that. He's played and missed outside the off stump. It's going to require a few of the top order batters to really get stuck in if they are going to save the game. And someone like Mieye, with his ability to score quickly, feels like he's a player that Kent could do with getting or batting for a little bit of time in this second innings, because if he does, he'll get some runs and it will eat up that deficit, which is still 184 runs.
Yeah, that ball's just held its line.
Got a second innings double 100 against Worcestershire a few weeks ago at New Road. Looked like he was batting on a different wicket to everyone else in the game, or at least everyone in a Kent shirt. He defends out towards backward point. End of the over, 12 without loss. Kent Mieye 10 from 10. Compton has 2.
Yeah, he's a class player. The little bits I've seen of him, you can tell the guy can play, and he's only 23, so got plenty of time to develop as well. But he just needs to. Is he really an opener though? I'm just wondering.
It's a good question.
In the ideal world, would you have him 4?
I think
5 maybe.
Many Kent
5.
Many Kent fans would quite like him a bit lower down. I think he sees himself as an opener, has always batted there.
But to Compton, he's left that one alone. Let's come down the hill a fraction. Good leave.
He's a very Bazball type opener. I mean, he fits the mould that, say, England want as a player that can score runs against quick bowling and against the new ball. Obviously, he's a very different type of opener to Ben Compton. It has batted at 5 a couple of times this season, or at least he did once, but that was more because he was kind of out of form, and Crawley was still around at the time, maybe. Got a 50, batting at 5.
Abbott. Compton is forward. Rolls up towards mid-on.
When he comes off at the top of the order, he puts so much pressure back on the opposition with the boundaries he hits and the shots and the manner that he scores his runs. But I do agree with you, there are times as an opener where you just get a good ball early on, and if you're a little bit loose, or sometimes he defends with hard hands and wants to get on with things, and that can lead to you losing your wicket. So yeah, I think there's definitely an argument about where his best position is.
Abbott. Compton again is well forward. It's a hard one, I suppose. If he wants to do it, then I suppose you have to take that into account. But just taking in this game, if he came in at 4-5 and came in the 25th over,
yeah,
when basically the ball's done and playing the way he plays, you could arguably say that's more effective. There are other players who like to start the innings and the pace of the innings is set by them in a way. Here's Abbott, another length ball to Compton. Whereas sometimes they're coming in and the pace of the game has already been set, and some players don't feel as comfortable with that. So it may be that he quite likes being out there from the start, and however the game starts, he's with it, he's there. 12 without loss in the second innings here. Kent following on. 3 slips for Compton. Abbott over the wicket, bowls, and Compton plays and misses. Plays and forward, or did he just hold the line there?
Yeah, maybe just held the line.
Might just have done. Good searching line here from Abbott, who's been virtually immaculate in this game so far, and has been or is on course for another very good year for Hampshire. 2 rounds left after this one. Gosh, that was left.
Feels like it's dragged on, though. It's been a long summer.
Well, yeah. So almost turned around there a little bit. Nick Compton at the end. Nick Compton? Ben Compton.
April feels
12
like
hours
ago.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, you know, you guys coming into this game having lost 6 in a row, I can imagine it has dragged, and I think everybody can understand that. Hampshire coming into this off the back of 4 wins and 3 draws in their last 7, so yeah, vastly different attitudes.
And sometimes Kent have actually played some quite good cricket in September and won a few games, and you almost think, oh, they've just found a groove and now the season's over.
Yeah.
So yeah, as you say, it can sometimes depend on how your fortunes are faring at the time when you think, oh, could have done with the season going on an extra month. There's a thick edge from Mayeye. Did actually play that with slightly softer hands, and as a result, the ball might not go. Oh, Toby Albert's flicked that back, and is just going to try and replace his divot. I wouldn't like to say that he stepped on the rope as he flicked that back, but that's what it looked like to me. In 3 runs have, I think, been given though, or did they only run 2? They've only run 2. Mayeye is still on strike. I think they thought it was going to go, and so didn't really get their skates on. But he almost slipped over as he sort of trod on the actual rope there. Albert. Bass bowls to Mayeye and drives off the back foot out towards extra cover.
I think the grounds people are happy that mark is just about a foot to the left of the practice wicket.
Oh, yeah.
That wouldn't have looked too nice. Going into the next tomorrow morning with that all over.
That would have somewhat ruined the, albeit it would have probably would have been alright in terms of where it's, unless you've got someone bowling left arm in the nets, you're probably be okay. Couple of slips behind Mayeye, then full delivery from Abbas, defends away into the onside. 14 without loss.
So Mayeye, this is only his 7th game this year, so I think, did you say he'd been injured a bit as well this season, or just not been selected?
Yeah, there was a bit of non-selection, so he opened the first couple of games, struggled, and then Crawley came in. And then he's only really come back into the team since, was it Leaning got injured? He played a couple in the middle order, Denley's injury, and then he's been back at the top when no Crawley. This one's defended away. Into the covers.
Yeah, I mean, averaging just under 34. I know that includes the double 100, which of course does help, but still a double 100. But it's a tidy average for the season so far. Saying generally that, you know, all these figures, you know, in a team that's struggling is worth so much more. You know, anybody that's got a decent amount of runs when the team's always struggling.
Abbas bowls, punched away off the back foot by Mayeye. Decent timing, should get a couple for this. Might even come back for 3, no, just 2. Decent chase from Dawson. Can move on to 16 without loss. Mayeye to 14 of those. It kind of works in a way, these two opening together. Compton obviously just bats in his own bubble and at his own pace. Mayeye is a bit more looking to score in the early stages of his innings. So Bass, for the final time in the over, is defended away by Tuanda Mayeye. 5 overs gone. Looks like we've got 40 remaining in the day, supposedly, unless it's, well, it's going to have to cloud over. At the moment the light's fine. No sign of that 3 o'clock rain that was potentially forecast either, so 16 without loss in their second innings, Kim.
15 minutes till tea as well. There doesn't seem to be too many alarms out there. A couple of plays and misses, but what game doesn't start like that? So, but going back to the opening partnership, they probably do actually complement each other. The more you think about it, I mean, would you want 2 Ben Comptons out there opening the innings? I mean, you know, the bowlers might find it difficult to dislodge them, but
yeah,
you know, is the innings going too far You know, even if they're batting for a while, that's outside the off stump and it's left alone. So, like opposites in a way. But I think also, you know, you have to think about stability at the top of the order, who you're protecting, who you're not protecting. And, you know, an opening job is an important job. All top order batting is important for different reasons. I mean, Joe Denley used to do it, didn't he?
Did, yeah.
How long ago is it since he dropped down?
Yeah, he hasn't opened for a while now.
Compton nudges that up to mid-off.
I don't think he's ever really opened since he came back from Middlesex, actually.
Oh, really? Which
Yeah.
was...
Sorry,
I'll put you on the spot.
Yeah, let me double check.
Oh, right. So when he came back, he...
Yeah, I think that was... I think when he went to Middlesex, he didn't really open for them. So he came back in 2015. So yeah, the second stint, he hasn't ever really done it. Used to obviously do it with Rob Key when he first came into the team.
Formidable opening partnership. Oh, it's in the air! Just past the outstretched hand of Kyle Abbott. It was a full delivery. And he's just pushed that out towards mid-on, and Abbott, I don't know if he got fingertips on it, probably didn't.
Yeah, it didn't look like he was moving particularly freely to his left there, Abbott. Didn't exactly react. I did just sort of lean out
a bit,
to try and get it, but didn't take off.
In again. That's left alone.
Which is fair enough, because too many Kent bowlers have got injured this season, throwing themselves around, landing on shoulders and whatnot.
Yeah, it's probably a good foot away from him. Just slowed that down a bit, actually. But tantalisingly in close range, let's put it that way. 16 without loss. That's uncharacteristic of Ben Compton. Perhaps not quite in the right position for that one. Abbott in again. Compton eases that out to backward a point. Outside half of the bat. Along the ground though. Compton is 2 from 19. Mieye 14 from 16. Kent following on here. 16 without loss. They are 180 runs behind Hampshire in the game. Kent following on for the 4th time this season and the 3rd time here. Just been discussing it, the various games and situations that brought Kent into this position for the 4th time. Forward is Compton again. It's on the outside half of the bat, but he's found the gap this time through backward a point, and they'll pick up 2. And Kent move on to 18 without loss. I must admit, the thought of bowling at Ben Compton twice is I mean, he is your ideal opener. If you want something, you just want to throw somebody out there and say, we don't want to see you before tea the next day. You know, he's your man, isn't he, really? I mean, obviously he doesn't always know, nobody bats that long anyway, but he does have that mindset. And as a bowler, you wouldn't mind if it's a green wicket and it's bouncing and he's doing all sorts, but you do feel on wickets where it's a little low, a little slow.
Yeah, on a flattish wicket.
Which is why I was surprised today, I have to say. Out twice within 19 balls. One was dropped the next time out.
So a Bass to Mieye, just one slip. Hampshire have moved an extra man into the covers. Albert's now at a short cover. They've also got, well, he's at short extra, and then they've also got a cover. Point, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket. Again, it's tightish. Square leg, that one slip and a long leg.
Yeah, that's an interesting move as well, isn't it? Because where the side's so far on top, and we're only 7 overs into this second innings, there's only one slip. But I think, again, that shows the nature of the pitch, doesn't it?
Yeah, and he's effectively a second slip, James Vince. Standing right next to the same sort of depth as the keeper. As that one was pushed away out towards cover point, but no.
And also, Mieye is a positive player, as you've explained, as we've come to know. And I guess what you don't really want to do is Kent to get away to a fast start. It sounds a lot of runs to play with, but it isn't if you don't particularly want to bat for too long second innings.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a fair point. Here comes a Bass. Mieye, really well fielded, a backward point. Punched it nicely off the back foot, timed it well, but a flying stop by Middleton.
Ooh.
It was a goalkeeper save.
It was a great stop. I was looking behind him.
I thought it was going to squeeze in between him and Tom Prest, but lovely work from Fletcher Middleton.
Nice timing from Mieye as well. You know, he is a good player. There's no doubt about it. I think it's quite exciting for what he might actually bring over the next decade or so.
Well, you think next season, if it is going to be in Division 2, as a Bass bowls and Mieye defends, if he can start next season well and get going against some Division 2 attacks, you know, maybe that's the season where he really might bat some time and learn about his game and really start to show how good he might turn out to be.
And when you look at, I mean, you just look at the top order in this game. I mean, it's quite incredible to think that this is the 4th time you've followed on.
Yeah, I mean, on paper, it's a solid enough batting lineup, isn't it? It just hasn't fired enough, and certainly not collectively. It's generally just been individuals. There's not been enough partnerships of note, you would say. This one was driven off the back foot by Mieye.
You know, there would have been, I know Compton came here with no real background, but very quickly, didn't he? I mean, he established himself as a frontline opener.
Yeah.
You know, most counties would look at him and say, yeah, well, you know, he'd be in our side. Daniel Bell Drummond would be in most sides. Jack Leaning, certainly.
Yeah, Zach Crawley, obviously, at the start of the season. But, yeah, for whatever reason, hasn't quite worked out for Kent in the last couple of seasons, really. This one's driven away by Mieye into the covers, and I do wonder if it's, I don't know, it's probably maybe a mindset thing. Maybe it's wickets here at Canterbury not necessarily suiting them, but yeah, you know, like you're saying, those names there are all capable on their day of getting you hundreds, not even just you know, decent scores, but hasn't happened often enough in recent times. And I guess it kind of goes back to what we were saying earlier on about momentum and confidence, and when you're playing in a struggling team and you're spending a lot of time out in the field, and how much that can sap your energy and concentration.
Yeah, that's for sure. Right, Abbott into Compton. That's left alone outside the off stump. I always think that a mark of a poor side is if you look at your team and you go through it 1 to 11, how many of those players would actually get into another side? And if you say, I mean, we're just mentioning those names there, I think we'd all agree that, you know, that they would get in other sides. You can't be that bad a side. If you've got a team full of people, you say, well, I'm not sure if he, you know, hypothetically, if he ever became available, anybody would want him. If you go through the team and they say that, then you've got a problem. Compton on the back foot, because you've got a team full of people that nobody else wants.
Yeah.
Then you can say we're a poor side. But I don't think that's the case with the batting, certainly. Obviously the bowlers playing in this game is a little bit of a different kettle of fish because there are so many injuries, and you know, so, you know, 1 or 2 perhaps, you know, here and there. But the batting,
yeah, I think you're right. The batting probably underwhelms for how good it could be.
Yeah.
Whereas the bowling is probably kind of as expected. It's quite inexperienced.
Forward Compton again. Not giving Abbott an inch here at the moment. So, you know, it's not all's lost. The trick, of course, is to find a way to make all those batters work in sync. And you're saying that, you know, it's usually one person that gets runs, the others don't, and that's how it's been through the season. And maybe that's where Matt Walker has looked at it and thought, I can't see a way through. I mean, I won't put words in his mouth. I'm the last person to say that, but you can kind of understand that, you know, why maybe. Short, pulled away by Compton. There are 2 out in the deep on the leg side. Fuller picks that one up. Compton picks up a single, And it is 18 without loss. So, in a lot of ways, that's all it is.
Yeah, I think
it's
so.
maybe a new lease of life. Sometimes players will look. Was he done 8 years?
Yeah.
Head coach. I mean, that's a great effort. If anybody comes into a job and you say, right, actually, do you want to take 8 years? You'd say as a head coach, you'd say, I'll take that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. And
Modern
he's won
sport
some trophies
as well. Yeah.
He's won some trophies, so he's done a good job. He obviously feels that the team is at the moment is going backwards, maybe, or certainly not moving forward, which not ideal. That's turned away square on the leg side. He'll get 2 here, I think. Oh my word, he's so quick. Is that Fletcher Middleton again? He was so quick he fell over. Keeps it down to a single though, 20 without loss. So for a new person coming in, there is a lot good. It's just finding that way of getting the best out of them again, isn't it? I mean, I know Joe Denley. What is he? 38, but I know it's last 1 or 2 years maybe, but he's still a good player, isn't he?
Yeah.
You've got some class there to go with everything else. Abbott into Compton. Compton off the back foot. Doesn't quite time it. Goes out to Brad Wheel. Wide mid-off. We've got 3 minutes to go until the tea break, so we will get one more over in. Kent following on 20 without loss. They trail in the game by 176.
Yeah, so we'll have 36 overs scheduled for the final session of the day, which actually is not too bad. Normally it would be 32, so we'll see how we go with the amount of overs and the light, etc. So a bass from the Nackington Road end to Tuandama.
Who would be your choice for head coach?
Oh, good question. Here comes Mohamed Abbas. This one defended away by Tuandama. I think obviously it's very early days. I don't think Kent were actually expecting maybe that this process would kick off until the end of the season. There was an immediate name thrown into the hat by a well-known cricketing website last week, saying that Matthew Mott was a leading contender. I think he had actually been linked with the Kent job, maybe off the back of when he was Glamorgan coach, sort of before he took up the Australia women job, maybe a few years ago this was. So this one's defended away by Mayeye. Simon Cook, when speaking to Matt Cole last week, said, "You can ask me about it, I don't know where that story's come from." So whether or not he is interested, I don't know. Whether that was just his agent getting his name out there, I don't know. But it would be premature to suggest that he's the front runner, I think. What other names are there? Obviously Mark Decker is the second 11 coach at the moment and took charge of the team for the One Day Cup. Former Zimbabwe international. Full delivery, which has been guided down towards third man by Tuandama. They come back for 2. If you ask Kent supporters, they'll say Darren Stevens' name, who's currently assistant coach of the South East Stars. So whether or not he's got a contract with Surrey for next year already, I don't know. Quite possibly he has. Can you see Darren Stevens as a head coach? I think he'd be very much the Brendan McCullum type of head coach. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see if what other names kind of crop up, what route Kent go down. Simon Cook, the director of cricket, have plenty to do in that regard as Tuandama comes forward. 17 he's got from the 22 for no wicket in the second innings for Kent.
I think these processes always throw up 1 or 2 names that you wouldn't have expected to apply. When you're looking at all the applications.
You go back to Kent having, while Matt Walker's actually been head coach, they've had Alan Donald as assistant coach, they've had Jason Gillespie for a little bit. Jimmy Adams was head coach before Matt Walker. Oh, yeah, has slapped this away, leg side, maybe even for 6. That's an unbelievable shot. Just a little bit short, and he's absolutely piled into that.
Good grief.
So that's the penultimate ball before tee on day 3, and he's somewhere in his brain just triggered, right, that's a short ball, I can send that to the rope. Looking at the replay, it doesn't even look like it was that short.
No, he's just picked it up over mid-wicket. Oh. We lost that ball as well. We lost a couple that way yesterday.
I think we might have lost that ball. They could just use the one that they started to use for the first innings.
Yes, that might be the one, which will be a bit newer and harder.
Yeah. Just maybe like chuck it on the ground a couple of times and use that.
That was an incredible shot. Effortless. Completely out of the blue.
See,
but wonderful.
Yeah, and he did this a bit in the Worcestershire game where, you know, if he saw it there in his areas, he was absolutely carting it, and it was a situation up the other end where batters were just trying to survive, and Mieye was playing ridiculous shots like that.
Wow.
You know, he's got that kind of panache as well as the way that he plays, that flamboyance, as well as the pure ability and hand-eye coordination, etc. So we've gone to fetch the spare.
Well, I do hope it's that one that was it 14 balls they bowled with the second new ball, but I don't think it will because we're into the almost completed 9. But Vince will have a look. He'll think he wants that one. Look, he's looking at it. Look, he's looking at Paul Potter saying, "You're joking, mate."
Yeah, he's saying that's way older than 9.
You're joking.
But the thing is, where's how many spare Kookaburra balls are they going to have knocking around that are 10 overs old?
Well, probably none. But I'm not joking. If I was in the fielding side, I would think the nearest ball probably is the one we used, the second new ball. That is clearly older. Because the box of balls were below us and I was looking.
Yeah.
And I have to say, the one that he picked out there, and I could almost see the whole ball, I was thinking, I'm not sure that's great. Now Vince is saying, go guys, go over and find that other one.
He's literally sent 2 of them to go find the other ball.
I don't blame him. Because if it's the ball that I could see coming out of the box, I'm thinking, there's no way that's 9 overs old.
But this goes back to what I'm saying, that they just won't have any 10 over old spares.
No.
So the closest they probably got is either one that's 20 overs old, or one that did 2 earlier on.
The boys, they're out there in the forest trying to find the ball. There's a group of bushes and trees just to the.
Well, it's behind the lime tree, isn't it? Yeah.
I don't blame James Vince for saying go and find that.
None of the Kent fans in the crowd were particularly forthcoming either, were they?
Yeah. Now who else is joining? Liam Dawson's going to join.
Just get the 2 over old ball, chuck it on the ground about 20 times and use that one instead.
But that's what used to happen a few years back, where the umpires would scuff it on the floor, and you don't see any of that now. They just literally just pick something out of a box and say, here you are.
Yeah.
Which is what they've done there.
And James Vince has gone, no, absolutely not. Well, we're not using that. Despite the fact that it's 1 ball until tee, lads. You could just bowl 1 ball with this ball and then go look for it in the 20-minute break you got coming up. Surely the umpires have got to turn around here and go, come on, lads. Let's get on with the game here.
I mean, I must admit, I don't know whether the rules change.
I think James Vince himself's gone over there,
I think he has, yeah. I don't know whether you can actually reject a ball. I mean, I just don't know.
He basically just did.
Well, they have, haven't they? They effectively have. Saying we're not having that.
Yeah, they've really they really have just said no.
He doesn't look too happy at the best of times, to be fair to him. He certainly doesn't look happy.
Where's he going? He's walked past his box of balls. Do you think he's going to see the match referee?
I don't know. How many people are looking for that ball
3
at the
or
moment?
4?
Well, 3 or 4 Hampshire players. I think there might be a couple of spectators in there.
Yeah,
as
there's
well,
3 or 4 Hampshire players. There's a sub-fielder now who's got a gilet on or he might be a Kent player who's gone down there. Liam Dawson's now trying to climb over the fence. It's gone over the fence beyond the kind of the one side of the retirement apartments. There's a load of bushes around there. A few of them have gone further because, let's be honest, it went miles. Mieye's just waiting in the middle. There's about 5 players sort of left behind, including a Bass the bowler.
It's obviously not easy because 2 balls were lost in that region yesterday and nobody bothered looking. So
Hampshire have just absolutely refused the ball that got offered to them and said, "Nah, we'll go find this one."
Well, now Paul Pollard's gone into the umpire's room and looks like he's come out with something that looks a little shinier.
That looks like the ball that probably only was used for 2 overs. Maybe.
Which you could say is not quite right.
No, I would agree, but, you know, scuff it up a little bit and get on with it.
Well, we're 6 minutes into the tea break.
Yeah, the set tea break. The 3:30. We must stop for tea. I'd tell Compton and Mieye to go off. If Hampshire want to look, they can do it in their own time. you go and have some tea, lads. We'll come back in 20 minutes. Hampshire might have found the ball by then.
They're going to get penalised on the over rate here, aren't they?
They're definitely getting in trouble in some capacity here.
Yeah, the umpires won't like this. Oh, they found it, I think. I think there's been a hand wave down there.
There was a shout of something.
Yeah, I think they found it.
That's a shame, because they were about to get the 2 over old ball.
It might be a message sent out. Oh, lads, lose it again.
Lads, change your plan. We're getting the 2 over old one.
Look at that. There's a couple of them hopping over the fence. That fence looks about waist height.
Yeah, it's a sizable fence, and I think it's... Is it a bit pokey on the top? You probably wouldn't want to sit on it.
Well, it looks like they've got the ball.
Good effort from whoever found that. Put their match fee up, whoever just found that ball.
Wow. Yeah, do we get the... I mean, it's going to be nearly 10 minutes.
What would be even funnier is if Mieye hit the next ball straight back to where they just lost that one.
Go find that.
Yeah. Surely won't happen.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, like you say, sure. Are we going to jump straight from this to tea now?
And still have 20 minutes? I presume we will, won't we?
Oh, I thought so, yeah.
Thank goodness.
Luckily for Hampshire, that rain hasn't turned up at 3 o'clock. Still sunny out there. Oh dear. Right then, Hampshire have got their ball back. And Abbas has got it in hand. 28 without a loss. Mieye's got 23 of them. This is a long hold for the batter. It's almost like a drinks break. Resets, defends, and yes indeed, it is now tea. That is absolutely farcical. But surely we could have bowled a ball with whatever ball and then gone and looked for it instead of taking 10 minutes to do so. The over rate says +3 over on the far side. James Vince is walking off along with Ben Brown. Somebody's getting in trouble with the match referee at the end of this game, I suspect. But there we go. That is indeed tea on day 3 after a quite hilarious 10 minutes of Hampshire trying to find the ball after Mieye had smacked it for 6. He's got 23 off 29 balls, Compton 5 off 25, and Kent are 28 without loss in their second innings, trailing by 168 runs. We'll be back in around about 20 minutes time, Kev. welcome back to Canterbury. Hampshire have decided they're happy to continue playing after tea. They've found a ball that they like. It's actually got a lot cloudier over tea. Kevin James, BBC Radio Solent, Ben Watson, BBC Radio Kent. We'll have an update very shortly, actually. But yeah, there were some showers forecast for later on this evening. 36 overs due to be bowled. Let's see how many of them we can get in. Kyle Abbott to Ben Compton incoming. So far 4 overs, none for 5 with this second new ball, which they did find in the bushes after Mayea hit the penultimate ball of the previous session for 6. Full delivery to Compton, which has flown away off the outside edge, a thick outside edge down towards third man. And they come back for 2, some good relay fielding. Good energetic chase from Hampshire, so get to 30 without loss in their second innings on the stroke of 4 o'clock on day 4. So Abbott around the wicket. He's got a very tight, silly mid-off fielder, almost standing on the pitch itself. That's where Compton defends, or to the right of that fielder to the covers.
Standing at the end of Abbott's follow-through.
Yeah, pretty much. Certainly getting in the way of where batters might like to try and run between the wickets.
I'm looking at those clouds as well.
Yeah, they are quite dark grey, aren't they? Some of the clouds overhead. As Compton is forward and defending. Don't necessarily look like they're about to dump rain on us immediately.
No. I don't think it'll be for very long, even if they did.
My phone suggests it's meant to start raining in half an hour. And then that could potentially be it.
Ooh. Bit like last night then. Well, that will certainly suit Kent more than Hampshire.
Yeah, indeed. Well, they obviously had to bat half an hour until the tea break, so may well have to bat for another half an hour here till stumps, depending on the localised weather, whether it hits us or not, as Compton hits the ball back to that silly mid-off fielder. We briefly bumped into Kent's member of staff, who was responsible for the balls in the coffee shop. He said a couple of them in there had only been hit a couple of times. Clearly not the one that the umpire picked out to give to Hampshire to go and use. As around the wicket, flicked away into the onside. Abbott delivery by Compton to move on to 8. 31 without loss. Gloomy Canterbury at the moment. Floodlights have been on for most of the day, actually.
Yeah. Probably needed right now.
They are right now. Not quite sure what the deal is with them, but I was having a brief conversation with my dad earlier, and he said, is it cheaper to not turn them off than to turn them on and off again?
Who's responsible for floodlights here?
Don't know. Maybe we'll go and see if they were in the coffee shop looking for sympathy. This one's defended, well, it's half attempted drive by Mayeye, but he didn't fully go through with the shot. Back up the pitch. End of another over. I better check the Surrey and Sussex scores for our joint drive time show. Looks like they're off for rain in Taunton. Lancashire 54 for 3 at Durham, still almost 300 runs behind. So Durham looking good for a possible victory up there against Lancs. Notts 98 for 2. Some rain in Chelmsford. Rain at Worcester.
So we're doing well then.
Yeah, so there's a fair few games that are off for rain. Likewise at Lords.
Well, it does It's the most threatening part of the day, let's put it that way. After being warm, very, very warm.
It could potentially be the most difficult part of the day for batting.
Yeah, I don't think Hampshire will mind with these clouds over above us. And they literally are just above us, aren't they? There's plenty of blue around, but not above us. Wheels around the wicket, full to Compton, who works that to Middleton at square leg.
Yeah, interesting that they've gone with wheel after the break. Who'd have thought that these conditions, maybe Abbas might start to get the ball to wobble around a bit.
Yeah. Already have 5 overs before tea, didn't they? 5 overs for 23, including that huge 6. Here's Wheel, 2 slips as he bowls to Compton, and Compton gets a length ball. Goes up to mid-on.
It was a long travel update. Yeah, we've started again after tea. We had a bizarre 10-minute delay before tea while the Hampshire fielders went to look for a ball that Tawanda Mayeye had hit for 6. Kent 31 without loss in their second innings. Mayeye 23, Compton on 8 rather. Kent were 207 all out earlier on. Compton top scoring with 51. 47 the last wicket stand put on just to frustrate Hampshire a little bit and to delay proceedings in this game. Kent trying to end a run of 6 straight defeats. They're most likely going down from Division 1, but they're certainly still battling to try and get a result in this game. Also in Division 1, they're off for rain in Taunton, where Surrey have reduced Somerset to 85 for 5 in their second innings, and then Sussex at Hove needs 6 more wickets to beat Glamorgan in that Division 2 match. You can listen to commentary and follow all the action via the BBC Sport app and website. You can also say to your smart speaker, ask BBC Sounds to play Kent against Hampshire Day 3. Full delivery from Wheel, defended away by Compton.
Just watching the ball before, actually, it was a very good ball. It was a very good leave. Wheel on the angle. It was a tight angle, but it pitched and straightened. But somehow, almost as Ben Compton knew that. It's a great leave. He doesn't want to get out edging the ball again, does he?
Yeah, he's left quite a lot today outside his off stump, hasn't he? So he clips this one away down towards fine leg 4, probably 4. Yeah, the long leg fielder unable to get round as it was clipped very fine by Compton around the corner. So he moves to 12. Kent to 35 without loss. 1 ball to go in the over, and Sonia Twigg will join you, Kevin James.
Well, I'm just thinking, the reason that Felix Organ is on, and the reason that Mohammed Abbas probably isn't bowling from the other end, is he's not on the field.
Ah, well, there you go. That would explain things.
That would, wouldn't it? I don't think he is. I don't think he's at mid-on, is he? No.
So Wheel bowls a full delivery, which Compton pats back. End of the over, and yeah, I'm with you. I don't think Abbas is out there.
No, he's taken leave. Oh, no, he's on now. Oh, there he is. He's emerged away to our left. Don't panic, everybody. He's okay. He's walking on slowly, and equally as slowly, Felix Organ is making his way off the field. So 35 without loss, and it is as dark out there today, certainly the most dark that we've seen today, and is approaching the sort of conditions that we were playing through in the last couple of days, Sonia.
I was going to say, I wonder at what point light comes into question. You can almost see, well, you can see now the shadows being created by the floodlights, and that's usually when you start thinking, oh, are they about to go off?
You do. Abbott bowls and Mayeye plays a textbook drive up towards mid-off where Brad Wheel fills. You're right, yeah. I'm just wondering, the umpires have not taken a light meter reading yet. I think Ian Blackwall at square leg was just looking up at the skies. Slowly but surely, the big cloud that's going above us is getting a little more dense.
Yeah, and I'm looking over to the right at where I think most of the weather has come from today, and it's looking a bit darker and moodier than pretty much any other direction.
I think you're right. It's closing in, but there are any showers, we're told, or our apps are suggesting. As Abbott comes in, Mayeye gets a thick inside edge there. Ball makes its way down to fine leg.
Look at that plane that you can hear through RFX mic. It looks very old. I think it's definitely a propeller plane.
Oh yeah.
Just sort of floating above us.
It's going towards the weather.
It is going towards the weather. I wouldn't be doing that in a plane that size, I tell you that.
No. It's below the clouds just. But you're right, yeah. Wow. Making a funny sound as well.
I think it was quite an old plane.
Yeah. It's gone now, though.
I think the light's going to have an impact in maybe about 10-15 minutes.
And I could just see the ground staff making their way towards the covers as well as Compton just eases that out on the offside.
I think it might have just started drizzling.
I think you're right.
I think the umpires are looking back at us, which is never a particularly good sign, looking back at the pavilion. And it's definitely raining now. It's just a case of when they decide to come off.
Yeah. Or if the umps decide that if it's only a minute or two and it's only light, they'll try and play through it. But the ground staff are poised, ready. They're ready to pounce and bring the sheet over as quickly as possible. Here's Abbott, short. Compton decides to leave it alone after initially thinking about cutting it away on the offside. And
it is definitely raining now.
Yeah. It's quite a good sighter down the far end of the ground, Nackington Road end, with the dark trees, isn't it?
It is good. Normally I look for something black to look at, and that's what you can see the rain against, but I don't even think you need that. I think it's quite obvious no matter where you look now.
You're right, yes.
And probably not long before it starts thudding onto the windows in front of us.
Yeah. So they're playing through it for now as Abbott comes in and bowls, and slightly slower ball. Compton's forward. Nothing's going to faze him. Rain, shine, light, dark. He'll play the same old way.
Well, we saw him play that way earlier today. I don't think he has another gear. I think this is... well, Ben was mentioning he wasn't picked for the Metro Bank One Day Cup, and I can't say, having seen him back today, that I'm too surprised that he wasn't picked for a one-day cricket match.
I think he was a bit miffed, if I remember rightly. I remember talking to Ben at Beckenham that time. That's nudged down to fine. Bit of extra bounce there from Abbott, but it was kept nicely down by Compton, who will keep the strike at the end of that over. And the umpires, I think, are going to come together. Yes, they are. 37 without loss. Yeah, I mean, I presume he does have a one-day mode. I don't know, but...
They all do. I mean, we've seen Burns and Sibley play far more one-day and T20 cricket than we might have expected.
Yeah, agreed.
They're keeping going for now. This is when you get that battle between the groundsman, who at the first sign of rain goes, "Get off my pitch!" and players who are keen to go on. And then obviously there's the difference between the international level, where you get a sniff of rain and they're all off, and county cricket, where they tend to go on a little bit longer, as Wheel bowls from the Nackington Road end round the wicket, and not defended very late there by Compton. That one looked like it really skidded and kept low.
It certainly did, yeah. I can just see a spectator right at the far end of the ground with an umbrella up, but I think that's the only one. Maybe
people didn't bring them. There's one down there as well that I can see just to the left of us, in front of those flats.
Yeah. Actually, you won't be able to see it. I can see one more to the right as well. So, yeah, there are 3 up. Which not necessarily means that it's pelting down.
Wheel bowls, and that's left alone by Compton outside the off stump through to Ben Brown.
But it does suggest there's the odd drop. You're right. Actually, I think even from a couple of minutes ago, it seems to have eased off a fraction. I think it's going to be like this. It's going to tease us, isn't it?
This is miserable batting conditions, having been glorious sunshine when they spent 10 minutes looking for the ball. Have you ever commentated on that before? You've done a lot more of this than I have. That was something I won't forget in a hurry. Wheel round the wicket, bowls again, watched by Compton through to the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've all seen balls lost. We've seen 2 or 3 lost yesterday in that general vicinity. I think 1 or 2 were in that area, and 1 a little bit more to the right of the scoreboard as we look, and to the left of the sight screen. But nobody really bothered looking at for those. It was a token look over the advertising boards, and now it's gone.
Well, I tell you what, firstly, I think the rain's getting heavier, and secondly, the box of balls in front of us where they get the spare ones has been left open.
Oh.
Wheel in, bowls, that's defended by Compton into the leg side and well fielded by mid-wicket. It has been left open, hasn't it?
It has, yeah, that's not good.
No.
Who's your man, your Kent man looking after the balls? He's left the box of balls half open.
And one next to it just on the ground, and they will come off for that. So after that, Wheel bowled 1.5 overs of his spell after tea, and that's the end of proceedings for now as the covers are marched on to from various parts of the field, and there'll be a short break and we'll bring you any more action when it happens. So Kent are 37 without loss, having been made to follow on, having scored 200, been all out for 207 in the first innings, still trailing Hampshire's 403. Start talking again. Good afternoon and welcome back to Canterbury after what I can only describe as the shortest rain delay I've pretty much ever heard of. It only lasted about 4 or 5 minutes. The pitch wasn't even covered in the end. They dragged on the sort of sheet-like cover onto next to the strip that they've been using, but didn't actually cover the main one, and it still appears to be drizzling, but they've gone back out there anyway. The Hampshire players were very reluctant to leave, and James Vint was adamant that they would not be leaving, while Kent made their way back into the dressing room, but they've had to come back out rather promptly now, and Hampshire are now waiting for them to get back underway.
Yeah, very bizarre, especially not even covering the wicket. I mean, how weird is that? But yeah, there's a car with its headlights on at the far end of the ground. I'm not sure that'll be allowed to happen because it's dark enough to really notice it. I'm sure somebody's going to say, turn those lights off. I'm just trying to find our people in the ground that had umbrellas up earlier, and it looks like they've scarpered. Can't see anything.
I mean, if it's raining at this point, you might as well go home.
There was 3 people up with umbrellas, and they've all gone. They've all moved from their positions, and I don't know where they are.
Do you think they've gone to shelter, or do you think they've gone home? Or do you think one of them's in that car with the lights on, saying, if there is any play, I'll watch it in the car? We'll resume his over from the Nackington Road end, and that's just defended back up the pitch by Compton for no run.
I think the umpire, he's on the walkie-talkie. I bet you he's saying to the person who does the ground announcing, telling that car to turn its lights off.
If you're batting, it must be out the corner of your eye. There's no way it's not distracting. It's
agreed.
I know it's not right in your eye line, but it is very noticeable light. I mean, for context for anyone listening, we're right the other side of the ground and we can notice it really easily. Wheel in, bowls, and that's defended again by Compton, this time straight to sort of short mid-off for no run at the end of that over. Kent 37 without loss.
And trail Hampshire currently by 159, especially with Will coming round the wicket to Compton. I mean, it's not a million. Oh, it's turned off there. They've turned it off.
Do you think someone's been told off?
You would think so. Maybe somebody, one of the ground staff up there might have just said turn that off because they're right up that end.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's a good thing that the dark red car that's a very similar colour to a cricket ball wasn't doing its little drive that it's doing now when play was happening from the other end, isn't it?
Not ideal at all. Making its way round. That's going towards the exit.
Yes.
So somebody's had enough.
Well, I mean, it's quite late in the day. You said you didn't get past 4:30 yesterday, so we're getting quite close to that. And the sky, while it's quite bright immediately above us, is looking quite dark pretty much everywhere else.
Certainly is. Abbott starts a new over to Mieye, drives that up to mid-on, fielded by Abbas. So we have scheduled another 31 overs left in the day. I'm not sure we're going to get anywhere near there, but you don't know. I mean, we only see the clouds once they come over the pavilion, but at the moment there's a few, isn't there?
There are. It looks very dark to our right over that stand down there with the old scoreboard on it for anyone who's been to Kent, the one with the hospitality boxes in it.
Have you been in there?
I haven't actually.
No, nor have I. Here's Abbott. Next ball to Mieye. Pushes that out towards extra cover, the Les Ames stand.
I've not been in any hospitality box at cricket other than when I used to work in them as a waitress.
Really? Which grounds was that?
Lords.
Oh, right. Started at the top then.
I was working.
That's what I meant. Started work at the top.
Yeah.
You didn't
Well,
start off at Northampton or something?
Well, it was the ground that was closest to my house, so it's quite
Right.
a good summer job when I was at university.
Yeah.
Got to watch some cricket sometimes.
Which stand was that in, or was it any of them?
I did move around a little bit.
Abbott. He's forward. It goes out to backward a point. Initially thought about a single.
I was mostly in the tavern stand boxes.
Okay.
They were quite good. Didn't dare ask how much, of course, they would be to rent for the day, but it wasn't my job to ask questions like that. I just delivered food and drink to the people in them.
How many boxes are there at Lords? There's quite a few, isn't there?
There's a lot,
Yeah, there is.
especially if you include the sort of triple president's box.
Abbott into his 7th over here. Mieye edges, but there is nobody at 4th slip, and it's going up to the far end of the ground for 4. I'm not sure it would have carried had there been a 4th slip.
No, I think he actually put soft hands on. I know you said he does push hard at the ball, but I think he pushed hard and it was very wide of slip anyway. I think that just skewed downwards.
Yep. So, Kent move on to 41 without loss in their second innings following on. Yeah, just watching it again, and yeah, that's well wide. And it would have picked short of a 4th slip anyway. Kent trail by 155 as Abbott comes into Mieye, gets wrapped on the pad. Not out, says umpire Paul Pollard. Maybe just an inside nick on that, I don't know. Looked like it nipped back. Love to see that again. You think it's high as well? Ben does, not Sonia. Sonia might say that. No?
I don't think it was high. I thought it sounded a bit woody.
Yeah, I think you're right. I'm going to have a watch of that again anyway, though. Because the camera is dead in line, whereas we're not quite. Just watching it again, and yeah, actually, yeah. It didn't look quite right, that's for sure. Here's Abbott. Bowls, Mieye drives. That's a great shot through extra cover. That's racing away down the hill for 4 runs. Not quite a half volley. Good looking shot on the front foot there from Mieye. Ends that over. He's 32 and Kent are 45 following on.
I would love if they had to go get the ball again. I think that would just make my afternoon. We had another 10-minute delay while James Vince decides the ball from the box that was getting slightly soggy earlier and is still open to the elements wasn't good enough. But or have they got someone down there patrolling that boundary now?
Well, there was one that went into the hedge yesterday, just to our left, as you can see, which is actually just backward a point to Compton, who's facing the next over. And it's not a biggest hedge, it's not fat, and yet they couldn't find it.
That is quite impressive. Wheel round the wicket to Compton, who flashes at that one outside the off stump, and he's going to pick up 4 through backward point. That is a welcome boundary for Kent, who have motored along compared to how they were going in the first innings to 49 without loss.
Yeah, exactly on that line, that hedge. I was talking about
exactly where he hit that.
Yeah, but obviously the one yesterday was in the air. I can't remember who hit it, but it went straight into the hedge on the fall, and there was all sorts of people prodding the hedge, and they just couldn't find it.
You need to get a bat.
Whack it in there.
Well, at least they don't have to deal with brambles at professional cricket. That's a hazard at club level as Wheel bowls, and that one is just driven straight up the ground by Compton. Didn't look like he hit that hard at all, but he's just timed that very, very sweetly, and I think he's going to pick up at least 2, if not 3. No, 2. They've just decided not to take on that extra run.
Flurry of runs here. 50 up for Kent in the 15th.
And in just 63 minutes, and 10 of those were them looking for the ball.
Yes, right, yes. I think they need to take 10 minutes off that.
They really should. I mean, they haven't taken any overs off it, but I'm surprised that Hampshire's over rate is still saying +3. I thought that definitely would have been adjusted down by now. As Wheel bowls, Compton again drives, but straight into the ground, and it's fended off by Wheel. He does the fielding off his own bowling.
Well, I think we always thought that second time around Kent would make a better fist of it. Hampshire would find it harder, and I think those thoughts are being played out here. There's not too much for Compton and Miei to worry about out here at the moment. Hampshire have just got to sit in tight and just try and keep the ball in the right areas as much as they can.
Wheel turns in, runs in, and that's just defended by Compton. Straight into the ground and straight to mid-off. There was a large shout, but I have absolutely no idea what they were shouting for other than it being close. Had he not hit it, it might have hit him on the pad in a promising way. I'm never sure with those appeals. It's like it was close to being something.
But nothing.
But also nothing, because he definitely hit it straight to the fielder. And there we go. One of the quirks of cricket, I think. As Wheel turns and bowls, and that's again defended by Compton, that time up to mid-on for no run.
Yeah, well, it's still a little overcast, that's for sure, even though there's a bit of burst of blue sky going above us. It's just the clouds around us that are taking away some of the light.
I wonder, do you say they took a light reading yesterday?
Took several.
So they'll probably have to stick with that today. So at what point they start calling for the light meter, I don't imagine we're too far away from it. Also, Kent batters will be quite keen to ask that question. As Wheel runs in, bowls, and that's flicked off his pads well by Compton, and I think he's just going to pick up 4 for that, yes. I think that's Mohammed Abbas down there who decided not to put in the dive. Just in front of us at fine leg, and that has gone for 4. So Kent move on to 55 without loss. That was quite an expensive over in the end from Wheel. And Miei on 32, and Compton climbing rapidly to 23 from 52.
Yeah, just have a look at that over. What was that, 14?
I think so.
Yeah, I think it was.
And they could have potentially had another one, because Compton hit one down the ground where they elected not to run a third, but they probably could have done.
So, looks like Abbas is taking over from Kyle Abbott.
Taking 2 jumpers off.
Yeah, he don't like this weather.
It is quite cold. We forget how cold it is because we are in our little greenhouse, but as soon as we leave the greenhouse, it does drop considerably in temperature.
Did you find that at tea time?
I did. I took my jacket and I was very happy that I did.
So Mo Abbas back into the attack, and he so far in this Kent second innings, 5 overs, none for 23, including that huge hit just before tea for 6. What a shot that was from Miei. I certainly remember that shot for a while. So 55 without loss, and Abbas switching ends to our commentary end. He's just having a chat with James Vince, who's standing at first slip about the field. He decides he wants a deep point to Miei. And third slip initially moved a little wider and was moving back again. That's Tom Prest. So here's Abbas to Miei. Bowls, and Miei is on the back foot. Strokes that through extra cover, and that's 4 runs.
That was a beautiful drive. He just leant into that and timed it perfectly. Just almost glided down the hill there to the boundary right in front of the cafe down there and the entrance.
Everybody loves the cafe here. It's a well-known landmark here now, isn't it? 59 without loss, and Miei scored 36 off 39. I've just got an email here which I will mention. Jerry Richards has emailed me. It says Broadstone Cricket Club, which is in Dorset, as Miei picks him up over mid-on. Now that's one bounce. In fact, it'll be a couple of bounces, and that's going to be 4 runs. Slightly more pitched up by Abbas, but that's another clean hit.
That was a lovely hit. He clearly spotted it early, read it on length, and just went for it, knowing the field was in. So it was actually, in the end, quite a low-risk shot once he got hold of it.
When he plays like this, you can see why the Oval Invincibles picked him up in the 100.
I mean, I think he's such a fluid player. He's such a clean striker, and he plays some really eye-catching shots. If you ever watch a sort of highlights reel of his shots, it is really quite fun to watch.
Yeah, and proper shots as well. 40 of 40, 63 without loss. Here's Abbas. Pulls that away. More runs here, over mid-wicket this time. And that will bounce away for 4 more. Well, it feels like at the moment, wherever Abbas bowls it in this over, it looks like Mayeye is going to take him on. Braunston Cricket Club held a charity day last Sunday in aid of the Jigsaw Unit, which is the University Hospitals in Dorset. This was in support of Rob Newton, one of our coaches, who was receiving, who is receiving treatment for cancer of the bone marrow. Thanks to everybody who contributed to a terrific total of approximately £2,000. Happy to mention that. Wow, 67 without loss. And the first 3 balls of Mohammed Abbas's over have been dispatched for 4. And the field, apart from the slip coming out, is roughly staying the same, or Finding's going a little squarer, but that's about all. And it is still dark out there. In fact, it looks like it's going to get darker. There's another big black cloud coming. This time Mayeye decides that he's going to play a full defensive.
It is getting noticeably darker,
yeah,
and there's a very dark bit over towards our right. If I crane my neck out of, it looks very dark in that direction.
That's the one that looks like it's going to do some damage.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
And the floodlights are working quite hard at the moment as well.
They are.
And it does still look gloomy. And gloomy is a word I've used more this week than ever before in my entire life.
Even though you were at the test at the Oval.
Oh, I use so much.
Mayeye drives on the up, fielded at short extra.
I'm not sure I'd ever written it in an article before, and I must have used it about 20 times by the end of the the Oval Test.
Did you have to go to your thesaurus and look how many different ways of saying gloomy?
It's not really another. There's quite a few. I mean, English has a lot of weather words, unsurprisingly. But yeah, it's just quite depressing when you're limited to spin, or you go off at 5:30 when it should have been 6:30.
Yeah. Talking of spin in that test, Abbas bowls to Mayeye, just turns that away square on the leg side, jogs through for a single, moves on to 45, 68 without loss. Kent following on here. When Wokes came on to bowl spin,
that was one of my favourite things that I saw of that test. It's brilliant.
Was he any good at bowling it?
He was terrible, and also Stokes' reaction was then clipped up when he saw what was happening. And if anyone listening wants to go on social media, they can find that, and it is something to watch.
Stokes' reaction.
Stokes' reaction, yeah. And Wokes' bowling. But it's also a bit farcical because he wasn't okay to bowl anything other than spin, and then Gus Atkinson came on at the other end 2, 3, 4 minutes later, and it was fine. And I wonder if they've been told they have to go to spin now, Hampshire.
Yeah, it looks like it.
It looks like they've made that decision. The umpires have just come together, had a few words. And we are going to see Liam Dawson from the Nackington Road end, I believe.
Yeah, it looks like some discussions went on there, didn't it?
It did, and it is quite dark.
Well, Kent looked comfortable enough here second time around. Mayeye certainly so.
He's a great player to watch when he gets going, and he can score big hundreds. We saw him do that a couple of times last year. It just seems to be a little bit of consistency. But he also hasn't had the typical route into county cricket that most have, obviously coming over here as a refugee and then being picked up by Eastbourne College. And he admitted himself that he feels that although he's a bit older, his development is potentially a couple of years below just because he didn't get that coaching earlier on. So although he's obviously playing county cricket, he feels like he's a couple of years younger in terms of cricket than he is, as Dawson bowls, and that's cut away by Mayeye, but straight to cover.
Yeah, it's interesting. Well, he's still only 23 now, so he feels like playing it like a 21-year-old.
I think that's what he was sort of saying when he was coming through anyway, because when he was as Dawson bowls, and again that's pushed away by Mie, but straight to cover. When he was coming through at 18, 19, he was playing his first twos cricket, whereas he was playing with people who've been in the twos since they were 16. So he did feel like he was at that sort of stage of his career, I guess. As Dawson bowls, and it is definitely raining now. Mie pushes that into the offside. It's fielded by the sweeper out in front of that grass bank down towards our right, just for a single. And you can hear the rain.
Where's the ground staff? I can't see them around the covers.
They're not around the covers, which is slightly
Or are
surprising because the rain is harder now than it was when they briefly went off for rain before.
Or is there a couple of them just sitting in the front row of the seats? Is that
Well,
them?
maybe, but you think they'd have a little bit more urgency. I mean, I think you can hear the rain on our effects mic. It's looking darker now than it has at any point so far today. The umpire's just taking a look and a little note in his book. As Compton prepares to face Liam Dawson. Bowls over the wicket. Compton tucks that one into the leg side to backward square just for an easy single. And score moves on to 70 without loss.
It's just a matter. We just feel it's a matter of time now, isn't it? I mean, that cloud is particularly dark.
Yeah, there's a point where it starts to look, and it also in cricket the light goes quickly as Dawson bowls, and that one has Mie has gone to try and hit that into the leg side, completely missed it, and it's thudded into Ben Brown's shins, I think. I wonder, did he get an edge on that?
Yeah, just have a look at that in a minute. It's coming up shortly.
We'll have a look on the replay as Dawson bowls round the wicket. Mie cuts that one off the back foot but straight into the ground and is fielded by extra, and it is definitely raining enough to bring the players off now, and yes, they are leaving the field. So Kent have defended, well, they've started brightly in the second innings after a disappointing all out for 207. They were made to follow on by Hampshire, who made 403, and will come off for this rain delay, which looks like it'll be longer than the last one, which only lasted a few minutes. Kent 70 without loss. Mie unbeaten on 46 and Ben Compton on 24. Stay tuned and we will be back with all the latest from Canterbury is if we manage to get back on.
Oof, here we go. The players are heading back out onto the field for potentially 5 more minutes of cricket. There is meant to be some rain behind us on the horizon, so we'll have to wait and see how much more cricket we see before stumps, but there is potentially going to be something at least. Ben Watts here for BBC Radio Kent. Got an update coming for BBC Local Radio. Sonia Twigg alongside me. We've got blue skies at the moment, Sonia. We had a very pleasant rainbow about 10 minutes ago as well.
I did enjoy the rainbow, but now that the blue sky is not above us, I'm worried.
Worried where the next dark cloud is coming from. Here comes that update. Yeah, the players are about to head back out there to try and get some more cricket in after a rain delay here at Canterbury. Kent 70 without loss in their second innings, trailing by 126 runs. Ben Compton there on 24 not out, 46 for Tawanda Mayeye, 7 fours and a 6 for him in an entertaining knock. Kent earlier on were bowled out for 207 with Compton top scoring with 51. They're still bottom of County Championship Division 1, but their relegation may well get delayed until next week with Nottinghamshire struggling at Essex. Also in Division 1, Surrey going for the title have got Somerset 132 for 8 at Taunton, and then in Division 2 Sussex trying to win that division need 4 more wickets to beat Glamorgan, 107 runs their lead there as well at Hove. Commentary of all of those matches via the BBC Sport app and website, and you can say to your smart speaker, ask BBC Sounds to play Kent against Hampshire Day 3. Okay, so we've had one delivery from Mohammed Abbas, and it's raining again as Compton defends this next one. So we will probably not get much more, Sonia, if would be my guess.
The rain is getting heavier by the second at the moment, which is quite interesting.
Yeah, the ground staff are poised.
Ground staff are poised. It doesn't look like this is going to go on for too much longer. I can see the blue sky that was above us moving further and further away to be replaced by what can only be described as very dark grey cloud.
Indeed. Abbas bowls, and it's defended away by Compton. Floodlights on, it's gloomy, and the rain is only getting heavier. Is there an unwritten rule that if you go out for something you have to get through the over?
I don't think so.
The two umpires in fact are just having a look at one another, and I think they're going to take them off. So we've come out for 3 balls. Oh, in fact they seem to be taking
doing a light reading.
Taking a light reading as well,
which also doesn't bode very well because it is quite gloomy.
Nope, the light reading is a negative. It's also raining, and we've had 3 balls and they're coming back off again. Well, it was bright sunshine 10 minutes ago. Of course, by the time you wait for it to dry out, the forecast was that it was going to rain. Well, my phone was saying it was going to rain again in 15 minutes, and it came 5 minutes late, but it is now raining again, so...
It's raining again. I mean, have they officially gone off for bad light or for rain? Because not that this is particularly important, it's a combination of the two, but yeah. Obviously one of them's going to go down in the scorebook and one of them isn't.
Potentially light if they were taking a reading, but it is most definitely raining as well. So if the radar on my phone is anything to be trusted by, it's meant to rain for the next half an hour, so it could well be stumps. So if it is, what have you made of the day, Sonia? Well, I think
I was actually quite impressed by how Kent ground out that end of the first innings and how they kept going despite, they were really back against it. I think at one point yesterday they were 50 odd for 5, but they sort of stuck out there as long as they possibly could. And actually with how long the tail batted and the combination of rain and light and off and on has actually meant that they are quite competitively still in this match. And I don't think that they're going to win it, but there's definitely a chance they're going to draw it. And I think they'll take a lot of encouragement from that. As you've said, obviously a lot of their recent results have been quite disappointing, but it's been quite encouraging to see how they've come out today and how they've done that. Yeah, it feels like a few guys have gone out to the middle and just settled in a bit. Obviously we saw Tawanda Mayeye hit some really nice shots. Compton's batted for much of the day as well. They're going to have to come back and bat for much of tomorrow if this is indeed stumps to get a result in this game. But I guess we've seen that the pitch has been a bit flat, and when the ball's got a bit softer as well, it hasn't really done much. Hampshire are going to have some tired
bodies to get to bed and rest overnight, I guess.
I mean, when you ask me what am I going to take away from today, I think the thing I'm absolutely going to take away from today is Tawana Maye's absolutely massive 6, followed by 10 minutes of Essex rejecting the ball that was brought out to them, and then James Vince sending about 6 of his own players and coaches.
He went as well, yeah.
To go and get the ball, which they eventually managed to find down in the trees over to our left by the car park and the flats, amid the palm trees and various other different types of bushes and shrubs and all of that, and that
I was impressed they found it, to be honest.
I was impressed they found
it's
it.
Really quite heavy now, the rain, as
it is thundering.
We are chatting, so yeah, this could well be terminal for the day, you feel, as the ground staff are getting to work in the rain to put the sheets and the covers out, and I suspect a fair few of the spectators might decide to call it quits at this point as well.
If I was a spectator, I would be running for my car right about now, because it is dark and very rainy. And obviously the rain we had earlier, it looked like it was going to take some time, but it wasn't too heavy. It could dry out quite quickly. This is quite heavy rain now.
Yeah, this is starting to look like we might be done for the day. Well, with that in mind, we will leave you on the online commentary. Kevin James and I will be back tomorrow. Thanks very much for being with us today, Sonia, and this season as well, because I believe it's your last one of the season.
It is my last one of the season. Disappointed now. I sort of wanted a full day.
Yeah. Well, hope you've enjoyed the time you have spent here at Canterbury. Always lovely to have you. So, yeah, well, that could well be it here from Canterbury. So we'll leave you on the online stream and on the club website, on the stream and the BBC Sport app and website. You can follow whatever's going on in all the other games currently, but if that is indeed it, I'll put something up on our Twitter at BBC Kent Sport very shortly as well, as soon as we get the news, and it may well be that Kevin and I are back tomorrow to see if Kent can bat out the day, pretty much. That'll be the task. 10 wickets in hand in their second innings. 70 for none on the board, and trailing Hampshire by 126 runs.